King of Hoist the Colors from the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. Over the course of 8 years, they recorded nearly 1,000 hours of audio of giraffes in zoos, and they found that giraffes will hum to each other in the dead of night. Although if they would have listened to the locals, they would have found out sooner. Because over 100 residents in Pengton complained of a creepy droning sound coming from the zoo's giraffe house. Sounds that folks were claiming were making them physically insane. Giraffes are as a concept. Like, you might not realize, the closest you can get to Jeff Goldblum's wet dream is by rage baiting the tallest animal alive. That'll earn you a one-way ticket to Jurassic Park. Now, ignoring whatever they did to get Jeffrey that active, one of the consequences of being the tallest is, despite a motivated giraffe nearly breaking 40 miles per hour, they're sentenced to life of running the way we do in dreams. They could be running from certain death, but damn it, they're gonna look majestic doing it. To be fair, if you make a giraffe do all that, I'm on his side. You deserved it. Another consequence is this video right here. This video went viral because it was the first time many realized that an animal with a neck longer than the Prohibition has to tank inclement weather right to the face. Fun fact, giraffes don't use slurs. But the day we learn how to ask one how's the weather up there in giraffes, they'll start. But nature didn't completely leave them out to dry. I mean, obviously. Nah, but they do have a trick in plain sight. Those iconic giraffe patches also have a network of blood vessels that's like a built-in thermostat where they can expand to release warmth to stay cool during the heat of day, but can also constrict and hold heat in times like when they have to raw dog a rainstorm. Also, the nature of being the tallest means it's actually more dangerous for them to lay down in the rain than just stand up to the storm. Now, the chances a giraffe gets struck by lightning are very, very low. But they're still 30 times more likely to get touched by Thor than a human. Now, the chances they get electrocuted on power lines is slightly higher. To be fair, that's human intervention and poor design. That's not their fault. Especially because having a neck and legs longer than a Monday in August already comes with problems nothing else can relate to. Giraffes have one hell of a childhood, and it starts with them getting dropped 6 feet flat on their face. Literally airdropped into existence on their heads, because once again, a mother laying down to give birth would be the easiest lick of a lion's life. Also, as babies, we had doctors to slap us into breathing. Giraffes get the ground. To their credit, at 6 feet, 220 pounds, the Zarafa Kafa can find its feet in only 30 minutes. But they get reintroduced to their ground several times in the process. And in only a few hours, the baby giraffe can run in stride with its mother, which isn't a luxury, because there are many things to run away from as a newborn giraffe calf, and more than half will get snatched by actual predators. Luckily, the mother will defend them to the death, and a kick from over 2,000 pounds of motivated motherhood will leave a lion lying on the ground permanently. They have sharp hooves the size of dinner plates that's instant attitude adjustment to any predator. Ooh, that's a concussion. And of course, having legs higher than student loans gives them more range than most animals are ready for. It just sucks when mama ends up being the baby's biggest op. When I said the mother defends them to the death, bro, sometimes she's the one delivering.
That happens so many times. The amount of videos I've seen of either deer
and that's like a 2-story drop. At this point, it really feels like being tall is more trouble than it's worth, to the point where you gotta ask, why are they so tall in the first place? The answer might seem pretty obvious, but like the giraffe, it's more controversial and more complicated than you think. The easy answer is to say that giraffes evolved long necks to reach foliage that no other herbivore could, and while that might be true, I do want to clear something up real quick. Evolution's a lot of things, including a word I don't use anymore because I respect women, but what it's not is intentional. Master Oogway might have been a creationist. Evolution is a lot of accidents, actually. Basically, it's a random mutation, like a slightly longer neck, that gave an
water and food they demand. Therefore, when there's a drought and they need water and stuff, that makes sense to me.
Yet the Gerenuk seems to be the only one that went down the alt-height pipeline. You know, we don't talk about this enough, and we really should. This is 100% responsible for a cryptid myth or two. Others say it's the built-in temperature setting that was the real driving force. A popular theory is that animals live by the 3 Fs, and the long necks, if not for food, must be for, except if it was for female validation, you'd expect the males to have disproportionately longer necks. But even though the males are physically bigger, it's actually the females that have more proportionally impressive necks. which actually led to another theory that the neck work was actually to support the female's high metabolic demands while pregnant. There's even a theory that the giraffe's neck wasn't even the main feature, that they evolved long legs first and the long neck came after so the giraffe could still reach water. Maybe not the strongest theory, but for sure the funniest. But to me, there's likely no one thing, more like a combination of things driving the giraffe to be what it is now. Except I did leave one thing out, because even with feeding and forking, there's a third F word that's just as important. In 1996, a long-dead relative of the giraffe was discovered in China. Discokerixesha looks like the modern version's reflection in a funhouse, and scientists say the thick neck and even thicker skull were used to violently headbutt each other. And scientists studying its anatomy say that not only would this half a giraffe have headbutted harder than any other animal, including dinosaurs, but being built like a sledgehammer and behaving like one is proof that the giraffe's neck was more about fighting than food. And while I'm still sure it was a combination of different pressures, I can see it being for fighting. You've definitely seen giraffes fight like two inflatable car salesmen in a turf war. As goofy as it is, they do damage. That's exactly what those are for. Those are ossicones, not horns, but ossified cartilage. Basically, if your ears got bricked up, no mortar. Those ossicones are great for bludgeoning their opponents into oblivion. They're also good for butting a female in the bladder to make her pee so he can taste test it and assess her availability. Don't let the lower frame rate fool you. Those ossicones genuinely tear each other up. That was the winner, by the way. Now the difference is, animals with antlers shed them once a year. That's not blood, that's moose velvet. Giraffes don't. Not just because the cones are fused to their Jurassic skull, but also giraffes breed all year round, which means they gotta be ready for smoke all year round. Like, you don't even know, Giraffe Fight Club genuinely goes crazy. Like, they have rules. The first one, I've already broken. So we'll just talk about the others. Giraffe fights are brutal as hell. It's basically boxing mixed with Mortal Kombat. Watch two bulls trade blows. Eventually, you'll see a giraffe feint, counter, and uppercut. Their fighting style even evolves as they mature. Younger males usually swing for the biggest target, being the ribs or the rump, but older, seasoned bulls often chip away at their matchup by targeting the legs. Not only because weakening the legs is the fastest way to fell a tower, but a giraffe that gets his leg broken is immediately disqualified from the gene pool. That's a career-ending injury for Buddy. But look at it this way, there's a lion pride that's not going to believe their luck. Giraffe fades are so devastating that they rarely even get to that point. In fact, most times, giraffes are weirdly ethical fighters, and I'm so glad I get to talk about that now. Giraffes are like baseball players, where they have a preference between swinging their neck to the left or the right. And what's crazier is, they'll actually respect each other's preference. In sparring matches, they'll line up head to tail if both fighters have the same preference. So like if two southpaws line up head to tail, both parties get to practice swinging to the left. With the same logic, if one's a southpaw and the other's orthodox, then they'll line up head to head with the right favoring fighter on the left. And if during a spar match, one giraffe swings too hard and his momentum puts him out of position, both sides will stop, realign themselves, and briefly start again. That is mighty gentlemanly. It's a mutual respect you wouldn't expect from a camel leopard. That's not the only point in the giraffe's code. Giraffes also believe in weight classes. Researchers watching quickly realized that males will go out of their way to fight opponents as close to the same size as them, and will reject matches with males noticeably smaller. Instead of an easy win, sparring giraffes will go for the fair fight because skill-based matchmaking is not a human concept. Giraffes are even known to follow the bar fight phenomenon, where if one pair starts sparring, that seems to get all the other giraffes to start running it. And rarely do you see any giraffe attempting to cheat. Arguably, the only questionable action is older bulls will sometimes interfere with and break up fights between youngerlings. Some say it's the old heads playing referee. I think it's straight hating. I'm not even kidding. Older bulls will meddle in fights, and I'm sure it's to keep any one male from getting too comfortable and confident. Because a cocky male is a problem for everyone. But yeah, that neck and those cones are good for more than just drinking from the golden fountain. And while males using maximum effort is straight blood sport, like bro is not waiting on a bell, he's waiting for him to stop breathing. For the most part, males keep it peaceful. Some say a little too peaceful. There's another interesting fact about giraffes, and before y'all get mad at me, all I ask is that y'all hear me out. Because male giraffes have a special way of making up after a fight, and that has caused controversy in ways I'm sure the giraffes did not see coming. Giraffe sparring matches have been known to end with the two bulls caressing each other's necks and lightly nudging each other. It's believed it's how two males reinforce their bond and standing in the overall group. It's really no different from guys dapping each other up after a pickup basketball game. Basically, I'm good, you good? We good. That's what I thought, until his 4-foot pink lightsaber came out and he tried to mount the other. And it's that kind of behavior that has people saying this portrait mode stretching the neck unicorn is one of the gayest animals out there. Not derogatory. Apparently, enough of these necking competitions come to a conclusion with at least one of the males doing so as well. Sometimes to completion. Sometimes they arrive long after they show up. There was a study in Tanzania on the social life of the giraffe, and in over 3,200...
Who was the creep that was watching the giraffes going at it, bro? Who is the creep that just stands there and watching the animal's business, bro.
Hours
I
of
don't need to know
observation,
that.
the team witnessed 17 instances of male-on-male mountings. The number of male-on-female, 1.
Wow.
So not only did 133 days of study amount to witnessing a traditional giraffe couple up once, the math means 94% of the explicit long-neck liaisons were between two males. That's how giraffes became the mascot of Brokeback Mountain. And you've had politicians get genuinely heated over the stretch neck sexuality. So are giraffes gay? Listen, I'm gonna give my non-expert online opinion and pray y'all don't kill me. A lot of animals will mount to flex dominance or to bond. Dogs do it, bison do it. Go to any locker room and you might see the football team doing it and they say it's not gay. Male lions might be the most famous for doing it, but it's more social than sexual. Giraffe male mounting is likely for dominance, and that 94% is probably more about giraffes being rare to witness actually mating in the first place than 90% of giraffes just swinging the other way. I do think it's a little bit of putting human traits on an animal with no concept of gay. Like you gotta remember, we are the only species on Earth that goes out of its way to say pause. Giraffe don't give a well, they might give one. Jokes aside, male giraffes can mount each other without it being sensually explicit.
Yeah.
The same way they can taste a female's bladder assets without, being into
weird.
that. But with a giraffe, they might do gay shit, but I don't mean gay. And that's on being an ally. But like I said, the kosher camel is so much weirder than you think, and that's not a joke. Giraffes are kosher, biblically accurate. Bet giraffe on that. How about the fact that we only just found out that there are actually 4 species of giraffes, and we only know that because a conservation group decided to test their DNA for funsies, and that test showed that the northern, southern, reticulated, and Maasai giraffes are all completely different species.
Wow.
In total, there are 7 subspecies of the giraffe. Some are endangered, some are critically endangered. See now, you done took the giraffes for granted. I bet they didn't even tell you that some are silently going extinct. Experts literally call it a silent extinction because while you weren't paying attention, the Kordofan giraffe is silently getting cancelled. And the Nubian about to be in past tense. Which would be a shame because giraffes are like nothing on Earth. Which is another fact, giraffes have the strangest cousins. The pronghorn antelope is actually more of a giraffe, and the okapi was nature's first day using Microsoft Paint, and it's basically the giraffe in the jungle.
Okapis,
They're just too weird to not get a video of their own. So that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, touch grass, hug your father. If you're like
well, we're back. Oh my god. What the hell are we supposed to do now? If I'm distracted in this video, yeah, it's because I just was walking today, yeah, in the pouring rain. I know I'm a bit of a dummy. And I found this little one abandoned on the side of the road. So I was like, okay, well, I cannot leave it here. Let's keep going on this weird game. Let's go. Brother! What's your problem? Thanks, I guess.
Get the fuck away from me!
Hey, bro, nobody's close to you, dude. What's this guy doing? Hey, yo! Boy. Oh, that sound is sick. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and we are back with another Casual Geographic video, man. And guys, thank you so much to all the new subscribers that are here. My name is Gonzii. I hope you guys stay for the long ride. And listen, if you're not subscribed yet, please do me a huge favor and subscribe to the channel already. It helps way more than you think. And like the video as well if you can. How raccoons almost got away with it. So, drink water.
A new study shows raccoons are evolving and trying their hardest to become our pets. Let me explain.
Now, how about I explain? Raccoons wear masks because they might have pulled the feline finesse on humanity. It's what you've probably heard from the news, with researchers saying that an overachieving trash panda might be the next animal to domesticate itself. So much that they're already getting cuter in the process.
They are.
Domestication doesn't just make animals more tolerant of people, it physically changes them too, with changes like floppy ears, curly tails, smaller teeth,
Just
brains,
like
and shorter
wolves with
snout.
dog
And one
transition
change has
into
folks
dogs.
excited for the future of raccoons, and it's all because of this study. By combing through 19,000 raccoon portraits posted to iNaturalist, the study concluded that the urban raccoon snout size was shorter than their country cousins by 3.6%, possibly because shorter snouts with stronger bites are better at chewing through our trash, and that trash might be how this all started. What people forget is domestication isn't just brute force by humanity. The animal has to make the first move, and with dogs, that move was early wolves scavenging off human leftovers, a habit that favored less fearful, less aggressive wolves. Without their love affair of our food, we wouldn't have dogs, and arguably no animal loves our trash more than a recycle ninja. The Shiesty cat is a survivalist on steroids who easily adjusted to life in the city, pivoting from foraging from 9 to 5 to dumpster dive, and leaving trees for chimneys. Raccoons have hands, free will, and the intellect to use both, which can lead to a sugar bandit hitting a lick on a donut shop and slipping away to do it again. That is, when they don't use the direct approach of just asking for it. Mind you, stealth eyes have great memory. She just made a regular for life. They'll take free rides from anywhere, literally. There's more than one case of ring-tailed commuters taking trains, like when a raccoon hopped on a Toronto GO train headed halfway down Ontario, or when another tried hopping on a subway in Spadina Station. Raccoons aren't just built for the city, they're forged by it, and all our efforts to slow them down might have just made them smarter. Toronto spent $31 million on raccoon-proof green garbage bins in 2016.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back, bro, with another music video reaction. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already. I know I've been exhausting this one lately and you guys don't like this being mentioned, but it really does help, okay? Because if you subscribe and like, it tells the algorithm that you like my content and then it pushes the content to other people. So it helps tremendously. It's free. Just click 2 clicks of a button. Without further ado, let's go. Facts. Bro, this is the truth. As long as I'm breathing, I got a reason to praise the Lord. And that's facts, bro. Whatever it is going on in your life, bro. And I know some people out there are having a really tough time. And I'm talking to you right now. I know what you're going through, yeah? I say these in my prayers all the time, man. I can be homeless and I will still praise Jesus Christ. I don't care. Of course, I want stuff. I've asked for stuff. I live with my mom still. I'm 26, man, and it's hard. It's hard because I'm trying to make YouTube my dream and I want this as my job, and I am trying very, very hard that my prayers will be answered one day in his timing. And that's the thing most people struggle with, is the timing of the Lord, man. And he is never wrong. Remember that. The prayers you're asking for not coming is not a no. For the most part, it's a not yet, my son. Relax a little. Enjoy what you have, you know? So, gotta look, instead of always looking in front of you, look to the sides. Because you might be where you once prayed to be, and you're not visualizing it because you're already so focused on what's next. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Yes, my life is not at the pace of the others. But at one point in time, I prayed for this. I have great support system in my family that allows me to go after my dream. A lot of people have to leave their parents' households to go after their dreams. I don't have to do that. And that's the biggest blessing I have. I'm not just gonna sit here and pretend like I'm not impatient or I don't ask for stuff. I do all the time, every single day. And something I struggle with a lot. I need for stuff right now because I'm 26 and I started comparing myself to other people, when in fact you should never do that, because people are on their different journeys and God has a plan for me and I know he does. So yeah, let's keep going. I've waffled quite a lot already. Banger, bro. This is such a banger. I wish I could go to one of these concerts, man. I really, really do. It's something that I've been wrestling with for a while now, of just, I don't know, finding a way to go to the States to start, like, figuring my life out, you know. I live in Portugal, for those who don't know yet, and Portugal is nice, don't get me wrong, but I never felt connected to here. It's literally, I have my family, I have my football club that you guys are seeing right there, and that's a lot. I'm not complaining at all. I just don't like the country because of political stuff and everything. And I know people are like, bro, the States, it's all political. Yeah, I know. I feel much more connected to America than I do with Portugal, because, like, English, I speak more English than I speak Portuguese now, because of YouTube and everything. And even with my sisters, like, we talk English all the time. And I always wanted a wife to speak English because, again, I don't know what it is. I guess it's gotta be some childhood stuff going around here in my head, because, like, I don't express myself well in Portuguese. When I'm speaking Portuguese, I always feel like, I don't know, everything about me just wants to shrink. And when I'm speaking English, I'm just more free to talk and everything. I don't know what it is. Maybe some psychologists out there will figure it out, or one day I'll get invited to a podcast or something and I'll try to explain it more. But, like, it's weird, man. It's weird. Like, I love Kansas City. The love I have for Kansas City is insane. Like, I love the Chiefs. I love the Current. I love the Royals. I just would love to live there. And I love the community around the Chiefs and everything. Like, the people I follow on Twitter are like 95% all from Kansas City. So yeah, it's something that I've been wrestling with in my mind. But yeah, whatever. Stop rambling, dude. Stop rambling. This phrase, I won't be quiet, my God is alive, how can I keep it inside, always reminds me of the meme of Bishop Mari from New Zealand or Australia, one of the two, where he has the cross in his hand and he's like, there is no other God but Jesus Christ, there is no other judge but Jesus Christ, and he keeps going like that. And the meme is, girlfriend, don't talk about Jesus, my cousins are atheists. And then it's Stick faces crying and in rage while the gif plays of Bishop saying, there is no other God but Jesus Christ, there is no other judge but Jesus Christ. That's how I have it in my mind, man. It's insane. That happens in my family, you know, because me and my little sister are the only ones that believe Jesus is God. So it gets things riled up. All love though, all love. So there you have it, guys. That was Elevation Worship Praise. Shout out to the crew. Shout out to all of those people that are having a great time, man. That sentence speaks it perfectly. How can I be quiet? How can I keep it inside when my God is alive? It doesn't get simpler than that. How can I not tell you about Jesus Christ? And that's the cross we all bear as believers of Christ. When he says, take up your cross and follow me, that's what he means. The cross is us believing in him. So you have to do your part. You have to spread the gospel. You have to say, hey, big man, this is Christ. He loves you. He won't forget about you. He won't give up on you. Like he says to Nathaniel, I saw you. In your worst moment, I did not turn my face from you. I saw you. That's how he is. That's how he was the day I wanted to end it all. He was there with me. He didn't turn his face from me. He was there. And that's amazing. That's completely insane. So shout out Jesus, bro. Come on. Shout out my boy. Shout out Jesus Christ, bro. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. All glory to the Lord himself. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another casual geographic video, man. But before we start, please subscribe to the channel and like the video already. It helps way more than you think. It tells the algorithm they will enjoy my content and then the algo pushes that content to other people. So if you could, please like and subscribe already. Let's go. Drink water. That video is so freaky. That's a real video, by the way. Bro lost his hand. Just saying. Oh my god, I didn't even see the snake.
Nothing else to be grateful for. Get on your knees and be glad that if you have 99 problems, avoiding predators ain't one. I hope. Otherwise, you should probably get off your knees. Predators have petrified us for as long as cavemen had consciousness.
Smart kid.
Off the fact that just seeing one implies many others had to die. But for many, it's not what they can do to you, it's how. And these are the top 10 worst.
Right there's a mountain lion.
But for many, it's not what they.
Right here. Wait. He's right here somewhere. The image is very blurry. He's right there somewhere. There she is. That's a big Tom, bro. Look at him. Yep.
It's how, and these are the top 10 worst animals to be hypothetically hunted by. And spoiler, it gets a lot less hypothetical as the list goes on.
That's a leopard seal.
I won't be talking about sea stars or crocodiles.
Yep.
Because I just made videos on both.
On the channel.
They're both very
Go check it out.
Here. And if that disappoints you, here's a consolation prize.
Chimpanzee.
There's a lot of things to be afraid of being marooned on an island. Dehydration, exposure, but most don't consider being culled by crabs. And that's because, outside of remote islands in the Indian and Pacific Ocean, the coconut crab is only found in a very...
Look at that, bro.
Despite its name, coconuts are an insignificant part of a juiced up hermit crab's diet, but that didn't stop nature from equipping them with claws that can splice the fruit open. Besides, their street name is more accurate.
That's terrifying.
Robber crabs, since they'll swarm your camp and carry off anything that ain't nailed down. The problem is, that's also how they hunt. In 2016, scientists watched as a coconut crab climbed a tree and attacked a sleeping bird, snapping its wings only to continue its death grip after they both fell on the ground. Within minutes, several other crabs spawned in and proceeded to shred the barely breathing bird for hours. The crawling antichrists are scavengers with bloodlust, so getting gored by one means you'll certainly be maimed by more, and the fact that they can climb and track blood means there's nowhere on the island you can go where the
That's insane, bro.
won't find you. The crabs are any-can animals, as in anything can get it. Rats, cats, even full-grown pigs can get flesh stripped, but the most disturbing stories are those of coconut crabs eating humans. One gruesome account followed the 82-day Battle of Okinawa, where Japanese soldiers bore witness to hordes of giant spider-like crabs ravaging the bodies of their dead comrades. There's no real proof that this happened or that it even involved coconut offenders, but unfortunately, that's exactly how the crabs would have acted. Imagine a gang of armored cockroaches carrying the jaws of life, except the outcome of getting caught between them is quite the opposite. And with a diet of detritus, most coconut crabs are poisonous to eat, especially since many have the habit of eating sea mangoes, a fruit so toxic it has another name. The sandwich apple. By far, the scariest theory, though, is that it was coconut crabs that perp-walked Amelia Earhart off the census.
Yep, that's
Scary
true.
Because whether she was past tense on arrival or
true.
incapacitated a plane crash would not have changed the response by the crabs. And while it's just a theory, the idea that someone's last moments could be spent desperately dragging their crippled body before an army of crabs brutally mutilates them for hours, as their suffering only draws more, is enough to earn them a spot on this list.
Man, it's
and yet,
so mad.
They're only number 10.
I really want that to not be the case, bro, because that's torture.
Most people aren't afraid of the dark, more so what could be in it.
That owl video, it's insane.
Whoa! Not a lot of people are afraid of the sky, probably because you should be able to see what's coming. That's why the harpy eagle is number 9.
They are cool.
If this is your predator,
Look at that.
Never know peace.
Bro.
One of the biggest eagles on the planet.
They
what
are.
makes harpies built different is that their wings are way shorter, which means the harpy aimbot can chase you through the trees in a way no eagle ever should. Just imagine a homicidal hippogriff breaking into your house and snatching your little brother out of his bed. And now you understand the generational PTSD the monkeys on their meal prep carry. And those claws guarantee you don't get the chance to find out twice. The size of a grizzly bear's mitt with the grip force of a Rottweiler's jaws.
Damn,
You can actually
bro.
hear the bones of their prey breaking as the harpies crush the life out of them. And safe to say, the same feet that can crack open an armadillo would not feel good to have gripping your skull. It is incredibly rare, but there are cases of harpy eagles attacking and clawing humans, where the eagle's leg had to be amputated because even after death, the talons wouldn't release their grip.
Oof.
In 2023, tourists in French Guiana walked past a perching harpy when it suddenly went for one of the women, plunging its claws into her scalp and leaving her with several deep lacerations.
Damn.
The concept of being jump scared by a plus-size prehistoric Freddy Krueger cockatoo spikes my cortisol, but they rarely go after humans, and when they do, the fault's usually the humans. The next animal not only punished a good deed of one man, it became one of the worst animal attacks in Brazilian history.
Harpy eagles are terrifying.
Australia gets the
But
reputation
cool at the
for
same
being
time.
Satan's sandbox.
Yatta!
Not enough people give credit to the sheer insanity of the Amazon.
Yeah,
What's
Amazon
Jaguar's
is
favorite
insane, bro.
exercise? Skull crushers.
Yep.
Not to mention you have a Jurassic reject in Anaconda, an animal that weaponizes electricity and we all decided that was okay, and a fish that convinced thousands to never pee in a river.
Yep.
The apex predator of the Amazon isn't actually a jaguar. To be fair, the giant river otter is also called the Ariana, or the water jaguar, but with its attitude and aptitude for gang violence, it's more like an unhinged water wolf. That gang mentality, a group can make a jaguar hit the reverse with no key, and it's already bad enough that the roid weasel can grow to 6 feet long, without the fact that they'll also roll in a pack.
Damn,
It's an apex
bro.
predator that eats mostly fish,
Running
but
fate
also
with
pulls
jags, bro.
crustaceans, anaconda, and even other river otters will adjust their routine to avoid getting run up on by a crazy-eyed cousin. You don't realize what multiple are capable of until you realize how bad they do caiman. Giant river otters will jump a caiman, overwhelming it until its muscles fill with lactic acid and it's virtually paralyzed.
Yep.
It's been said before, but that isn't honest erectile dysfunction. An otter mafia will eviscerate the caiman alive, ripping it to pieces, while also sounding like if Rugrats took place in purgatory.
Tough way to go.
Imagine not knowing what river otters are and hearing that for the first time. The worst part is, it's been proven the same hunting tactic against a human is tragically effective. Silvio Delmar Hollenbach was a Brazilian army sergeant who had taken his family to the Brasilia Zoo when a bunch of commotion got his attention. A 13-year-old had fallen into one of the moats and now was being threatened by the animals in it. Hollenbach said, "Don't hold me back," and without thinking, leapt into the pool and lifted the injured kid out. Sadly, that meant the focus of the family of vindictive otters was now on Silvio.
Damn.
A gang of aggressives dragged the struggling Hollenbach into the water and brutally mauled him in front of his family.
Damn.
Silvio would be pulled out, but the over 100 bite wounds in water that was the equivalent of a microbe mosh pit sealed his fate, as he would die of a
Oh.
nasty infection.
Rest
Hollenbach
in
was
peace,
born
bro.
and celebrated by everyone, except the boy he saved, who apparently never even mustered a thank you. The same 13-year-old that got a man turned into a chew toy would be arrested in 2016 after scamming millions worth of pension money, proving that sometimes
Damn.
being a hero only means saving a villain. Getting mauled and borderline waterboarded by water wolverines is a horrendous way to go out, but again, the chances you get got by otters is still low, and for Silvio, it probably would have been zero if those otters didn't just have babies. But the next animal is the mascot of F Around and Find Out. The Cape buffalo makes no
Oh
sense
yeah,
on this
bro.
list.
It's called the
Until you
Black
remember,
Death,
It's one
bro.
of the few prey animals that actually hunts predators. The tank, nicknamed Black Death, is arguably the most death-edging animal to hunt because it is a top 5 most vengeful creature on Earth. A common misconception is that the lion's biggest rival is the hyena. That's laughable when a 1,200-pound piss fit can send a big cat backpedaling. The Cape buffalo is number 7 because cows are dangerous enough, but if Widowmaker tastes death, the rage cow ensures you go down with it. The Cape buffalo has treed lions for hours, and they'll stalk lion cubs just for the purpose of stomping them out. Now add that the Bush Mafia can pull up in a super herd of over 1,000, now you understand how lions risk going full-time horizontal every time they try them. And with a
Yep.
couple hundred people gored and killed by them a year, this is the first animal here with a
Oh my
respectable
God.
body count. The problem is, every year, people hunt them without realizing the buffaloes hunt back. An injured buffalo has been known to retreat to tall grass to lure you in and stalk you just to rear end you when your back is turned and keep going
Yep,
until you
true.
stop standing. And unlike most herbivores that'll straight up watch you get got, or in some cases gift wrap you themselves, Cape buffalo will spin the block for a predator in an effort 1,000 times stronger.
Yoink.
You know you're dealing with a menace when you're talking about a cow using the honey badger method on a lion, and some people have to be connected to God's Wi-Fi before they understand. Texas trophy hunter Asher Watkins thought it was sweet until his target attacked him first, completely ambushing him. The spite-fueled beef struck Watkins at 35 miles per hour, tearing his chest and stomach open, and he was declared dead in the ambulance. A tragic death, but definitely not unprovoked. Imagine walking through a corn maze knowing you're one wrong turn away from a buffalo same-day shipping you to the Lord like an afterlife Amazon package.
True. Cape Buffalo are wild, bro.
On
Wild.
several islands throughout Indonesia, you'll find a dinosaur time left behind. The Komodo dragon
Yep.
is one of those predators where, once they start hunting you, you're as good as dead.
Yeah.
Komodo is everything scary about coconut crabs, but on that Jurassic juice. Komodos will
They are
eat
huge,
everything.
bro.
That's why baby dragons will hide up in the trees or even roll around in feces because the adults are highly cannibalistic. The steroid giga iguana also has the unfortunate
Giga iguana
habit of
makes
unearthing
sense.
human graves and feeding on the long expired remains.
True.
The Komodo dragon only has about 12 successful hunts a year, so when one makes you a priority, prepare to spend days tailgated by a murderous monitor lizard. In 2008, 5 scuba divers were caught in a riptide and swept out to sea, and after 12 hours spent drifting the aquatic void, they landed on Rinca Island, where they spent the next 5 days playing cat and mouse with the monster resident dragon that took notice. and
Jesus
stalked them,
Christ.
which isn't easy.
That's
Thanks to
huge.
another unfortunate habit of theirs. We used to think Komodos were one-shot specialists that only needed to bite you once and then just wait for you to fold to bacterial infection. And as cold as that would be, it's like LeBron letting you get the ball just to spank it off the backboard. The truth
All the
is
time.
more disturbing. Komodos don't just let their prey go, but their contingency plan is if you do get away, the glorified gecko can track you by blood, and anticoagulants in their venom keep you bleeding. So now it becomes a broken game of hide and seek, and playing it on an island the size of Philly means there's no point in the area code you can go where the leather bloodhound won't find you. Even worse, the longer you manage to play manhunt with monitors, the more dragons will be there to eviscerate you when you do fall. That blood sense is no joke. Menstruating women are actually advised against visiting for fear that the resident garbage disposals confuse them for a dying animal. There's stories of bleeding tourists lying to their guides to not miss out on the trip, only to be surrounded by dozens of Komodos coming in from all over the island. And if you think there's no way an animal moving like that can catch you slipping, millions of years of evolution would argue. One incident saw 2 dragons stalking a fruit picker from below a tree, and when Muhammad Anwar fell, the Komodos rushed him and mauled him to death. Maybe
Damn.
I'm giving them too much credit. Or maybe you haven't heard a baby goat scream from inside of a dragon.
They are
To say that the
menaces, bro.
ocean
They are
terrifies me
nasty.
beyond comprehension is an understatement, and the animal that scares me more than any other isn't a shark, isn't an orca, not even a giant squid, but not a squid. Cause I'd rather go skinny dipping around great white sharks than ever catch a Humboldt squid in the wild. At only up to 6 feet long,
Damn.
they're not the biggest, but everything
No.
about the way they feed.
That's a colossal squid.
When a hunting Humboldt homes in on something, they'll approach it
The
with
eye
all
is
10
this big,
appendages
bro.
extended,
The size of a
grab
dinner
prey and
plate.
force it towards its mouth.
insane.
Not only can that beak slice skin and cut chainmail, they do it so fast that they can grab and retract prey in just one.
Squids are not like octopi because octopi have the suckers and that's it. Squids have razors within the suckers. So that's why you see the sperm whales all cut up with huge scars because the colossal squids they feed on, fight back, and because of those razor sharp needles, they tear them up, bro.
On camera frame. Not to mention, they have 2 tentacles with suckers that contain inner teeth. Great for
Yep.
grabbing. But the real reason the Humboldt is number 5 is because the way they would hunt you is straight out of a Stephen King wet dream. Humboldts can hunt in parties over 1,000 strong.
Damn.
They're also highly aggressive, speed-eating gluttons that'll strip fish down to the bones before fishermen even have time to reel them up. They're
Wow.
also trigger-happy with the cannibalism, and the moment one of their own shows weakness, it gets jumped and torn to shreds. The problem with Humboldts is they speedrun life so fast, they're never not thinking about food, and if you find yourself in the waters at the wrong time, you can get mauled by a pack of fleshy-armed box cutters. But it's the intelligence that's the biggest problem, because Humboldts aren't always aggro. They can be curious too, and they'll often steal cameras and lights just to take them apart and examine them. But Humboldts can go from 0 to homicide in seconds, and because they communicate by flashing red in a sea of black, once one says go, many more will follow. One diver was approached by a squid who gently started nibbling on him, and the diver, who probably couldn't believe his luck, started filming. And in seconds, the squid started pulsing red, and the man was immediately slammed by multiple as they simultaneously began to pull him into the abyss. He would escape, but he genuinely thought his ticket to Tupac was booked, and there's many more stories of divers being confronted by squids and nearly dragged to the point of no return, and some even swear they've had Humboldts attempt to rip off their masks and drown them. But going back to the first diver,
that's
I
crazy,
think the most
bro.
disturbing part is the moment he didn't fight back and let himself look easy was the moment he became a green light to a red devil. The last unfortunate fact is that Humboldts will perform diel-vertical migrations, where every day they rise from the depths to hunt before eventually going back down. So they're more likely to run into you during goblin mode. Unfortunately for the next animal, goblin mode is their entire life.
Is it goblin shark? Probably not,
You've
right? That would
probably
be too on the
heard there's
nose.
few animals that actively hunt humans, and that polar bears are one of them.
Yep.
I want to clarify, they don't actively hunt humans, they just passively don't give a follow me now. Polar bears are the largest predators on land, and as big as you think they are, I swear to you they're bigger. The problem starts with
They're
the fact that
huge,
the only
bro.
hyper-carnivore bear. They eat meat, and meat stands for merc every and any time, and it can make up 95% of their diet, where in something like a grizzly bear, it can be as low as 10. That would be bad enough, but polar bears also live in a free...
The other bears are omnivores. They eat a little bit of everything. This one, bro, just eats meat, bro. There's nothing else. They live in the ice, bro. They have no vegetation, no berries. All they can eat is seal, bro. That's it. And people.
In the winter, they can only live off of feces, foxes, and other fallen
And
polar
foxes,
bears.
yeah.
Polar bears have way less options, and with the sea ice they depend on receding, they can either get creative or get cremated. So they don't actively hunt humans, the same way I don't actively grocery shop for Chips Ahoy, but best believe if I see them, I'ma grab it. That's the polar bear, except they don't have to see you. With the best nose of any predator, a polar bear can smell a seal from miles away. They can detect...
People say that if you've been followed by a polar bear,
under a foot of ice. So
if you see a polar bear, that is, he has been following you for hours.
2014, there have been
That's how insane they are.
attacks on humans with 20 census subtractions. But being targeted by the ultimate predator of persistence is a different level of fear. In 2016, 5 Russian scientists were held hostage by over 10 polar bears who stalked their weather station and forced them to have supplies and flares airdropped by helicopter. In 2019, 50 polar bears invaded the town of Novaya Zemlya and put them in a state of emergency, where people were afraid to leave their houses and refused to let their children go to school. And with shooting them being illegal, folks had to bear this reverse Goldilocks situation unarmed. And I mean that literally, with ice bears breaking into residential buildings. Polar bears are a force of nature, and number 4, because once one chooses you, you can't run fast enough or swim far enough to be safe. One swam over 400 miles in just 9 days, so trust that you would not get away. But there's always been something about a carnivorous Q-tip that unsettled me, and I think I figured it out. Polar bears are a lot like the squid, where they're incredibly curious and intelligent, which makes the way they hunt and engage in general seem cold and calculated. You'll often notice in a lot of videos where they approach humans, the polar bears seem quiet and emotionless, and you can almost see them trying to figure it out. And their face expressions and body language tell you nothing. A polar bear pulling up on you can be curious, apathetic, or ready to revoke your presence, and you will not know which. And that's just it. They're disturbingly deadpan. And I think that's by design. Most black and brown bear attacks are defensive, meaning they either had cubs around or you managed to catch them off guard, and most times they'll give you many signs that you're effing around in the jurisdiction of finding out. A polar bear doesn't, because oftentimes a polar bear isn't trying to negotiate or communicate. With you, it's
that's so cute though. Look at him, you just want to cuddle him.
And innocent is actually them being apathetic, emotionless terminators. Because remember, they don't fear humans the same way their cousins do, and most encounters are on the polar bear's terms. So it's true when they say, if it's black, push back. If it's brown, retire to the ground. And if it's white like a sheep, you finna go to sleep. Color of a beluga, last time talking to you. And white like a picket fence means you wake up past tense.
True.
Number 3 and number 2 are both interchangeable. It just depends on which movie scares you more. A gross out body horror slasher flick, or a psychological mental health massacre. If you pick psychological, wait for number 2. And if you pick slasher, well, you probably already know how horrific it is being hunted by chimps. The sick joke is, less than 5% of their diet is meat. Yet in places like Ngogo and Uganda, they can have a success rate of 80%, and it's
Damn.
because the way they hunt is coordinated and calculated.
It is.
First, you have drivers, and their job is to pressure prey into the trees without actually trying to catch them. The moment you try to climb, you've screwed yourself, because there's also blockers whose job is to limit any possible escape routes and make a literal jungle gym even smaller. So now you gotta avoid them while being chased through the trees by chasers. The last role are the chimps smart enough to anticipate where you'll try to escape and will camp themselves in the perfect spot to snatch you if you pass by. It's painfully effective, and once something like a colobus monkey is caught, it's immediately crippled and eviscerated into several pieces. I genuinely have to be careful with what I show y'all. Just know that monkey's still alive and he gets his arm snapped after all that. Chimpanzees are number 3 because they might have the most brutal way.
Bro, one of the very first nature videos that I saw was a documentary by Sir David Attenborough, and they are filming a chimp attack on a smaller monkey. Bro, they get to the monkey on the canopy of the tree and they just start eating, bro. The monkey is alive and he's getting eaten from the ass, bro. It was insane. I was what? 12, 11, something like that? Yeah, nasty, nasty.
Chimps are on record ambushing families of gorillas, frightening the females and running fades with a silverback, and kidnapping any babies to remove them. They're not the only babies at risk, and viewer discretion is advised. As habitat loss and food shortages have pushed humans and chimps together, there have been more cases of chimpanzees snatching human children with chilling results. One human toddler was viewer discretion, I mean it this time. One human toddler was grabbed by a big male, and in less than a minute, he broke his arm, beat his head in, and even disemboweled the boy and removed his kidneys. Being hunted by chimps is like playing death tag with parkour-capable pack-hunting zombies, but luckily, meat isn't their main food, and attacks are still relatively rare, which is why I have tigers at 2. Tigers don't actively hunt humans, but living on top of each other for centuries is why tigers have the highest human body count of any list. Folks traditionally wore masks backwards in order to
sunglasses,
thinking he had lost the element of surprise. But it's believed the trick was spammed too hard and now the tigers are catching on. But intelligence is the second scariest thing about them. Number 1 is they are the most vengeful animals on the planet.
They are,
Let
man.
death be damned. Piss off a tiger and you might not live to regret it. You may have heard of the poacher that shot a tiger and stole part of its kill, so the tiger tracked him down all the way to his cabin, destroyed anything that smelled like the poacher, including his mattress, just to John Wick the man when he eventually returned home. Tatiana the tiger proved that you don't have to be in the wild to find out, after she escaped her San Francisco enclosure to track down and savage the men that had taunted her. But by far, the most notorious tiger in history was the Devil of Champawat. This was a Bengal tiger who had gotten her canine teeth broken, likely by a human, which meant she could no longer hunt her normal prey. The result was she started stalking humans, and the endgame was the man-eater of Champawat destroyed 436 people, including poachers and hunting parties,
a lot,
somehow
bro.
always knowing when to leave an area and lay low. Tigers are quick and efficient. They take you out and then return back to the shadows, and honestly, I'd probably die of an anxiety attack long before a feline flatline. They don't usually go out of their way, but all the extra exposure around humans has shown us exactly what tigers are capable of. The worst part is, they could easily be scarier. The reason tigers are orange is because orange isn't a concept to the animals they do prey on, and if we were on that list, this is what the world's biggest whiskered reaper would look like, and it's still not
greenish. Yep, bro. Tigers are insane.
Is the most oppressive predator on the planet, and at this point there's not much I can say that you don't already know. You know they're intelligent, but what genuinely surprised me is they take very few risks. If prey has the smallest chance of fighting back, orcas will move the needle to 0 before they move in. Not only that, but their methods change depending on the target. That's why they'll soul slap a stingray before it can sting. That's why they'll immobilize sharks before they can bite. And it's why they'll up smash a seal as high as they go, like
so
Super Smash
nuts.
Bros. But they don't neutralize prey just to be safe to eat. They'll turn a dying animal into a life lesson. In that same stingray clip, a family of orcas toyed with the half-alive stingray before letting its body sink into the abyss when they were done. I genuinely believe the stingray was slapped by the orca grandmother, and the rest of the pod was playing with it in order to learn how to deal with one, and when the lesson was over, they had no further use for him. It's not cruelty, it's communal calculation, but it is why orcas are the most fear-inspiring, heart-retiring predators to have, and if you're still not convinced, let me tell you a story that still sticks with me. One grandmother orca was not only smart enough to memorize when elephant seals in the Falklands would breed, she knew exactly where and what time the tide would be high enough to hold her. This 20-foot Type A dolphin basically staked out the nursery pool until the tide got high enough for her to seemingly spawn out of nowhere and abduct a defenseless seal pup, where she then dragged the seal out to sea as a practice dummy. For the next several hours, her family toyed with and tormented the baby seal.
Damn.
With the pup alive for most of it. Again, it's not evil or torture, but it is how orcas polish their prowess. But for the seal, that's stranger danger on steroids, and one of the worst ways to go out. Slowly, and with zero hope. And now you see why great whites will piece out of a favorite hunting ground for a calendar year if they have a run-in with an op dolphin. And why humpbacks feel the way they do. We're talking about animals that'll roleplay as prey and practice drowning each other before they try it on a baby blue whale. It's not an act of malice more than survival. Simply a skill surplus for them and a skill
Making waves to take the seal out of the iceberg. It's mad, bro.
More than anything else's, but I gotta come clean. I did lie to you. They're actually not the most oppressive predator on the planet. That would be
the humans.
Take away the guns, the technology, and everything else. The very foundation of how humans hunt makes them the most horror movie predators ever.
True.
Simply put, imagine a predator you can never run away from. You can get ahead. You can even get out of their sight, yet every time you turn to the horizon, they're there. They're not even tired, but you are. You're exhausted. You're thirsty. And about to drop from heat stroke, yet there they are, not missing a beat, barely breaking a sweat. Hell, you can't even sweat, not like them, and it's killing you. You look in the distance, and to your dismay, here they come again. But this time, you don't have the strength to get back up. They're slow, but persistent, like an immortal snail that never stops. They run you into the ground, waste you without even touching you, and come sunrise, they're ready to do it all again. You just won't be there to see it. They're finally here. They literally walk you down knowing you're at your limit. One raises its stick, you close your eyes, you'd breathe your last breath, but they took all you had left, just like they take everything else. Your story's over, but the ending was authored long before you first ran. It's not your fault. It's not evil or a crime, but it is what happens when you meet the scariest predator of all time.
Yep, it's us, bro. That is facts. Great video again. So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Sorry if I was a bit quiet. I just took a shower. I didn't sleep much at all last night, and I'm getting drowsy now. So yeah, I'm struggling. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Once again, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, please subscribe to the channel and like the video already, man. Helps tremendously. It tells the algorithm they will enjoy my content, and then the algo sees that and pushes the content to other people. So if you could, please like and subscribe to the channel already. I hope you guys had a phenomenal weekend. So without further ado, let's get into this thing. Drink water. Missed that. Go back. Kill that dolphin, bro. Oh, this just happened here in Portugal. Again, the other day, a pod of orcas just destroyed a boat, bro. Yeah, they didn't kill anybody. They never kill people on the wild. They just destroyed the motor of the boat, and the people stranded in the middle of the ocean. So yeah.
The ocean is the world's oldest hood, so
that
it makes
ocean
sense
is
that the
mad,
gang wars
bro.
of the animals in it are titanic. There's Avengers levels of conflict happening under the waves, and in the center of it all is Sea Thanos. The orca's range is everywhere.
Thanos.
Its diet is everything. Their breeding season is a day that ends in Y. They hunt whenever and no one ever hunts them. Horsonous orca is really that guy. It's an apex evolutionary attack dolphin, known to give great white sharks PTSD, and scare the literal, no figurative feces out of the big
they literally attack great white sharks just for their liver, bro. They remove the liver with surgical precision and don't eat anything else, bro. It's
Biggest predator
insane.
alive. We'll get to that. The cetaceous sea panda is an intellectual vibe
Not
check
a
with a
sea
street
panda.
name. Killer whale, a name they got after ancient whalers watched what a barcoded armada could do to a barnacle bus stop. With the size, intelligence, and power of friendship, the whale killer might just be nature's favorite, and there's virtually nothing on the ocean census that can't get orked. But all that dominance has a cost. Like an ocean kingpin, orcas have made a lot of enemies, and there's at least 2 that'll bully them back. It all comes back to the often forgotten rule of nature. A predator has to be convinced you're worth the effort, but prey will turn you into past
the
tense
hell,
before
bro?
you go offense.
A tiny
the world
bear.
of whale beef is messy with alliances, rivalries, and straight mob mentality. Because for every orca, there's a pack of pilot whales. This is what orcas see in their nightmares, allegedly. Let's talk about it. Every dolphin is a whale, but not every whale is a dolphin.
True.
Pilot whales are a very big dolphin. They're the second biggest dolphin, only
They
beat
look
by the
so
ocean
cool,
equalizer.
bro.
Pilot whales look like off-brand belugas, and that's
They
pretty
do.
close to their personality. Pilot whales have been called the Ferraris of the sea, being clocked at over 30 miles per hour while hunting. And they'll
Damn.
use this speed to run up on pods of orcas. That, and the fact that pilots can roll in pods that get to over 100, is why killer whales may
Damn.
have a healthy amount of fear in a
Orlando,
deep fake
bro.
dolphin. Scientists in Iceland have seen orcas go from socializing to dead silent to suddenly synchronizing a retreat before a group of pilot whales pulled up. In some cases, the orcas were literally run out by the pilots, with both parties porpoising during the chase. And we know for a fact, pilot whales actively look for problems, since scientists in Norway played the sounds of orcas feeding, and that got their boat confronted by the pilot pack. It's even escalated to pilot whales imitating the calls of killer whales. And
Damn.
considering killer whales in different areas can have different dialects, pilot
Yep.
whales learn to
They have different
lampoon the
accents.
exact kind of orca in their neighborhood. Some say it's a form of ocean incognito, where they use sound to camouflage. But there's a world where pilots got so sick of the gimmicks they learned the language just to talk that cetacean shit. But it's not one-sided, as orcas will pack up and prey on pilot whales. There's also been more than one case of a group of orcas traveling with an orphan baby pilot whale, adopting it either as
Aw,
progeny
that's
or a
cute.
practice dummy. My theory is that the trauma of losing a baby drives a mother orca to do the next best thing: kidnap an infant pilot whale and try to brute force parenthood. It's a conflict that still has a lot of questions, and this story might just have another chapter. Because what are the odds the orca's 2 biggest enemies are friends? Humpbacks prove you can always be a bigger hater, and there's no bigger hater than the one that interferes with orca hunts, even when the target isn't another humpback. In 5 decades of studying humpback orca spats, in only 11% of them did the killer whales actually go after them. The other 89 involved orcas plotting on a completely different animal and the humpbacks getting involved to play defense. In fact, in over 100 encounters, the humpbacks approached the orcas 37% of the time, and the orcas were the instigators 26%. Meaning,
Okay.
when scientists could tell who wanted smoke, 58% of the time, the humpback mafia started it.
Yeah.
Why? Well, maybe ask the pilot whales. Pilot whales and humpbacks have been seen socializing off Hawaii, with humpbacks even seeming to
Nah,
pet the
bro,
pilots
they got-
with their fins.
they got friends,
They've even
bro.
been caught communicating with each
Damn.
other. 2 completely different species. And it's not an accident. About 200 instances of whales and dolphins interacting were recorded across 19 different species, and what was found was that not only were a third of all humpback encounters classified as positive, with the whales seeming to seek out the dolphins, humpbacks were way more dolphin tolerant than others like the blue, fin, and northern white whales. And let's not just slide past the interspecies communication. That is wild, and who knows what they're saying. They could be plotting the most devious hit on an orca.
True.
There's no Rosetta Stone for that. Of course, that's a joke. One, because I don't believe they have their version of a white pointy robe pep rally to plot against an apex predator. But also two, humpbacks aren't exactly immune to the habits of a pilot whale. According to the Latin American Journal of Aquatic Mammals, pilot whales often rage bait humpbacks, with short-finned
Really?
pilot whales seen antagonizing the humpback variety off Puerto Rico,
bro.
harassment
Rage
that the
bait be
whales were
getting
visibly
everyone,
stressed
you know?
by. One sighting saw a gang of pilots approach a pod of humpback whales, with the humpbacks reacting by trumpeting and tail slapping, basically a cetacean crash out. One theory says the pilot whale is a kleptoparasite, whose meal prep involves harassing a humpback into stress regurgitating its last meal so the
Damn.
pilot can swoop in for the steal. Mind
Wow.
you, humpbacks in Puerto Rico probably haven't eaten since they were in the Arctic, so it's like picking a fight with a Muslim dead in the middle of Ramadan. In the Mona Passage off Puerto Rico, a bunch of pilot whales pulled up to harass a humpback pod, until the humpbacks dove underwater and resurfaced a distance away, until the pilots peeped them and went over to choose conflict again. This cycle continued like a game until the humpbacks eventually left the area, and chances are a game is exactly what was happening. Some genuinely believe that pilot whales mess with other whales for fun, not for food, simply love of the game. They're just being dicks. And humpbacks are the whales that tolerate them, but what they don't accept is anything orca. In 2012, a pod of orcas murked a gray whale calf, but the plot twist was the 14 humpbacks that rushed in to back up the 2 already on scene. And what scientists saw was the humpbacks gatekeeping the killer whales, with one even putting himself next to the past tense calf and wailing out anytime an orca got close. For 6.5 hours, the humpback hood calorie blocked the orcas, even ignoring an enticing swarm of nearby krill to remain to float on business. You see, orcas don't go after humpbacks often, but when they do, it's usually targeting a calf with its mother, which usually involves separating them and reverse baptizing the baby. The thing is, adult humpbacks are much less fearful of a monochrome mammal and are triggered by the sounds of an orca hunt and will come swimming, especially since any young humpback in the area are likely a relative of their own. So they're on sight, well, on sound with orcas, even if the target ends up being a Pacific placemat, because the lesson every humpback learns is, no orca alive shall prosper. That's on pod. Mind you, not all killer whales are whale killers. Only about 10 to 15% of them are mammal-eating killer whales, meaning humpbacks might just be profiling. They see color, 2 in particular. But if humpbacks could see everything killer whales do, they'd probably let them slide a lot more. Humpbacks have more than a zebra to stress about. In 2017 in Mossel Bay, South Africa, scientists watched an injured whale get jumped by 8 great white sharks. It's not often, but great whites will pack up the young, sick, or injured, especially during migration. It's rare, but the chances aren't 0. Unless an orca's around. That wasn't a joke earlier. Orcas legitimately give jaws PTSD, and it's scientifically proven that great whites will abandon even favorite hunting grounds for up to a year if they even sense a giant oppression dolphin once. In fact, the number of great whites has flatlined in many places off South Africa, like False Bay, so low that it's legitimately affecting tourism. And one of the biggest non-human reasons might be orcas. 2 in particular. Since 2015, port and starboard have been raining hell on the whites, with many late great shark carcasses washing ashore.
Bro, they just take the livers of the sharks, bro. And then the sharks wash up, bro. It's insane. And they just, sometimes they don't even need them. They just kill them for no reason.
With missing livers, including a 16-foot female named Khaleesi. These 2 orcas and arms have terrorized sharks of any species. In 2023, the duo life-deprived nearly 27 gill sharks in one day. And starboard might be the biggest menace. Fun fact, starboard is the first orca ever recorded murking a great white shark by himself after eviscerating one in less than 2 minutes completely solo. Port and starboard are named after how they tend to split the sharks they kill, left and right. That's not true, it's based on their fins. But for about a decade, these 2 have been violating sharks without remorse. Recourse as a final course to force soul divorce, not to beat a dead horse. But killer whales ironically give humpbacks a solid, as the South African rest stop of their migration now has way less sharks. But we've known that sharks tend to get their cookies taken by orcas. But great whites can also get sent packing by their own prey. It's well known that a sea lion to a shark is basically a chew toy, with one fur seal having no chance against a 16-foot, 2,000+ pound bioweapon. But this movie has an alternate ending, with gangs of fur seals mobbing hunting sharks. Imagine getting chased out of a drive-thru by a horde of homicidal hot dogs. That's this shark's reality. It's the same mob mentality humpbacks use on orcas, and fur seals will press a great white into retreating back to sea. This weaponized friendship has been clocked all the way back to 2005, with a group of adult male Australian fur seals jumping a great white shark that wandered too close to the colony's pups. But orcas might have just lit a fuse under the fur seals. The decline of great whites in places like False Bay may have honestly boosted the confidence of the seals. Not only do they now act way bolder, studies showed that the stress hormone levels of fur seals in False Bay went down as the shark numbers did. Orcas might take the seal out the sea and leave it with an L, but they might have also emboldened the fur seals against their biggest op. And few realize how horrific a family of fur seals open carrying confidence can be. Although they likely did need much, because apparently seals can't get along with each other. In many places, elephant and fur seals cross paths, and they do not get along. They're both pinnipeds, but technically fur seals aren't true seals. They're actually closer to sea lions. Elephant seals see all that and choose to be the world's biggest bigots about it, since some have a bad habit of using baby fur seals as chew toys. Buffalo is a 14-foot migrant that annually shows up on Cape Town beaches, where he has a yearly tradition of using young false seals as stress balls for his mouth. One elephant seal was caught grabbing a pup, making a disturbingly literal baby shower before swallowing it whole. Clearly, fur seals have way more to worry about than just sharks. But sharks might not have a bigger enemy than dolphins. Dolphins don't exactly bully sharks. A study done in Shark Bay, Australia found that 74% of bottlenose dolphins were found with at least one scar from a shark attack, and more than a third of those in Sarasota Bay have had a chunk or two taken out of them. So the catch is, while dolphins are a small part of a shark's diet, almost every dolphin will have at least one bad memory of a shark. The dolphin default is actually to avoid sharks, so not exactly like pilot whales to orcas, but they will gang up on them when they have the advantage. Usually, it's just for intimidation, but sometimes it involves dolphins ramming sharks in the gills so they choke on their own blood.
Ooh.
So basically, sharks prey on dolphins and leave dolphins preying, with dolphins usually social distancing from them. But dolphins will also mob sharks, and in a lot of studies, dolphins were the ones initiating
All-out
harassment,
war, bro,
like in
in the
form of
ocean.
using a
You get-
baby shark as a volleyball. But it also helps that they have an alliance with another member of the cetacean persuasion, one that sends sharks swimming. Or at least it would, if it wasn't a false killer whale. That is called a false
They are
killer
so
whale,
cool,
which sucks
bro.
because it's way more than an imitation orca. Not to be confused with the pilot whale, because where the pilot whale looks like a black rough draft beluga, the not an orca looks like a free willy paralysis demon. On the surface, that is Satan's favorite cetacean creation, slender whale body built. They have no business looking like the black
Look
Air
at
Force
that,
of
bro.
orcas, and those eyes. Good God, those
They look
eyes.
so
Those
cool.
are the eyes of an ocean chain chomp that shouldn't be trusted. And that's why you don't judge a whale by its mugshot. False killer whales will often form relationships with other dolphins, especially bottlenoses. These bonds can last years and cover hundreds of ocean miles, especially in New Zealand, where falsies will actively seek out dolphins, not just to hunt together, but to play too. And scientists swear that individuals can recognize each other even after years of separation. In fact, false killer whales and dolphins will often merge pods to form a giant superpod, up to 1,000 strong. It goes deeper,
Whoa.
with stories of falsies responding to the distress calls of other species, and even aiding other dolphins during childbirth. As close as you think pseudo-orcas and
Look at
bottlenoses
that!
are, they're closer.
That's
How close?
insane.
Well, when a male falsie and a female bottleface get close enough, the outcome is called a wolfin. It's also not just dolphins. Anyone who dives enough will confirm that false killer whales are one of the friendliest things you can run into in the ocean, and there's even stories of them offering fish to strangers. But of course, the world of whale politics is messy, and falsies don't have goodwill with everyone. They're also liable to get T-boned by an orca, who sometimes show them what a real killer looks like. And if you think that'd make them a friend to humpback whales, falsies have also been known to harass humpback whales, with one
Damn.
case in Hawaii where a group murked one. But there's another animal they find conflict with, and you'd probably never guess it. Because respectfully, as the biggest predator on the planet, sperm whales have no business getting bullied by anyone. Yet, you
True.
can find reports of false killer whales running up on sperm whales the same way pilots do to orcas. Even back in the 90s, scientists somehow witnessed a group of sperm whales in the Galapagos get ambushed by a gang of 25 falsies, joined by,
Damn.
interestingly, 15 bottlenose dolphins.
Wow.
I told you they were tight. But it was likely a bluff that didn't accomplish any real
That's so
damage,
broad,
which
bro.
isn't always the
Damn.
case. There is one animal with the audacity to hunt modern-day Leviathan, but at this point it should be no surprise. Orcas are ocean Stan Lee. They pop up everywhere. They usually avoid each other, but a party of plus-size predators working as a wolf pack will target the young, sick, or isolated. But orcas predictably can get bold about it. Back in 1997, 35 killer whales attacked a pod of 9 sperm whales,
What?
resulting in a 4-hour onslaught that left every sperm whale injured and one dead. 20 years
What the
later, a
hell?
pod of 8 killer whales ran up on a group of 100 sperm whales off Sri
Wow.
Lanka. That's not a typo. Nobody died, but the audacity was nearly fatal, especially since sperm whales, for whatever reason, don't really
By the way, you see all of these cuts on the sperm whales? That's from the colossal squid, bro. In the depths of the ocean, these donnies will dive to go eat squid, bro. And they are almost as big as these donnies. It's insane. They have an eye the size of a dinner plate, bro. It's
fight back. Their main
mad.
defense is to get into a formation called a rosette, with the weak put in the middle. There's that, and serving a poop slushy at orcas, since real-life mobies will also use a cloud of diarrhea as offensive
Oh,
self-defense. This bowel bath bomb is sometimes
No.
enough to save their lives, but it also means orcas have the ocean's biggest predators soiling themselves by the metric ton. But it seems there's one predator orcas won't hunt, and it's the most successful and most destructive one of it's us. You know it's us.
Yeah, they don't
Outside of a
hunt us.
glorified fishbowl, orcas have never been known to kill a
Nope.
human, or at least never been caught doing it. In fact, not too long ago, there was a time where humans hunted alongside orcas, with the two working together in New South Wales, Australia. Basically, the orcas would herd the whales to shore and then alert the whalers with a tail slap, and the law of tongue meant the orcas were entitled to the lips and tongue of anything they helped you kill. Even today, a wild orca is less likely to feed on you than just feed you. For as long as we've known them, humans have been on the orca whitelist, and that might just be changing. You see, orcas are intelligent enough to have different cultures and trends. Like one orca wore a salmon as a hat and within a week had the whole pod doing it.
True.
And a recent orca trend involves sinking yachts. It started in 2020 with a pod ramming and eventually downing a 50-foot yacht off Gibraltar. Since then, there have been over 700, again not a typo, I checked, of these attacks, and most of the real damage was to the ship's rudders. Mind you, some of these attacks lasted over 2 hours, so it's really looking like humpback levels of hating. Also, while researching, I realized there's more than one case of killer whales failing a hunt, only to then target the boat of the researchers watching it happen out of spite. So what are the orcas cooking? I have my theories. One is that orcas are treating hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of vessels as toys, and all it would take is one orca messing with a boat for fun and telling his homies for a new trend to hit humanity. Or it could be revenge. All that would take is one orca having a bad experience with a boat for the whole family to slide, fueled by generational rage. Especially if it happened to a grandmother, cause you know the moment she brought it to the pod, it'd be up for everyone. In fact, chances are, they teach this same behavior to their young. There's a lot we still don't know about the ocean, and all the nonsense that happens in it. But one thing I'll say every time I speak on anything dolphin is that animals aren't good. Animals aren't evil. They're just animals.
Facts.
Animals just trying to make it to the next day any way they can. It's not orca's fault, they're just that much better at it. Simply a skill issue for everyone else. I'm gonna keep saying it as long as there's people on Twitter saying I want them dead. So probably forever. But until then, drink water, hug your mother. If you see an orca, apologize. Doesn't matter what for, just do it. Support the whales, call your father, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic. Shout out to bro. Once again, I hope you guys had a phenomenal weekend. I hope your week is even better. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another reaction, this time to Taylor Swift's Fate of Ophelia, man. Today we're gonna check out her first song here on the channel, but before we start though, please subscribe and like the video already, man. It tells the algorithm that you enjoy my content and therefore the algo then pushes the content to other people that might never heard of me before, and that helps tremendously as well. So please like and subscribe already. So without further ado, let's get this thing, man. Let's go. I like that.
See me all alone. As legend has it, you are quite the pyro.
One thing I have to say right away is the set designs and everything is on another level, bro. This is a huge production, bro. So shout out to everybody involved, man. This is hard to do. Look at the dresses and everything. That's insane. That's awesome, bro. The time this must have taken. It's insane. He's got a phenomenal voice, bro. It's insane. Drink water, by the way. Ooh. Come on. Shout out GOAT, yeah? Shout out Travis, bro. Shout out Killer Trav, yeah? Pledge allegiance to your hands, your team, and your vibes. My boy got all of those. I love the song though. The song in general is amazing. So shout out Joe.
The eldest daughter of a nobleman, Ophelia lived in fantasy.
This is so nice. So nice on the ears, bro. And I mean that, like, it's good.
Venom stole her
More than good.
sanity. And if you'd never called for me, I might have lingered in purgatory. You wrap around me like a chain, a crown, a vine, pulling me into the fire. All that time I sat alone in my tower, you were just honing your powers. Now I can see it all.
Bro, the production level is insane. What the hell? Look at this stage, bro. How big is the studio? Bigger than my house, bro. Ooh.
Inside my memory, and only you possess the key. No longer drowning and deceived, all because you came for me. Locked inside
looks
my memory,
great with
and
dark hair,
only
by the
you
way.
possess the key. No longer drowning and deceived, all because you came for me. All that time I sat alone in my tower, you were just honing your powers. Now I can see it all. I can see it all.
I like this, bro. This is great. Wait, what was that? Is that an 8-7? Shout out Trav, bro. Shout out.
You saved my heart from the fate of Ophelia.
That's the album cover. So there you have it, guys. That was Taylor Swift's Fate of Ophelia. Listen, I don't get it. The hate the girl gets because I guess she is successful as a woman, and a lot of people don't like that. And I can see I will get those types of comments here. And it's fine. Every time you mention Taylor Swift as a guy, you feel like you have to be ashamed that you like her stuff, and it's insane. Why should I be ashamed because you're not comfortable in your own skin, bro? Just because you're insecure. It's that simple. What kind of guy wouldn't like his wife, his girlfriend, bro, to send him this song, for example, and you listen to like pledge allegiance to your hands, your teams, your vibes? You would feel like, yes, come on. You would feel nice, bro. Feel great. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I am a romantic in that sense, and also not afraid to admit that in the slightest. I am. Taylor Swift's great. She does great songs, and she's engaged to Travis Kelce, and I'll ride with that guy and with the Chiefs and Patty Mahomes until the end of Earth, bro. So shout out Taylor Swift. Shout out to the Chiefs. Shout out to all the Swifties watching. Welcome. I hope you stay around. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Once again, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back, this time to watch a brand new content creator here on the channel called The Why Files from AJ Gentle. Before we start though, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already. It helps tremendously. Once you like and subscribe, the algorithm sees that and it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna push this content to other people. So if you could, please like and subscribe already. So without further ado, look at the fish.
In
bro.
1908, President Teddy Roosevelt wanted to declare the Grand Canyon off limits to all timber and mining operations. It would take another 11 years for Congress to designate the Grand Canyon a national park. Sensing a final opportunity for adventure, explorer G.E. Kincaid took a boat down the Colorado River and through the Grand Canyon. The canyon was rich in minerals like gold, silver, and copper, and Kincaid wanted to see what he could find before the area was closed off for good. About 40 miles upriver from the El Tovar Crystal Canyon, Kincaid saw stains in the sediment formation about 2,000 feet up. He tied off the boat and got out to investigate. Kincaid couldn't find a trail, but after a short hike, he found something interesting covered in desert brush. Steps, hundreds of them, carved in sandstone, steps that wound their way up to a high shelf on the side of the canyon. He followed the steps until he came across a cavern entrance, an entrance that was clearly man-made. Kincaid entered the cavern and turned on his flashlight. On the walls, he saw writing, but it wasn't English or Native American writing. It was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Kincaid lifted his flashlight and saw that the tunnel ran far into the distance. He didn't realize it at the time, but this was only the beginning.
Let's go. Got the hook in the beginning and everything.
When G.E. Kincaid tied off his small wooden boat to investigate the strange coloration of the rock wall, he was hoping to find clues that would lead him to a mineral deposit. He wasn't expecting to find hieroglyphics. When Kincaid noticed chisel marks in the walls, he drew his pistol, turned on another light, and slowly walked deeper into the gloom. He kept detailed notes of everything he saw.
The main passageway is about 12 feet wide, narrowing to 9 feet toward the farther end. About 57 feet from the entrance, the first side passages branch off to the right and left, along which on both sides are a number of rooms about the size of ordinary living rooms of today, though some are 30 by 40 feet square. These are entered by oval-shaped doors and are ventilated by round air spaces through the walls into the passages. The walls are about 3 feet 6 inches in thickness. The passages are chiseled or hewn as straight as could be laid out by an engineer. The ceilings of many of the rooms converge to a center. The side passages near the entrance run at a sharp angle from the main hall, but toward the rear they gradually reach a right angle in direction.
G.E. Kincaid now realized he was in a huge complex. He estimated that as many as 50,000 people could have lived here. In some rooms he found granaries with shelves of glazed pottery, many of which still contain seeds. He found cooking areas and a huge dining hall. The rooms were full of ancient artifacts. Kincaid carefully wrapped a few small metal and ceramic objects for later study. Another large room Kincaid described as an area for metalwork, a technology that should not have existed in this area.
Here are found tools of all descriptions made of copper. These people undoubtedly knew the lost art of hardening this metal, which has been sought by chemicals for centuries without result. On a bench running around the workroom was some charcoal and other material probably used in the process. There's also slag and stuff similar to mat, showing that these ancients smelted ores, but so far no trace of where or how this was done has been discovered, nor the origin of the ore.
G.E. Kincaid explored the underground complex for several hours, still having no idea when this place was used, what it was used for, or who the builders were. Then he came across another large room, a crypt. The crypt had shelf upon shelf and row upon row of mummies, dozens of them. At this point, G.E. Kincaid realized that if he was going to explore this entire underground city, he was going to need help.
Bro, can you imagine that? You're just going around in your kayak, bro, in the Grand Canyon. You see some weird markings on the face of the stones, and you walk and you see steps guiding to a thing. You just go and go and go and go. There's mummies, there's hieroglyphics, and you're like, what the hell is all of this, bro?
G.E. Kincaid sent a few artifacts to the Smithsonian along with his notes of what he found. He requested financial and logistical support for what he felt was the most significant archaeological discovery ever made. The Smithsonian agreed. A few
This
weeks
is true,
later,
it would be.
Professor S.A. Jordan arrived with a team of about 40 scientists, researchers, and laborers to excavate and explore the ancient underground city. Now with more lights and manpower, the scientists realized that the cave system layout wasn't random. It was a symmetrical, deliberate design. The tunnels all led to a central chamber. In the chamber was a large statue of what Kincaid thought looked like Buddha.
Like butter.
Buddha.
What I say?
Over
Exactly.
100 feet from the entrance is the cross hall, several hundred feet long, in which are found the idol or image of the people's god, sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand. The cast of this face is oriental, and the carving in this cavern. The idol almost resembles Buddha, though the scientists are not certain as to what religious worship it represents. Taking into consideration everything found thus far, it is possible that this worship most resembles the ancient people of Tibet.
No, I didn't think we were allowed to say Oriental. Are we bringing that back?
We're not. This was written over 100 years ago. So
Oh, right, when we had freedom of speech.
no,
Yo.
Oriental in this context just
Echo
means
fish, bro.
Eastern.
Ah.
Because of this discovery, Kincaid's team started calling the complex the Citadel. The crypt was one of the bigger rooms discovered. Now, with enough light, Kincaid was able to fully describe what he saw.
The walls slant back at an angle of about 35 degrees. On these are tiers of mummies, each one occupying a separate hewn shelf. At the head of each is a small bench, on which is found copper cups and pieces of broken swords. Some of the mummies are covered with clay, and all are wrapped in a bark fabric. The urns or cups on the lower tiers are crude, while as the higher shelves are reached, the urns are finer in design, showing a later stage of civilization. It is worthy of note that all the mummies examined so far have proved to be male, no children or females being buried here. This leads to the belief that this exterior section was the warriors' barracks.
Kincaid,
yeah.
Jordan, and the Smithsonian team explored the entire
No
cave
women or
complex.
children?
They were
No
overwhelmed
reached
with
that
evidence
conclusion?
that
Okay.
this was not some faraway temple occupied by a few priests. This was a huge city lived in by thousands of men, women, and children for hundreds or possibly thousands of years. The question nobody could answer was, who were they?
Brother.
By the end of the expedition, G.E. Kincaid and Professor Jordan's team had discovered hundreds of rooms, barracks, granaries, metalworking shops, temples, and many, many living quarters. Though most of the rooms were empty, thousands of artifacts were found. They found swords and shields made of copper, bronze, and a gray metal that scientists couldn't identify. They thought it looked like platinum. They found pottery, urns, utensils for cooking, small yellow stones called cat's eyes, and large stone tablets, all engraved with hieroglyphics.
On all the urns or walls over doorways and tablets of stone which were found by the image are the mysterious hieroglyphics, the key to which the Smithsonian Institute hopes yet to discover. The engraving on the tablets probably has something to do with the religion of the people. Similar hieroglyphics have been found in southern Arizona. Among the pictorial writings, only 2 animals are found. One is of prehistoric type.
Oh,
Even with all the relics and all the writing Kincaid and Jordan found,
if he's lying, let's assume he's lying. Let's assume he made up all of this. It would be a weird thing to specifically say just one prehistoric animal, in my opinion. Let's keep watching.
they were still no closer to determining who built the citadel in the Grand Canyon. They thought some of the statues looked Tibetan, but they weren't quite right. They thought the writing looked Egyptian. Again, that wasn't quite right. There were experts on site, none of whom could identify the statues or translate any of the text. But there were 2 things that the researchers could agree on. One, the civilization that built the citadel was very advanced, far more advanced than the native tribes that occupied the area for a few thousand years. This now lost civilization worked bronze many years before the Bronze Age began. They understood division of labor and agriculture when every other society on Earth was presumably still hunting and gathering. These are discoveries that went against everything that was taught in mainstream archaeology and anthropology. A civilization like this shouldn't exist.
Ooh, what was the second thing?
What?
Well, you said the eggheads agreed on 2 things. What was the second thing?
Right. They agreed that the civilization that built the citadel in the Grand Canyon didn't emerge there locally. This civilization arrived there from the other side of the world.
Ooh.
Kincaid and Professor Jordan sent boxes of artifacts and books full of notes and drawings back to the Smithsonian. Along with their hypothesis, that an ancient civilization existed in the Grand Canyon thousands of years before Native Americans arrived in North America. These people were technologically advanced, educated, skilled, and spiritually complex.
Before the Native Americans showed up? So basically, he's saying this civilization in the Grand Canyon was there before they crossed the Bering Strait, bro. That's mad. A long time.
And these people originated somehow in Egypt or Asia. Kincaid wanted more resources and a larger team to help them research the Citadel and search the Grand Canyon for more evidence of this lost civilization. Their request was denied, and G.E. Kincaid and Professor S.A. Jordan were never heard from again.
Son of a b-
In northern Arizona is one of the most spectacular natural wonders on Earth, the Grand Canyon. Carved over millions of years by the Colorado River, the Grand Canyon is more than just a pretty landscape and a spot for tourists to take selfies. It's a place of deep spiritual significance for the people who've lived in the area. The Hopi, Navajo, Zuni, Apache, and several other tribes have lived around the Grand Canyon for several thousand years. They still do. Hopi mythology says that from the Grand Canyon, the first people of the world entered. The story says that many thousands of years ago, a reptilian race emerged.
Lizard people!
Lizard people.
Hey, how many times do lizard people have to come up in these stories before you believe in him?
I guess I'm gonna need a few more.
Lizard people are gonna keep popping up, you'll see.
Thousands of years ago, a reptilian race,
Lizard people.
lizard people, emerged from the Grand Canyon and changed into humans.
Lizard people are shapeshifters.
That would seem to be true. Other Pueblo cultures like the Zuni and the Acoma have similar legends that there were people there before the tribes.
Lizard people legends?
Well, some legends say reptilians were there. Other legends say a race of giants were there.
Ooh!
And there are rumors that skeletons of giants have been discovered all over the western United States, but the evidence has been suppressed.
Suppressed by who?
The Smithsonian.
Of course.
Something I've learned from doing the show is that all myths and legends do carry a little bit of truth. We already have evidence that people landed in North America before Columbus. The Vikings famously explored and settled parts of Newfoundland.
And yet, in school, you still learn that Columbus was there first. Meanwhile, they keep finding Viking stuff there, which were there like centuries before Columbus. Columbus arrived in the 1400s, bro. The Vikings were there in the year 1000, and so yeah, it's insane, bro. And they keep teaching
Finland
that.
500 years before the quote-unquote New World was quote-unquote discovered.
Yeah,
and there's growing
500
evidence
years,
that
bro.
ancient Chinese explorers landed in North and South America before the Vikings. But landing on the east or west coast of America is one thing. Getting to the Grand Canyon is a whole other thing. How could people get there? And even if they could, how did they have the technology to excavate millions of tons of rock in order to build an entire underground city? Well, we may have known the answer to that question for 1,000 years. Traveling from Europe and Asia to America thousands of years ago was almost impossible. Almost. Many brave people did it. But traveling to the Grand Canyon is a much more difficult task than landing on a California beach. To get to and build in the Grand Canyon requires technology. The Hopi have a very intriguing legend about the ant people. These are humanoid creatures that are smaller than humans with pale skin and large eyes like an insect.
Aliens.
According to legend, a series of cataclysms hit the earth many thousands of years ago.
Younger Dryas.
The Hopi were on the verge of being destroyed. A sky god emerged from what they called a moving star.
UFO.
The sky god brought the Hopi to the ant people, who escorted them to underground caves for protection. The sky god then got back into his moving star and flew off above the clouds. The Paiute have a legend about the Havmusuvs. They're usually described as being humanoid in shape with golden skin and large eyes.
Aliens.
They lived in a vast underground city and traded with faraway people. They possessed weapons that the Paiute described as silver tubes that shot lightning and can kill a man instantly.
Phases.
And the most interesting part of the Havmusuv legend? They supposedly flew silver canoes in the sky.
UFOs.
These craft made a humming sound and could maneuver like an eagle and move at great speeds. Most ancient cultures have a flood myth. They describe a global disaster that melted the ice caps and caused sea level to rise 400 feet. Entire cities were wiped out, maybe even entire continents.
Atlantis.
Most of these flood myths also talk about how, after the waters receded, a godlike people came down from the sky. These gods gave humans the gift of civilization and taught them things they had forgotten before the Great Flood. Things like writing, astronomy, and agriculture. Could the city in the Grand Canyon be evidence of this time in history? And if it is, why would anyone want to suppress it? All the information in today's episode comes from 2 front-page articles from the Phoenix Gazette published in 1909. In the years since, mainstream researchers have decided that the articles were a hoax, a fantastic story designed to sell newspapers.
19th century clickbait?
Yep,
The media hasn't changed much.
unfortunately that's true. But many people believe the story is real, and the Smithsonian is covering it up.
Smithsonian Public Relations, Marion
Oh,
speaking.
hold on. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I'm here. Sorry, I was on hold a long time.
How can I help you?
They transferred me to Marion.
Yes, this is Marion.
Okay, great. My name is AJ, and I'm with the Y-Files. We're a YouTube channel that covers mysteries.
Did you say you're from YouTube?
The Y-Files is a channel on YouTube, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about an article that was in the Phoenix, Arizona Gazette in 1909, and they sent me to you. I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay, let me stop you. No Egyptian artifacts of any kind
Wow.
have ever been found.
He mentioned the article and she knew exactly what to say, bro.
In North or South
She must
America.
get that call.
Sounds like you've given that speech before.
Yes, I get this call a couple of times a year. I can tell you that the Smithsonian has never been involved in anything like this in the Grand Canyon or anywhere.
So, G.E. Kincaid,
There's no record of anyone by that name ever working for the Smithsonian. The whole thing is a hoax.
yeah, that's the prevailing belief, but the Smithsonian has been accused of covering this up, so
Yeah, I don't have a response to that.
you probably don't want to talk about giants or giant skeletons, huh?
And goodbye.
That's the official story.
Rude,
Kincaid's
but-
cave is a hoax, so no reason to try and find it. Nothing to see here. Even Kincaid himself wanted to keep people out.
First, I would impress that the cavern is nearly inaccessible. The entrance is 1,486
Damn.
feet down the sheer canyon wall. It is located on government land, and no visitor will be allowed there under penalty of trespass. The scientists wish to work unmolested, without fear of archaeological discoveries being disturbed by curio or relic hunters. A trip there would be fruitless, and the visitor would be sent on his way.
Whether at the request of the Smithsonian or just to protect his find, it was clear that Kincaid wanted to dissuade people from finding the citadel. But even over 100 years later, that wouldn't stop people from trying. And some of those people, they say they found it.
Ooh, okay. Let's see.
Jerry Wills and his wife Kathy have been studying the Kincaid Cave mystery for years. Their approach was find the original base camp of the explorers, which would lead them to the cave. After years of research and exploring the area where G.E. Kincaid said he found the cave, Jerry and Kathy found a location covered in artifacts from that time. And on the canyon wall just below this area, they believe is the entrance to the underground city. Exploring is difficult though. The entire area where the cave is supposed to be is designated off limits by the federal government.
I saw that coming.
About 1,000 caves have been discovered in the Grand Canyon, many of them man-made, but only about 30 have been mapped, and many of those have been sealed.
Ooh, I close them off.
Oh, for your safety.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't buy the safety excuse either. There are plenty of people who'd be willing to take the risk, and they'd be willing to sign a waiver that says the government isn't responsible if something happens. In fact, people have tried this. The government still says no, it's too dangerous.
How nice of the government to look out for us.
Isn't that nice? Then why is it legal to jump out of a plane or ride a roller coaster or drive a car?
This is
Some
true.
things in life are dangerous, but they're still worth doing.
And if this is the only section of the Grand Canyon that they are worried about your safety, but the others aren't, it's like, at least make it a little less obvious that you're hiding something.
Other caves in the Grand Canyon have been blocked by steel gates.
Try a little.
They say this is to protect the bat population.
Whoa. Did you say bats?
bat
We have to
population.
protect the bats?
That's what they say.
Well, haven't bats caused enough problems these last few years? Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Still, people are willing to risk a fine or imprisonment to find the lost city in the Grand Canyon. But anyone who goes looking should expect a response. When Jerry and Kathy's team tried to explore the area, suddenly an unmarked plane appeared. Clearly, they were being watched. Despite this part of the Grand Canyon being a no-fly zone, and the fact that no aircraft is allowed to fly below the rim, a plane appeared. Jerry Wills is convinced this was a warning. His team was unable to continue their expedition. Exploring the cave from above is almost impossible. But what about exploring it from below, as G.E. Kincaid did? Another group of explorers tried this. As they approached the location, a black helicopter showed up. Not a tourist helicopter, not even a black civilian helicopter, an Apache combat helicopter. When this team explored the area above, looking for the ventilation shafts Kincaid wrote about, and possibly a way down, they found cement blocks in the middle of nowhere. Some of these blocks are platforms near the edge of the rim with hardware and anchors that would be used to assist mountaineers. When asked about this, the authorities say these are reinforcing structures to prevent rockfalls. Also in this forbidden zone, rock formations have unusual names. There's Isis Temple, Tower of Set, Horus, the Cheops Pyramid, and Ra. There's also the Manu Temple, the Buddha Temple, the Krishna Temple, and the Shiva Temple, and many more names that refer to ancient Egyptian and Hindu cultures. Cultures that specifically have myths about a god helping civilization after the Great Flood. The official word is, the fact that these names exist within the Grand Canyon's no-go zone is a coincidence. But I don't really believe in those. Do you?
Nah. It's weird.
David Hatcher Childress is a French author who's published 200 books. He often covers ancient mysteries. He believes the United States government is actively suppressing archaeological discoveries. He mentions that while the film Raiders of the Lost Ark is fiction, the final scene showing the warehouse is close to reality. That the Smithsonian, an independent federal agency, is hiding some of the most important discoveries made in the Americas. He says the cover-up began in 1881 with famous geologist John Wesley Powell. Powell appointed Cyrus Thomas the director of the Eastern Mound Division of the Smithsonian Institution's Bureau of Ethnology. When Thomas came to the Smithsonian, he believed there was a race of mound builders that were distinct from and arrived before the American Indians. This school of thought is called diffusionism, which says throughout history, there's been a widespread dispersion of culture and civilization, even across great distances. The Smithsonian took the opposite approach.
Okay, that would explain why at a certain point in history, multiple cultures have depictions of dragons at the same time without having any prior contact. If you look through history, you will find that very peculiar thing. Also, this Chinese zodiac has all real animals. There's a rabbit, there's a pig, and then there's a dragon for some odd reason. The Bible mentions dragons multiple times. So yeah, it's a bit weird. There's clearly some parts of history that are being not told properly by some people. Dinosaurs being one of them. Yeah.
It promoted isolationism, which says most civilizations are isolated from each other and have little contact, especially when separated by large bodies of water. It was held that the advanced and highly populated civilizations of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys were rare, and that they didn't have contact with other advanced cultures like the Aztecs, the Toltecs, or the Maya. But the Mississippi River runs from Canada all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. To say these cultures were isolated is like saying that people in the Black Sea had no contact with people in the Mediterranean. That's ridiculous. When ancient mounds of the American Midwest are examined, they show the existence of a complex culture, cities larger than those in Europe at the time. They also show burials of extremely tall people, sometimes 7 or 8 feet tall. When the Spiro mounds were excavated in the 1930s, 7 and 8 foot tall skeletons were found, at a time when the average height of a human male was about 5'6". Those skeletons have been lost. In 1892, stone coffins were discovered in Alabama by Frank Burns during a geological survey. The coffins were about 7.5 feet long, hollowed out by fire and metal chisels. The findings were sent to the Smithsonian. In 1984, this report was found by researcher Frederick J. Pohl. He asked the Smithsonian about this. They said, "We have not been able to find the specimens in our collections, though records show that they were received."
Oh, how do you lose giant stone coffins?
That weighed several tons?
How do you lose a coffin 7.5 feet tall weighing tons, bro? It's not like you lost a bit. It's not like you lost a needle, bro. You lost a 7.5-foot coffin made of rock hard stone, bro. You're hiding something. And you're
I don't
protected
know.
by the
And
government,
never
bro.
underestimate the incompetence of the federal government.
8 years later, the Smithsonian said they found the coffins, but they were stored in a warehouse that was contaminated by asbestos, so nobody could go in there to see them. During World War II, a crew was building an airship in Alaska. They excavated a mound that had gigantic human remains, skeletons twice or 3 times the size of a normal human. This report has been confirmed by multiple
Giants were
sources.
real.
The
People
Smithsonian
don't
collected the
believe them,
findings, and that
but
was
they
the
were.
last anyone heard about it. There are stories like this from Alaska all the way down to Mexico City. An amazing discovery is made, the Smithsonian steps in, the story disappears. The saying, skeletons in your closet, means you have secrets you don't want revealed. Secrets that, if discovered, would be embarrassing and possibly dangerous. In the case of the Smithsonian, skeletons in the closet could be taken literally. But the government literally has evidence that an advanced race was in North America long before the native tribes arrived. Evidence they don't want revealed. Mainstream science says this is nonsense. But the Hopi and other Grand Canyon tribes do believe this. The Hopis say that when the first people emerged from the Grand Canyon, they sent a message to the Temple of the Sun asking for a blessing of peace. That messenger hasn't returned. But even today in Hopi villages, at sundown, tribal elders can be seen on rooftops, gazing toward the setting sun, waiting for the messenger to come home. And when he does, the ancient land will be returned to the first people. Now that's an optimistic belief. The United States spent 200 years taking land from the first people. You really think they're going to give it back?
Nah. So there you have it, guys. That was the Y Files. Shout out to the team over there, man. They do phenomenal content and work. Go subscribe to AJ and the Y Files, man. Phenomenal content creator. But yeah, it's weird, man. It is the Smithsonian. It's very, very creepy and weird, man. Why are you hogging all of this stuff and then losing it and quote unquote never existed anything? It's weird. It is weird. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another Catch a Geographic video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I know, nobody likes to hear it, but it really does help, man. It helps tremendously because it tells the algorithm that you like my content and then it pushes the content to other people. Please do that for me. Hit the like button, subscribe already, okay? So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go. Why this is the scariest predator of all time?
Some animals very clearly got the middle finger from
Drink water.
evolution. This is the portrait of
Praise
privilege.
Jesus.
There is no animal that's gotten more green lights from God than a bulletproof, sawtoothed, predatory sledgehammer with hyperintelligence, parkour prowess, and the ability to cryo sleep like Captain America. Yeah, that menace is alive. Find out if you want to. Brumation's pretty much hibernation for reptiles. Basically a built-in power save mode for animals that already don't use much of it. But it means this is an apex predator that can survive a fate with Elsa, cause gators and the like can survive a winter in a frozen pond by turning their metabolism all the way down. Where they'll just stick their snouts above water and leave the rest under the ice where it's actually warmer until fate decides to defrost them. Mind you, brumations not sleep and gators will move around on days when it's warmer. But it also means this ill-mannered iceberg can probably sense you walking past it, thanks to another superpower we'll get into later. Cause you're gonna learn that not only is the mame gecko the most disrespectful addition to the food web, it is human.
Imagine stepping out of your tent, bro, and you just see croc, bro. You don't even see dirt or water. You just see crocodile. Nah, bro. Nah. Bro, give them what they need, bro. Give them all of your food, bro. All of it, and bolt the other direction, bro. Nah.
Humanity's greatest
That's
predator.
crazy.
And whatever Oppenheimer felt when Hiroshima got hit with a massacre mushroom isn't even 1% of the regret felt by whoever unleashed an armor-plated
They are so
equalizer
cool,
onto
though.
Earth. But real quick, I'm gonna be saying crocodiles for most of this video, but a lot of this applies to crocodilians as a concept. I cannot express how much every part of a crocodile's body is designed to author your
Nile
obituary.
crocodiles,
That
bro.
includes its
That's a
walnut-sized
different
brain,
type of
because
menace,
crocodiles are
dude.
intelligent on a level that should deeply disturb you.
They are.
Both mugger crocodiles and American alligators will lure birds in by using
By the way, crocodiles will actively hunt humans. It's crocodiles, tigers, and polar bear, bro. Those are the three main ones. Actively seek to eat people. It's crazy.
sticks and twigs as bait to
I remember watching one so bad, bro. They just sliced a zebra's belly, bro, and everything fell out, bro. And the zebra was still alive, bro. That was mad.
as a
Yeah.
pack, with scientists
nature.
watching a group of crocs swimming in a circle around a shoal of fish, making the circle tighter and tighter until the fish were forced into a bait ball, just for the chompy boys to take turns cutting across the center of the circle
they
to
don't
get their
even
share of fish.
chew,
There's
bro.
another example where
They
a
just
massive
swallow.
saltwater crocodile scared a pig
Pause.
into running into a lagoon, where it was immediately jumped by two smaller crocs waiting. Now the implication there is somehow the giant salty knew exactly what direction to force the pig. Crocs have been doing this, it's just as expert Vladimir Dene will tell you, it's incredibly difficult to study an animal that does
Whoa.
its damage in the water.
You almost
Because if
got
you're in
him
the
as
water
well.
studying hunting crocodiles, chances are they're also studying you, and their thesis statement is your headstone engravement. Vlad has put in over 3,000 hours of watching crocs, and has witnessed things like a stronger, heavier croc driving fish to shore, with smaller, more agile teammates hawking cornered fish. Now you might ask, how do the crocs share their victims? And honestly, that might be more unsettling than how they murk them. Chris Campbell was a contractor for the Okefenokee Wildlife Reserve, which meant over a decade of watching what a neighbor gator is capable of. One day he showed up to work with 60-something gators posted up by the boat docks.
Dang.
What he described were two groups of gators, one in the semicircle formation driving fish to the shallows and using the boats to corner them, and the other group in the background resting,
That one's
or more like
really
waiting.
good.
Because whenever a gator from the hunting party caught a
like
fish, he'd
catfish in
immediately
his
retire
mouth.
to the waiting group, and one of the waiting crocs would sub in and take his place. This went on for hours, until it got hot enough for them to clock out and go their ways. But when Campbell went back the next morning, like clockwork, the morning crush was still there. Same time, same place, same agenda. That's a level of teamwork and foresight most people aren't willing to accept from a prehistoric snap trap. But your ignorance ain't bliss, in fact it's what sustains them. In many spots in Africa and Australia, people are warned never to get water from the same place more than once, and
They
definitely
learn,
not
man.
past twice. It's because crocodiles will memorize patterns and clock your daily routine, and getting too predictable around a professional camper
I
means
can
the
barely
croc
see
will
him.
take note, just to ambush you the next chance they get, and they'll
is
use very
terrifying.
little energy to do it. It's also why studying them is like edging death. Choose the same spots repeatedly, and at best, the croc notices and avoids you with no regard for your research. And at worst, Senor Snappy studies your habits enough to put a halo around your head. That's a real PhD, which makes the crocodile a gift-wrapped FU to any creature of habit, and why the most dangerous kind of croc is actually an investigator. But if you watch this video, you could be the smartest thing missing a
On the
spot.
channel, by
You'll
the way.
still be a living doormat if you don't have the hardware to back it up. And no animal has more disrespectful hardware than a motion-activated bear trap.
Whack, bro. It's so quick too. It's so fast. It's insane.
The crocodile is the most physically unfair predator on Earth because virtually every body part has been expressly designed to flatline you. They have the strongest recorded bite force of any animal, at 3,700 pounds per square inch, making its jaw a steel trap, capable of damage on par with victims of war. But Maturing's
Dang.
realizing it's the teeth as much as the jaw. Sharks have serrated teeth to slice through prey. Crocs have death cones designed to keep prey in its custody, meaning if a leather log bites you, you have the lowest chance of escape, which gets worse when the croc proceeds to drown you, and with crocs being able to hold their breath for up to 2 hours, trust that you'll pass tense long before he does. The only thing with those teeth is, they're great for grabbing, useless for chewing, so they'll slam prey into chunks and swallow them whole, which leads to the most broken finishing move of any animal,
Death
the
roll.
death roll.
Yup.
But crocs also have
If you ever are caught in a death roll, yeah, you need to roll with it, bro. If he has your leg, yeah, and he starts to roll to the right, You need to roll to the right, bro. Gonzii's tips.
The most acidic
Ride with
stomach
him.
of any animal, and
Roll
can
with him,
dissolve
bro.
bones, horns, and hooves. But they're also bloodbenders, with a heart that controls exactly
you
where
might
the
actually
blood goes,
escape.
and a feeding croc will direct blood to its stomach, so the carbon dioxide in it only makes the acid more corrosive. And good luck fighting back when nature made an evolutionary aggro weapon borderline bulletproof. Crocodiles are covered in osteoderms, and armor plating blocks the teeth of other animals from doing damage, which is why there's more than one case of a croc tanking a gunshot, but the nasty work is what you can't see. The scales are said to manipulate water in a way that means a 20-foot problem doesn't make ripples. The osteoderms create countercurrents that cancel out any disturbances made in the water. Basically cloaking technology, but in a steroid
Damn.
reptile. The same osteoderms can
Someone
store
was
heat,
huge.
basically cloaking
Look at the
technology, but in a
size,
steroid
bro.
reptile. The same osteoderms
It's
can
almost
store
as
heat
fat
for
as
when
the
it gets too
boat.
cold and then release it when it's too hot, so
You
they
mean?
also have a built-in thermostat. There's one more trick under its skin, and it's that when crocs spend all that time underwater, lactic acid starts to build up in them. But because osteoderms are made of mineralized bones, the minerals will slightly dissolve if the acid gets too high, releasing carbonate and bicarbonate ions that neutralize the acid and raise the pH. Crocs are nature's nepo babies. Evolution gave them every cheat possible. And with salties growing up to 20 feet long and pressing the scales at often over 2,000 pounds, it's not like they needed more handouts. Especially when you realize, except for a tail that stores fat like a camel's
It's so
hump,
cool to see
crocs
them
are almost all muscle
serpentine
and look like a snake with legs with
outside of the
Kratos'
water,
knives for teeth. That tail is a lot stronger than you think, and the same one that can briefly airlift a plus-size predator would absolutely shatter your leg with a direct hit. But there might not be anything more unsettling than crocodiles having probably the most advanced eyes of any animal. Eyes nature put right at the top of their heads, so snappy lads can plot on your
So
life while
funny seeing your
cosplaying as a
croc like
log.
that,
Eyes
bro.
that have a
Just
protective
floating.
nictating membrane, so even attacking one of their few weaknesses still requires two-factor authentication, especially since they can retract their eyeballs. And like dolphins, crocs can rest half their brain at a time, meaning the pride of Steve Irwin can sleep with one eye open.
Shout out
Studies
Steve,
show
man. Shout
they're more
out
likely
the
to do that
goat.
when they're around humans. Also, they have night vision because of course they do. And that's not even the most broken
That
part
looks
of
so
their vision.
cool.
The fovea is a small part of the retina, but it's where vision is the sharpest, and it's what you use when you focus on a specific word on a page, or play Where's Waldo. And when you move your eyes to look at something, got him. That's you putting the
Waldo
image
was
on your
not a big
fovea.
thing here.
The
I
problem
had a
is what
book,
is a
but
tiny
it was
dot
not
for
a big
us
thing
is
here.
the shape of a skid mark in a crocodile. Having a fat fovea means nature's favorite
Yu-Gi-Oh!
predator can
was,
scan
though.
an entire
Yu-Gi-Oh!
shoreline
was
without
the
moving
stuff,
its head.
bro.
If you still don't follow, get a book and try to read the entire page without moving your eyes once, and then realize how much of a middle finger this creature's existence is. Especially since the Titanic scale demon has cockroach levels of plot armor. Crocodiles can tank freezing cold, extreme heat, radiation, and can live in waters contaminated with heavy metals.
Yep.
And with the diet of a morgue, they're resistant to nastiness like anthrax, cholera, and the most potent substance on Earth, botulism. They also have negligible senescence, meaning they don't really age the same way most animals
They
do.
don't.
It doesn't make them immortal, but it does mean that they never really stop growing and can easily pass 100. In fact, right now, there's a croc that's been alive since 1900.
Damn.
Like the year. Which means, other than a Greenland shark, I don't think there's another predator that
Greenland
can outlive
sharks
a
live
croc. And with them
long,
being nature's
bro.
favorite, of course some sick muppet made them resistant to cancer. And many believe it's thanks to their gut, because the gut microbiome is said to be a huge part of your health, and a crocodile's gut community manages to reverse cancer. An experiment found that their gut bacteria put the brakes on cancer and slowed the growth of cancer-causing cells. Basically, it's a cancer to cancer, and now I understand why Buddy from Spider-Man crashed out, especially since it turns out alligators and crocodiles can regenerate a lost tail. Crocodilian blood also throws
did
hands
not know
with bad
that.
bacteria and can dead diseases like salmonella and staph infections. This thing's built like a Dark Souls boss, and the fact that it can
is.
survive several acts of God yet get neutralized by a rubber band around the mouth proves nature has a sense of irony. But that's a lot better than getting folded by some of the diseases out there, and there's some stuff that Satan would second guess. Viewer discretion is advised, and this time, I'm so serious. I'm not being cute. If you're queasy and not built for body horror, go here before I ruin your whole day. Your lack of action will be
I'm ready.
considered consent, I'm just saying. Last chance, you can still go
Come on.
back. Alright, this is on you. 3, 2, happy
What the
Halloween.
hell?
I didn't even curse, I did gag a little. This is a deer suffering from papillomavirus, and it's usually not harmful unless you value mental health. But it can also cause Lovecraftian rabbits, with those affected seeming to grow tentacles. And if you live in Colorado, you've definitely seen these jackalopes popping up. And according to this article, the cutaneous quills
look
are
like
caused
poop,
by the
bro,
cottontail
coming out of his
papillomavirus.
face.
This is the worst thing you can see while a mile high. because of the altitude. We fear most what we can't understand.
Hey.
Sometimes it feels like fear is the only thing stories like these are selling.
man,
and how
that
that
was
story is told could be the difference between being informed and building a panic bunker expecting the end of the world. That's where ground news comes in. Because
Get
if
your
we're
back,
talking about
bro.
a mutant deer with flesh bubbles
Come
for
on.
sanity's sake, you better be informed. Their app and
Always happy
website
for
pulls
bro
from
to
over
get his back,
50,000
bro.
sources
He
worldwide
deserves
to
it.
give you context about each source's biases, reliability, and ownership. It allows you to compare how different outlets cover the same story and see where the truth really lies. And with the rabbit story, ground news showed it just wasn't enough. Nature gave an
One day
overachievement
I'll
of
get
one of the
one.
most broken build on the planet. Their abilities would get them
so
banned
cute.
in any game. Like I
Look
said,
at
a
him.
crocodile on a stakeout can hold its breath for hours, and alligators can survive a 5-month cold plunge. Low metabolism means they live on power save mode, and it's also why a crocodile can go up to 2 years without eating. God bless the bloke that breaks his fast. It means crocodiles can wait out the times that would surely wipe out anything else, and now you see how an aggressive snout managed to reject the same death that found the dinosaurs. Crocs have been around since Saturn was single and still waiting on a ring, and the fact that they can just suspend animation by putting their life on layaway just proves that they really are the teacher's pet of evolution. Also, crocodiles are more than capable of running fast enough to catch you off guard, or at least a Cuban croc will, and this is the one time I wish
They're
it were
so
AI.
cute
And
running,
whoever said you
bro.
should run away from one in a zigzag is guilty of attempted murder. That is a myth that only ups the chance that you trip and go out like a horror movie. You could climb a tree, except they can do that too, because honestly, why not? They do everything else. And not only do they climb trees, according to scientists, they do it regularly, with them finding grown adults 10 feet in the trees and juveniles as high as 30. School taught you to be
Hey.
afraid of quicksand and giant Venus flytraps, yet somehow a drop gator was an unmentioned possibility. They can also climb fences of every kind. And again,
Dang.
you already know where this was taken. This is flagrantly
Florida,
Florida,
bro.
I think now's a good time to mention crocodiles are more related to birds than to a turtle, snake, or a lizard.
Wow.
Meaning, we just barely missed out on this freak being able to fly. Flightlessness aside, another thing they can't do well is see underwater. Their aquavision is actually kind of mid. We're this far into this video and we finally found a weakness.
Yep.
Don't get too excited because nature overcompensated with something
the
outrageous.
hell?
Those
That's freaky.
pits seasoning the crocodile are pressure sensors, and it's how the
Yeah,
ultimate
yes,
predator can
true.
clock the smallest
know that.
vibrations in the water. It completely erases their lack of water vision. In fact, you could hog tie a croc, blindfold it, throw it into a pool, and let a leaky faucet drip on a complete opposite side. The
Yeah,
croc will
they
still
know
know
where it
exactly
is.
where the water's
Yep.
coming from, while you won't know where he is until you wake up at a Tupac concert. And when murkiness brings the water's visibility to zero, they'll T-pose, spreading their legs and fingers to maximize an already broken ability. And speaking of fingers, their jaws are more sensitive than yours.
Bro,
A
you're not
dinosaur
Steve
beast
Irwin?
breathing like a nosecap, but let the croc tell it. That's the only demon that's slaying. And I don't know if I said this already, but let's not just walk past the fact that they can regenerate their tails like a
Bro. This video, the croc just gets his buddy's leg, death rolls, swallows it, and the other croc doesn't even make a sound, bro. It's jarring, bro. It's
starfish's
insane.
arm. But the thing
Not
is,
even a
bears are
sound.
berserker builds
Look
on
at the size of
steroids.
that
Cats
bear.
are four-legged fur ninjas, and orcas are the most cerebral serial murkers on the planet.
Yeah,
What is
orcas
it
are
about this semi-aquatic
different.
bioweapon that makes me confidently call them the scariest predator on Earth? Oh, simple. They're a predator's predator. Is there a single predator
are.
that generates more anxiety in other predators? Even cheetahs aren't
No,
fast
man.
enough
Look
to
at
cheat
that.
death
Gone.
in the hit range of the reptile.
Gone.
And the king of the jungle gets a severe vibe check when they're out of their element. Not to mention, crocodiles will savage sharks to the point where many believe bull sharks actively avoid them. The crocodile is the worst kind of predator, one with zero prejudice, which makes them a massive threat to the most successful predator of all time.
Oh my god, I thought that was
Here's
a
the thing, when
person.
a lion, tiger, or bear becomes a man-eater, it usually means something's wrong and they can't hunt their normal prey. Polar bears and Komodo dragons are famously less picky, but their home base is so remote that most people will never have to worry about them. Not only do crocodiles practice the worst kind of equality, they're basically everywhere.
No.
It's not that they actively go after humans, just that they genuinely don't care, which is why it's the crocodile that turns more humans into hashtags than any other large predator by a
But like,
lot.
nah.
Considering how and where they
You're
do
bigger,
it,
bro.
that number could easily be higher.
That's
Even if you don't
terrifying.
get killed by a crocodile, there's plenty of psychological damage that comes from being targeted by one. In 2003, 2 Australian teenagers spent 22 hours trapped in a tree while
Yep.
being stalked by a 13-foot crocodile
True.
below.
That's a
The
Mr.
entire
Boland
night,
story.
it was the
He
two
has a
keeping
video
each
on
other
that.
awake so they
It was in
wouldn't fall
Australia.
in. To make it even worse, thanks to a
Their
flood,
friend
the
dies.
waters kept rising, and the croc seemed to taunt the two by showing off the body of the third friend it had already
Yep.
caught. The two would be saved, but only by helicopter. Because really, what else can you do in that situation? Well, they didn't get it as bad as Ryan. The New Zealander also got stalked by a croc almost as big as the 20-foot kayak he was traveling in and held captive on Governor Island, where the predator repeatedly made his presence known. 2 weeks with limited food and water, and a 20-foot undertaker that would chase him every time he tried to leave, and Ryan was hanging on by only a thread by the time he was rescued. That's the horror of being hunted by the greatest sit-and-wait predator of all time. Cause time is their greatest resource. You'll never have more of it than they do. And the fact that the big ones can go a year or more between meals and do their dirty work in murky water makes a man-eating crocodile the most difficult kind to deal with. Gustav was a Nile crocodile believed to be 20 feet long and well over 2,000 pounds.
Damn.
Believed because despite allegedly putting
Almost a
300
ton.
people in past tense and being repeatedly shot, the serial killer croc was never officially caught. And despite reports of his death, because he was believed to have hatched in the 50s, there's a small but legitimate chance he's still out there, biding his time, just waiting for someone to wander close enough to become 50 Shades of Prey. You never see them until it's too late, and once you do, you might not see them for another year. It's a self-cloaking carnivorous convict that the land before time left behind. This is the scariest predator
What a
on
great
Earth.
video, bro.
But of course, it's just an animal doing what comes naturally. They're not evil, just forged by millions of years of character development and mass extinctions. It's not hard to see why Steve Irwin wrote so hard for them, and I wouldn't be doing Khaki Jesus justice if I convinced you to hate them. Nah, with them it's respect, and a very healthy helping of fear, because moral of the story, always beware the old man in a game where men die young. And you always beware the landlord of Croc Country, because you'll never know when rent's due.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Phenomenal video. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Don't forget, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another Ninjas Are Butterflies clips reaction, bro. I love this podcast. Shout out to the brothers and sisters out there in Ninjas Are Butterflies. But before we start, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and like the video already, man. It helps tremendously. It tells the algo they will enjoy my content, and because you subscribe and like, the algorithm sees that as a positive sign and sends the video to other people that otherwise wouldn't find my content. So if you could, please subscribe and like the video already. So without further ado,
We're talking about the Catholic Church. I heard about this one thing too that I thought was pretty fascinating. So it was the Eucharistic miracle of Buenos Aires.
Argentina,
this?
exactly.
No. Sounds familiar. What is
This-
what is that last part?
This miracle, it's wild. Wild. Prepare
Is it a city
yourselves.
or is
Yeah, in
it-
Argentina.
Okay, I've heard that before though. Yeah. I don't know.
So in 1996, August 18th, 1996, in this one church in Buenos Aires, Argentina, someone found the consecrated host or communion, like the bread part,
Yeah.
in a candle holder. And they're like, the way to dispose of that, because it's been blessed, you know. So what they would do is, or he took it and he placed it in a cup of water basically and put it back into the what do you call it, the tabernacle.
The
at
candle?
No,
the candle holder.
the Eucharist,
bread.
the bread
Okay,
part.
sorry,
He put
yeah.
in a cup of water to where it would just dissolve.
Got it.
It's
Okay.
already been blessed. It's like you don't just throw it away.
Got it.
But then on August 26th, so like 30 days later, he opened it up, and what he saw was the consecrated host, the bread, looked like it had blood on it, and it had not dissolved at all. And he's like, "What in the world?"
Mhm.
And so he brought in Jorge, who is Pope Francis, or was Pope Francis.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. He showed him on September 6th, and Pope Francis was basically like, take pictures of it, document it, because this is crazy, because it wasn't dissolving. If anything, it was actually looking like it was growing and like turning into flesh,
Oh my gosh.
flesh and blood. And so what
This
they
is
did
so
was
wild.
they basically kept it for 3 years until they were like, okay, let's test to see what it is. So they sent it to this guy, Dr. Frederick Zugabul. I'll just call him Dr. Frederick.
Yeah.
In New York. Did not tell him what it was, how it happened. They just sent him a sample of it.
Yeah, just Test this.
Yeah, and this doctor, he is a cardiologist and forensic pathologist, and he examined the sample and concluded that it was human heart muscle tissue from the left ventricle, ventricle?
The Eucharist turned into heart tissue. That's mental, bro. Now, I know what the skeptics are gonna say. It don't matter. Jesus literally walked this earth and people still didn't believe in him. Some people don't want salvation. Some people don't want to believe. They rather follow the religion of atheism. So, and that's completely fine. God bless you. There's multiple miracles with tons of evidence. We have one here in Portugal. Literally a few miles from where I live right now is Fatima. In there were 3 kids that talked to the Virgin Mary on the 13th, I believe it was, of every month for 6 months. The miracle of Fatima was in 1917. So we have pictures, we even have a few videos of it, and there were in attendance on that day close to 100,000 people, religious people, skeptics, journalists, everybody was there. Everybody. Close to 100,000 people were there. This is a real picture. This was the scene on that day. And the things they claimed to see, everybody, it was raining profusely for a few hours. The moment the Virgin Mary told the little kids the miracle was happening, it stopped raining. It dried everybody and the ground immediately, and everybody, skeptics, believers, everybody saw the same thing. They saw the sun move. 100,000 people said the same thing. They saw the sun move towards them, even so much so people started running terrified. Yeah, there's articles in journals about this day that said this. The sun moved close to the earth and back and front and back, and they all said the same thing. The colors were ridiculous, like they never seen colors like that before. But the most incredible thing was that the 3 little kids, they asked the Virgin Mary if they were going to heaven, and she said yes, and the 2 youngest ones were coming with her very shortly. They died a year later after the miracle. Yep, they were like 8 and 6, I believe it was, or 12, something like that. And the oldest one, the Virgin Mary told her, yes, you are going to heaven, but it's going to take a while. And she died at 97 years old, I believe it was. How can little kids know that? I know people don't want to believe this stuff because it's scary and it gets harder once you start following Christ. It's just the reality of the situation. But a lot of people also just don't want to believe it. And that's completely fine. That's completely fine. I'm not here to judge you. My Lord said, love your neighbor as your own. And that's what I do. I share love with people. And yeah, I try to be positive and don't judge anybody. I don't want to come across as I'm all high and mighty because I believe in Jesus Christ. No, I'm a sinner. I make bad decisions. I rebel against God every day. But I know he died for my sins. And one funny thing is, a lot of people that try to disprove Christianity become Christians. Because Jesus himself says, go seek me and you will find me.
Yeah.
Ventricle, the left ventricle, which that's the side of your heart that gives life to the rest of the heart.
Stop it right now.
True.
And he noted that the tissue was inflamed and contained large numbers of white blood cells, indicating that it was alive at the time of sample was taken.
Damn.
And had been subjected to severe stress, as if a person had been beaten in the chest area. And then he ran the blood type, and the blood type, it was a AB blood. And
that's
what
very
is a
rare.
Crazy thing, coincidence, whatever, is AB blood is also the same blood type that was found in the Shroud of Turin.
Shut up right now.
Yep. The Eucharist turned into heart tissue, and the blood is the same that was on a Shroud of Turin.
And
That's really strange.
Come on.
Not been disproven ever, but the
Nope.
Vatican has also never made an official statement on it.
That's true.
Because usually it goes through a process to where it's like, this is a miracle that happened. So
Yeah.
the Vatican goes through this whole process
To
So
verify it.
The Vatican's never said made an official statement about it. But with all the different people studying it, it's never been disproven.
Yeah. Also, Pope Francis being the one guy that's leading that charge.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I
Dude,
thought
that's
that was
so scary.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, because it was growing.
They said
too.
it literally like it turned from that big white wafer,
Yeah.
you know, it said it literally just like turned into like, at first I got a picture of when it looked like there's blood on it, but then it like literally looked like it turned into flesh.
That's so creepy.
Yeah. Look at this. Hold on.
Cool, but creepy.
I don't know where.
Yeah, I
how
don't know
to feel
how.
about
Yeah,
this.
that's wild.
It is
I'm just trying to imagine thinking it's the flesh and blood of Jesus, and
Yep.
then being like, "Hold on, cut me off a piece. I'm gonna send it to my buddy."
Well, they
in the
wanted to
lab."
test
I know,
it, you know?
but like,
That's really strange.
ew.
Yeah, you just like leave it in
Look
a
at that.
glass jar 3 years and then like come back and it's like just Jesus just chilling like, yo.
Hello.
That's, I don't like the look of that at all.
Yeah.
Looks like a PBJ.
But it's great. I mean, that'd be wild.
I mean,
wouldn't it?
yeah, that would, that's something I literally was taking communion yesterday. That just runs through my mind of the Eucharist and all that stuff and the, like it actually turning into flesh and like that stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
don't love that. It's just something like there's something supernatural about it.
Yeah.
And that takes it to a
It
whole
is
other
weird.
level.
Yeah. Have you seen, speaking of items that have miracles,
Mhm.
there's this one picture in this Orthodox church. I think it's in was it the Mount Atmos in Greece? It's like the Greek Orthodox, like one
Okay.
of their monasteries.
Yeah.
But it produces olive oil. And so like every day they literally tip it over and it drains olive oil, and it's been doing that for like years.
What?
Damn.
Yeah, and they call it the miracle of Mount Atmos
It's
or
just
something like
flowing.
that. Yeah.
That's so
There's this
wild.
picture of Christ and Mary, and it's like, that's wild. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Like if
to
that's a
think of
hoax,
that.
that's so much work. Like someone's gonna sneak in there every day and pour a bunch of olive oil in it.
Yeah. I mean, it's things
I
like
don't know.
that. It's things like that. And then you see those pictures of the saints and of Jesus that like bees will create like hornets' nests, but they
Yep.
won't cover the face.
That is wild.
And they're like, why?
Dude, it's wild.
Yeah, look at this. They literally built everywhere but the face. Apparently, this happens in Greece. Going.
Wild.
It's crazy to me.
But the olive oil thing I thought was dope because from I think it was 2 Kings, where one of the miracles that Elisha did with that woman who was a widow.
Yeah.
It said,
Yeah.
grab every vessel you can and just keep filling up with olive oil. And,
Mhm.
and it said she filled up all the containers, and after the last one was filled, the olive oil stopped.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's wild. So like items can produce
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
I'm like, God can use an item, you
Yeah.
know? I don't know. It's
But
wild.
but our minds just don't think that. And I think
And
that's where
it's-
like where faith can really just change everything. He's like, just even a little bit.
yeah.
Yep. Great video. I mean, Jesus himself says, "Don't lean on your own understanding," and it's hard. It is hard, even for me as a Christian. It's super hard. I want to understand it. Only God knows what He's doing. It's a great video by Ninjas of Butterflies, bro. My favorite podcast in the whole world. Shout out to them. And yeah, I hope there's at least one person watching this video that is not a believer, that actually goes and tries to seek information. I can't do it for you. I can only tell you my experience. And there's a Gonzii without Jesus and one with Jesus. And to be quite honest, the one with Jesus is the best. And because the one without Jesus, I was full of panic attacks every day, just self-sabotaging, cursing a lot, sinning like crazy, lustful, like gluttony, bro, all of it. So yeah, man, I really hope some of you watching go on your own searches, and because one day I want to get to the gates and somebody taps me on the shoulder and says, "Hey, thank you for telling me about Jesus." That is literally the greatest thing I can imagine. That would be awesome. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back finally. Let's dive into today's video. We are back with some casual geographic, bro. So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's get it. The terrifying truth behind the aliens in the ocean.
You know, Satan was onto something. Just not sobriety, when he let his sketchbook get uploaded into the ocean. From a breast-stroking body snatcher to a semi-sentient sarlacc pit, the greatest trick the government ever pulled was stacking billions on billions of dollars expanding into space before reconciling with the ET-ish already in our face. The Sea Star and his freak show of a family is a gross-out body horror film unfolding at the expense of all who perceive it. The starfish family of echinoderm has 5 classes, with about 7,600 species across those classes, each as viscerally disturbing and beautifully unnerving as the next. But starfish are so freaked out for Earth, their scientific name is Asteroidia. And if a report comes out that aliens have been stowed away in the seas this entire time, the #1 suspect would be Lucifer's loofah.
Bro, look at that
First red
size
flag
of
is
that one.
starfish ignored the concept of blood. Instead, they got an open seawater circulation system that actually makes a lot of sense when you realize how they move. It starts with the madreporite, a plate that's like the front door of its system that's almost intentionally off-center to remind you that symmetry is an earthly concept. Water moves in through the madreporite through canals until they eventually reach the tube feet, which is how this Lovecraftian fidget spinner goes mobile. Because when the valve closes and the eye drop coated ampulla contract, it shoots water into the tube feet and forces them to extend. And when the extended tube foot hits a hard surface, the center retracts, forming a seal that only breaks when it's time to move on and stick to something else. Thousands of tube feet doing this dance is how a sea star can move faster than a facehugger ever should. Maybe that wouldn't be as disturbing if sea stars couldn't also see. Starfish have eyes. It's just that if he were real, he'd be standing on them. We've known that starfish have eyes at the end of their arms for 200 years. The question is, what is sight to an animal without a brain? Likely something beyond our comprehension. Kind of like the time someone told me blind people don't just see black, they just see nothing. I went nonverbal for 5 minutes fumbling with the concept. It's believed that sea stars don't see the world like you and me. Instead, they see the world in lights, darks, and shadows. One experiment tested this by going to a reef in Japan and pretty much circumcising their eyes with scissors. After that, they took the eyeless sea stars and those that didn't get theirs lobbed off and placed them away from their reef
that's a bit
base.
cool.
The result was the uncut starfish immediately booked it to the reef, while the eyeless ones were left Stevie wondering about the next move. It was also found that even starfish living where sunlight isn't a concept can see, and out of the 13 species pulled out of the deep sea, all but one of them had eyes, including Novadinia americana, which has giant pupils and arguably the best vision of this predatory polygon. And like Mardi Gras, they would flash whenever excited, except instead of flesh, they'd flash light. In fact, some deep sea stars are bioluminescent, and many believe that this brainless mess of impulses can communicate through that light. Now let's talk about that lack of a brain, because that honestly makes everything Satan Squishmallow does creepier. Instead of a brain, the sea star has a tangled ring of neurons that link signals coming from the arms. But the thing with starfish being brainless is, there is no grand central station for signals. Everything's localized, and signals can start from anywhere. Once one arm decides to move, in that moment it becomes the dominant arm, with all the other ones following its lead. Speaking of arms, they don't always stop at 5. The Antarctic sunfish can have up to 50. It's a democratic hive mind that transcends past the need for thought. Sea stars are like aliens that have been hiding in our faces
that looks
for
like a
500
ginormous
years,
octopus
and the only thing we
mixed
have in
with
common
a
is that's
star.
neurostomes. Both starfish and people start life the same way they live most of it, as an asshole. And there's no time a starfish identifies more than when it eats, because the way they feed was straight up ripped out of a scene from Meat Canyon. The best way to describe how horrific nature made this bottom feeder.
Meat Canyon is when you know you made it, by the way. Bro, if this ever reaches you, you are completely allowed to do whatever you want, bro. That would be an honor to be on Meat Canyon.
To describe what it's like to be hunted by one. Imagine minding your business when an almost animatronic manifestation of greed pulls up on you and slaps an arm on your face, before then using hundreds of suction cup tube feet to pull your jaws apart and force your mouth open. And not only are starfish way stronger than they should be, your jaw would get tired before he does, and the moment your muscles give and allow 1/2 millimeter of an opening, the starfish would then casually eject its stomach out of its mouth and shove it down your throat, just to release enzymes to cook you alive and basically digest you from the inside. You'd probably scream if you didn't already get your lower jaw dissolved. The last thing you'd see is the external stomach blanketing you in a corrosive embrace before dragging you back to its gaping maw with the now half-digested concept of you. The sea star is the apex predator of a Stephen King wet dream that'll eat mollusks like mussels and clams. And like I said, that involves using brute force to divorce the 2 halves of the shell until the muscles give out, which might just make it the worst persistence hunter, cause imagine playing tug-of-war with an animal with no working concept of tired, and where giving up just 1/10 of a millimeter can get your insides turned into soup. And we're talking about a predator that'll spend not just hours, but days pulling a clam apart. They'll also eat sponges like they're coral cotton candy, and I don't think the implication even needs to be explained. In fact, Patrick would have murked SpongeBob, his family, the kid they raised. I don't know if Buddy got a name, but he would have got packed up too. Their only chance would be Gary using family ties to try and put a hit on him, with the giant Pacific Triton being one of the few animals able to prey on the crown of thorns starfish. The starfish will prey on anything that ain't nailed down, and as part-time scavengers, they'll also remove the dead like a garbage disposing Jabba the Hutt. A mother octopus's prize for loving her kids almost to death is a starfish dragging her off to a certain one. Starfish are also common predators to other starfish, as this one is now finding out at the arms of a sun star. They're different species, so technically not cannibalism. Some owls eat other owls, and some cats cook other cats. So a sea star dissolving another star isn't cannibalism, unless they're the same species. Which they also do, by the way. Two researchers wanted to find out just what would happen if a bunch of baby sea stars were introduced to a possibly predatory crab. They never would, because the sea stars started eating each other before the crab even got involved. Imagine the Joker pulling up to find the hospital already got leveled by a receptionist. There's a good chance this friendly fire is how a starfish can even the odds when they're just one of millions of eggs that get spawned. Because an animal with no conscience is physically incapable of finding a food to give, which is
like they have no conscience. That is a weird paradox, right? Because they have no conscience, yet they make conscious decisions to eat, or it's just instinct at that point. You know what I mean? It's weird, man.
Why the Australian government had to go to war against them. It'll never not be Australia. The crown of thorns starfish is an unhinged pincushion that has been eating the literal life out of reefs. The Great Barrier Reef is one of the most biodiverse spots on the planet, and in the last 30 years,
it just had to be Australia as well, by the way.
Because of the Devil's Tiara. The response was over 250,000 thorn demons were perp walked off the census, with them getting one shot of vinegar. Apparently, vinegar has a 100% kill rate against a starfish, and just one injection causes them to fall apart. It means one shot of vinegar can do what used to take multiple injections, and can speedrun their downfall, with trained divers erasing as many as 1,000 living thorns in just one 40-minute dive, which you could be fooled into feeling bad for if the crown of thorns wasn't also a threat to people. Starfish contain saponins, a detergent-y type of chemical that foams if you shake it in a bucket. If a starfish's spines enter your body, a mess of saponin does too, and can cause not only extreme pain, bleeding, and swelling, they can destroy blood cells and cause crippling liver damage. The chances you get subtracted by a sea star are low, but mama would have raised a liar if I said zero.
Never
in
zero,
2014, a woman was struck by a crown of thorns and died 13 hours later of anaphylactic shock. A death where her throat closed in and suffocated her, her liver looked like 6 rounds of alcoholism, and a hemorrhage led to blood leaking into her lung air sacs. So yeah, the crown of thorns is like an ocean lanternfly. Their potential is worthy of the same treatment. Well, maybe not, because we've microdosed the world without starfish. It's not good. One of the all-time creepiest diseases has been massacring the starfish population so bad that even other animals are catching strays. Sea star wasting disease starts with a starfish seemingly starving itself and managing to seem even more lethargic than usual. That's when the white lesions start forming all over the starfish, followed by the tissues melting around the lesion. At this point, the star's water vascular system fails as the victim deflates. The starfish becomes immobilized as its vessel deteriorates and arms fall off, except this time, there is no growing back. The end game is a starfish now reduced to a pile of white mushy goo. Wasting disease affects over 20 species of sea star, with a body count in the billions. The first recorded plague was on the East Coast in 1972, then again in 1978. In 2013, the blight abolished over 5 billion, and in some parts of British Columbia, you couldn't even see the seabed because it was too littered with formerly star-shaped corpses. The disease has ravaged sea stars from Baja California all the way to the Gulf of Alaska, and some like the sunflower sea star have had their numbers cut down by 90%. And with all these sea stars missing, the sea urchins they normally eat run wild and absolutely decimate the kelp forest many need to live. For a while, folks suspected this kill switch was flipped by a virus, but after 4 years of research, the truth was revealed. Turns out, it's actually a bacteria, Vibrio pectinacida, that's causing starfish to spontaneously dissolve. I call them zombies, but zombie starfish was already a concept straight out of the pages of Satan's favorite author, because he made that one too. And they're not even the zombies that give you the respect of moving at quarter speed, because brittle stars are the fastest echinoderms, and if you have arachnophobia, I'm about to lose your business. Brittle stars move like sea spider imitations that, again, aren't that fast, but are entirely too fast for an animal looking like that. Their swimming's a lot prettier though, even if it is the opposite of efficient in how I swim in my dreams. To be fair, dreams are the only place I can't swim, but I'm working on it. Like the sea star, they're a mess of tangled nerve cords spilling into the arms. But unlike the sea star, brittle stars don't have eyes. Instead, the CSTD sees with its skin. Extraocular vision means
Ow.
brittle bandits use proteins in the skin called opsins to sense light. Pretty much the light hits the proteins, which sends a response to the brittle star to make it move out of the light, meaning its entire body is technically an eye, which is why it's a star that also fears the sun, since brittle stars spend most of the day hiding under rocks and crevices, so any light sends them scrambling out of the spotlight like roaches. Some aquariums even train brittle stars to associate the lights dimming with food, and so they would all just crawl out of the woodwork whenever someone would lower the lights. Not bad for an animal that's brainless and has to poop out of its mouth. A mouth that has 5 jaws, by the way. Which is the last thing you'd see if you got murked by one, because any prey caught in those spines would get crushed to death before being digested. Even something like a squid can get got if it dicks around in a hit range of a bunch of brittles. And considering what we know about squid, I don't think you could dream up a worse way to become a wuzz. Brittle stars also catch bodies passively through suspension hunting, but the most cursed version of an already cursed animal is a suborder of brittle stars called Eurylina, aka basket stars. I don't even know what nature thought it was doing with this fractal fuckery. Basket stars only have 5 arms. It's just that they proceed to branch off into straight nonsense. Arms lined with hooks and spines, and when they catch something alive, it'll wrap its arms together and form a basket around its prey. After which, the semi-sentient spiderweb uses tube feet to work the creature entombed in mucus and spines towards its sarlacc pit of a mouth.
Bro, this
it's
video
basically
is
getting eaten alive
marginal.
by a bush. A bush that can move, mind you. The giant basket star will hide in crevices during the day, only to climb on top of coral to hunt at night. Also, they get pretty big. Gorgoncephalus is named after Medusa's headshot, and they can have arms as long as 2.5 feet. Just a nightmare of an animal related to a starfish.
Bro,
but as
that
cursed as a
doesn't
cancerous
look
group
right.
can be, the feather star is equally as ethereal. This biblically accurate angel is a crinoid. There's 2 classes of crinoids, the marine tickle monster right here, and the sea lily. The difference is, feather stars seem to have unlocked free will, while sea lilies settle down and plant themselves in one spot via a stalk. But let it be known, sea lilies can always drag themselves away when they're motivated enough, and if you're enough to make a sea lily want to walk away, consider that an insult of the highest order. It really is a living fossil, with crinoids being around for about 500 million years, so basically the granddaddy of all the nonsense in the ocean. So it makes sense that they also have some of the wildest plot armor too. Crinoids survived several extinctions, including the infamous Permian Triassic, which realistically should have been the end of them. It also turns out the same ocean warming that destroys coral has 0 effect on a feather star. In fact, science says they actually regenerate faster when the heat gets raised. This forgotten feather duster was around before us, and best believe they'll be here long after. And yeah, their arms can regenerate, and some can have up to 150 on standby, which they need because the feather star also has a lot of groupies, but in this case the star's the one getting screwed. There are animals whose entire personality is mooching off a feather star, and they even evolve in the form of arms or by feeding on its feces. It's a muse fresh out the pages of Dr. Seuss, with relationships almost as toxic as his marriage.
That looks
you
cool,
know,
though.
1 fish, 2 fish, dead fish.
The others
new
look
fish.
creepy.
Except
That
we're
one
not
looks
talking about
actually
fish, and I
cool.
will not be elaborating further. But the feather star doesn't have it nearly as bad as a sea cucumber. Hint, they look like what they eat. It's a bottom feeder in every sense of the word, a detrivore living off the dead and decaying. They use tentacles to shovel sediment into their system, where they digest anything organic and eject the
That looks
rest.
so
Which means the
mad,
sand
bro.
is actually
That
cleaner
looks
coming
something
out
from
than
Lord of the
going
Rings.
in. And by recycling all the organic nastiness no one else will, sea cucumbers help prevent the same algae blooms that can suffocate fish. Not to mention their bowel bricks help seagrass grow and even contains calcium carbonate, which not only
Who's
builds the
pooping?
skeleton of coral, it even helps reverse ocean acidification. Mind you, a group of sea cucumbers is called a pickle, and a reef's worth of pickles
Makes sense.
produce up to 70,000 tons of poop a year, and it's
Dang.
estimated the combined cucumbers on Heron Island release 5 Eiffel Towers worth of product. And yet, with all they give back to the community, some decide that's not enough, with some like the pearlfish using the cucumber as a personal panic room, by forcing their way through the squishy's poop chute, the same brown eye they breathe through, and it's not just one squatter they have to deal with. One cucumber can have 15 pearlfish packing its
Damn.
prostate. I mean, what's he gonna do about it? He ain't got no hands. What they do have are teeth. Yeah, that's not its mouth. The other form of self-defense involves violently ejecting the bowels out of the cloaca and respawning the organs they sacrifice in a spectacle called visceral regeneration. But they can be trigger happy. Some cucumbers butt confetti themselves if you pick them up too fast. Oh, also, sea cucumbers aren't terminally grounded. Some can fill themselves up with water and fly through the water column, covering almost 60 miles in a
That have a
day.
brain?
Headless chicken evolved water wings to take flying literally. Probably the closest to cute a sea cucumber's capable of. Or at least it would be if I didn't also just remember sea pigs are a thing. But none of that changes the fact that sea cucumbers get violated so regularly that nature had the spike stripe their sinkhole down south, which the sea urchin somehow decided it wanted for its mouth. The sea urchin's teeth are self-sharpening.
The urchins are
Use it to
wild
scrape
as
algae
well.
from rocks. Without them, that algae would smother coral.
Apparently
and kill
they're
it, along with
delicious
anything
if
that
you believe
depends
the
on
people
it,
that
which
eat
is
them.
surprising, because most would swear sea urchins only exist to with the natural order. Imagine being so universally hated, you give clout to other animals just by them murking you. Whether you have the pretty privilege of an otter or the personality of a wolffish, you can make an honest name for
That
yourself
fish
off
is
clapping
mad.
urchins for a living. It seems no one
Never
likes
heard
a
about
sea
the
urchin, but what if I
wolffish.
showed you what's beneath the spines?
Hey, yo.
Does this do something for you? That is a sea urchin skeleton, also referred to as a test, and let it be known the test has failed, I still feel nothing. Well, I do feel pity, because many suffer from underwater alopecia, where a parasite can cause their spines to fall out, and as someone who's a few follicles away from a first-class flight to Turkey,
Same.
that's tough. But sea urchins don't get smacked by life and just
Have a
take
huge
it. They
forehead,
have
bro.
one of the most unhinged forms of self-defense. They'll eject their jaws and launch them like a projectile. Pedicelaria are tiny, wrench-like pinchers that scientists thought were parasites because they can fully move on their own. Instead,
What the
some
hell?
urchins release a cloud of these mobile jaws that can home in on a predator and release venom if they penetrate past the skin. This spike ball releases hundreds of tiny, self-functioning jaws laden with toxins, which is a lot better than being a cucumber
this is
blowing your own
wild.
back out. Echinoderms are aliens that missed their return flight and have been figuring out life ever since, and without them, the ocean would be a nastier, poopier, more acidic, lower pH place.
Hey,
So
that's
the real horror
mad.
movie would be the world without them. And on that note,
That's
that's
true.
going to do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, don't touch starfish, they can't
Come
consent.
on.
Tell your father you love him, and I'm gonna see y'all
In the next one. There you have it, guys. That was another Casual Geographic banger about starfish and the bottom dwellers of the ocean, bro. So yeah, guys, once again, I'm sorry for the lack of content on the channel. I promise it will get better again now that I have a brand new webcam, as you guys can see. So yeah, man, I hope you guys missed me as much as I missed you guys. This is what I want to do for my life. It's my dream. And God willing, that happens, and I'm ready to go all in again, and this time I'm not gonna stop until I achieve it. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you for all the support. I really do appreciate it, and as always, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to Talking Raw. I'm your host Gonzii, and I'm sorry if I'm being quiet. It's just because I have neighbors living upstairs, and let's just say the other day things don't went so well. They got a bit mad at me from recording these hours. It's like 5 a.m. Portugal time. Today we're going to be talking about the massive L AEW just took because they announced that All Out will be moving slots. It will be moving from 7 p.m. that was initially scheduled to be directly head-to-head with WWE at the same time, yeah, to the 3 p.m. slot. And the excuse is because Forbidden Door did so well as an afternoon pay-per-view that makes it, that's the reason they changed time slots, when everybody and their moms know it was just because you couldn't take the heat. AEW existing, it's nice, cool, it gives wrestlers a platform. That's awesome, to be paid and everything. That's great. Stay in your lane, bro. If you don't want the smoke, stay in your lane. Nobody, when you launched, yeah, nobody from WWE was like, they are competition, we are competing with them. No, you did that. Tony Khan did that. Chris Jericho did that. They were all like, oh, we want to compete with Raw. In 6 months, we'll be competing with Raw for the ratings. Just the other day, Tony Khan was like, I'm not afraid of competing. Well, you clearly are, mate. You clearly are terrified of competing. Either that, or you don't believe in your own sauce, bro, as a booker. It's either or, bro. There's no third option. It's not because Forbidden Door did good. No, you got shook, bro. You saw Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, AJ Lee, Becky Lynch, Seth, John Cena, and you were terrified, bro. And then, just for the sickos out there, yeah, that dog walked WWE on social because of the price with ESPN. So you have to pay $14 to have a subscription for HBO, and then you have to pay $30 on top of that. But don't worry, Tony Khan gave you $10 discount, bro. It's 50, no, it's 40. Once again, I don't have a problem with AEW. What I have a problem with is the hypocrisy. You can't go to a press conference and say, I'm not gonna take this crap. I'm not gonna take this crap. And then being allowed to be bullied and pushed around, bro. You either have sauce or you don't, bro. The sickos as well. We're saying, no, AEW shouldn't move. We have sauce, bro. We are them. We shouldn't move. We won't move. Come WWE, shit, say what you got. And now, your guy, the snowman, was like, nah, bro, this is too much heat for me. I cannot take this. Went running. Now the excuse is because it's for the UK viewers. You either want to be competition or you don't, bro. Because now, oh, you think this is over? Now that you've shown them that you can be bossed around, bro, guess what? They'll do it again and again and again. And if they do this, it will be the most gangster stuff I've ever seen, bro. If they book an NXT show for the 3 p.m. slot that day, oh, buddy, you thought you escaped, bro. I wouldn't put it past them. Because now they know they got their boots on your necks, bro. Because you flinched. They called your bluff and you flinched. Right away as well. With a dumb excuse too, to even look even worse for you. Just say you don't have the sauce, bro. Plant your flag on the ground and say, I'm not moving, bro. I trust my own product. I trust my wrestlers. I trust that AEW is where the best wrestle. I trust it. I trust them. Trust my sauce, bro, as a booker. I would have respected him so much if he just said, you know what, bro? Yes, they are booking a Mania Light card. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna do our best against them. But no, you went running, bro. You went running for your life, bro. You saw that AJ Lee was listening up to Chuck Taylor's, bro, and you went missing. You went running for the hill, bro. That's exactly what you did. And the excuses, bro, the excuses are so fire. Because it's the same exact people that 2 days before were like, we don't need to move. There's a fork in the road for AEW. There is. And the sickos hate it. But it's the truth. Once Triple H took over, you lot have no chance, bro. It's not that difficult. Just say you're not competition and they'll stop. They will stop, bro. But now they did this. Imagine the meeting, yeah. Triple H is in a meeting. Just preparing stuff for SmackDown or whatever. And in comes in the call saying, hey, bro, you know, Nick Khan calls him and he's like, bro, you're not going to believe this. What, bro, what? They moved time slot, bro. What? Yeah, they moved to 3 p.m. Oh. He flinched, did he? Bro, you look soft, bro. You look soft. And not Enzo Amore levels of soft, bro. Soft underbelly, bro. Like a turtle upside down now. They will step on your neck piece, bro. If I'm Nick Khan, I'm not letting you breathe anymore, bro. I'm not. If I'm Nick Khan, you flinched this time. Oh, brother. Anything you book, yeah, I'm booking the same day. To make you flinch again, and you will again. This was the time to not run away. This was the time where you say, you know what? I got this. You went running so quick too. Yeah, that's the video, guys. I had to talk about it because it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious, bro. Especially seeing the change. We're like 2 days ago. We don't need to change. We got this. I'm not scared. Nobody's scared of WWE. 2 days later, well, it's for the UK fans, you know. It's just for the UK fans, man, you know. Dummies, man. Such dummies. They wanted this. That's the thing. They wanted to be called competition. And when it comes time to compete, you run away. You're weak sauce, bro. That's who we are. Snowman, weak sauce, bro. Weak sauce. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
This is a message for the king of the sickos, the snowman, yeah? Bro, I would have had so much respect for you if you stick to your guns and you stayed at 7 p.m. because that would actually show you actually believe your competition. But now, oh, not even you believe your competition. You're not, bro, because the competition came knocking. They were like, okay, you want to compete, bro? Here he is. WrestlePalooza. Same day, same time slot. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to war. Let's see. You want to do this? Let's do this. And you went running. You actually let them push you around, bro. You saw AJ Lee, bro, and you went crazy. Put on the best pair of skates you could find and went to the nearest mountain possible, bro. You went running for the hills, bro. He's a runner. He's a track star. AJ Lee, what you on skates, dude? Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another video that we never done before. It's a reaction to Steve at Vivaldi. This channel is about a restaurant in Montreal. I just love this content. I love Steve. He seems like just a genuine good person, great owner, great chef, and I am fascinated by the whole thing. So we're gonna watch the latest video from him, which is him explaining how everything works in a normal day before service. So without further ado, let's check this out, man. Let's go.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. Grab a sip of that coffee. Friday morning.
Shout out, Steve.
8:20. You guys are gonna follow me around dreary, rainy morning. You guys are gonna follow me around for a couple hours and see how I get my day started. So let's go. Hop to it. I work at a very fast pace in the morning because I got a lot of stuff to get going, pots to get on, stuff to get in the oven, so I move fast to get it all on. So right.
By the way, Steve is very like, there's no secrets. If you go watch his shorts and everything, they are very open. The kitchen is open. He says in one of the shorts, in one of the videos actually, that people come up to him and everything like that. They see what they're doing, and he's very honest about what he does. And he's just a cool dude, man. He's just a dude that has a passion for cooking, has his own business, and he's very passionate about it. And he also says that he started the YouTube journey because of his daughters. So yeah, man, dude's a family man.
Right now this is all pots for pasta that are waiting to boil, but we're not gonna sit here and wait for water to boil, so off we go. Yeah, we're going in the back. While I'm waiting for the pasta water to boil, I'm gonna get all my potatoes going, all my starches. So I'm gonna cut some fries, and we're gonna get them washed off and blanched off for service. I cut onions, I peel potatoes. There's no bad work, you know. There's no bad work. We used to cut by hand, but when a takeout started getting a lot busier, then I finally bought this thing. You're gonna get a workout, I promise. I'm gonna go through about 4 of those tonight.
Damn, bro, those are 22-liter containers. What are those? That's mad.
We leave the peel on our potatoes, so
it's mad because it's a lot. It's actually a very good sign because he has traffic. People love his restaurant. I saw also in one of his shorts that this little girl called Autumn, she made her parents drive from New York City all the way to the restaurant in Canada.
I just you can spot anything that doesn't look that great, so just cut it off.
Oh, the dust.
Had a dirt just sprayed me in the eye.
Happens to everybody, bro.
Potato dust.
So many
dirt,
times.
Whatever. I got a bit of time here. I do. Let's go get those roast potatoes. Cream Daddy. Milk, pasta left from yesterday. I'm gonna double that today. Soups, tomato sauces, demis, rosé sauces. You know, pretty much this side is all vegetables. Yeah, more potatoes. Sorry, it always fills this too much. We have a couple first communions and confirmations tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Which means I'm gonna lose a lot of prep time in the morning. I'll be here like 7:30 in the morning. Guests are arriving at 12, but it's just, the whole kitchen's gotta be set up for 12 o'clock instead of for 4 o'clock. So a lot of the stuff that I would have normally saved for tomorrow, like I would have probably done a tomato sauce tomorrow, but I'm gonna force it today and do a few extra things so I have more time to get ready for like just filling fridges and getting ready for the actual service of it. We're gonna blanch them, yeah. So French fries are cooked twice. We'll do the first shot in the morning. We only have these 2 fryers and they're fairly busy. Just getting the ovens on for the next couple jobs. Water's boiling, so we're gonna get cracking. So, it's our potato dressing. Take the mic off. Don't worry, I'm not gonna talk. It's just so I don't get mustard on your mic by mistake, okay? All right, let's get that back on. I'm making cheesecakes this morning as well, so we set up the bases yesterday. Saved me a bit of time in the morning. I just want them out of my way right now. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put this away. Let me adjust my mat here. Okay.
Rocking the Crocs.
They're comfortable for me. I was doing pizza yesterday, so don't mind the flour. Me and Spiro switched it up for fun yesterday. Yeah. All right, here we go. So you guys have all seen me make my gnocchi before. Get it bagged and frozen so that we can get it to this point. If you're working with fresh pasta that's gonna cook in a minute or two, and you're pretty much just doing pasta in a few other frying pans, I get it. It'll fly for you. But if you're working on a large menu like we do, and this much pasta, to do fresh pasta the amount I do, I would need a machine the size of half the middle over there. It's another reason I get here early, 12, 1 o'clock, there's gonna be another 5 cooks here. Okay. You know, so if I'm taking up this much room, it gets a little crowded. We're gonna get some linguine in the pot. So this is how we do the pasta. Pasta goes in a strainer. This is cooling off. Linguine off. Yeah. Last of my pasta's going in now.
Aliens crash into the Vivaldi parking lot. What are you gonna make them?
Where do you come up with this shit? Oh, God. Microplastic sandwich with a side of canola oil. I don't know. We'll make them a pizza.
Yeah, everybody likes
pizza. Sure. I like to let these cool off about 15 minutes. Heat escapes so they don't keep cooking in the basket. And then they're gonna put them away in the fridge for service. In the meantime, I'll get the second batch going. We're really gonna kick it into gear. Pasta is one of the longest things I do because I gotta stay on top of it. I can't multitask all that much. So now we're gonna get a pot of water on. I'm gonna need to melt some chocolate for my cheesecakes. So I wanna, at the same time right now, I wanna get my tomato sauce going and my cheesecakes going and probably my creme brulees. Tomato sauce takes the longest to cook, and then the cheesecakes, I'm trying to get out of here. I'm trying to be done as fast as I can before the rest of my cooks show up. They need the ovens, this and that, they need the stovetop, so.
They already know what to do.
I'll make a list, or I'll just tell them one by one. Delivery guys. Hey, just doing a little shopping.
Ever wish you had a bigger fridge?
Bigger fridge, bigger freezer, bigger storeroom, bigger staff room, and bigger everything. I think that's everything. This is gonna be for creme brulees. We're gonna make 2 desserts and ice a cake. So I'm gonna throw this in the oven, just start warming the cream cheese a bit.
It doesn't cook the cream cheese, by the way.
We measure all this the day before, so that's a little faster in the morning. We've done this recipe on, did we do a long format? Yes. Grand Marnier chocolate. That's how it just got delivered. Nice, eh? Italian tomatoes. Just give the tops of the cans a wipe there. Yeah, I forgot something, sorry. See, I'm a bit scatterbrained this morning. This is just onions and garlic, basil.
Timer's going on.
Let it go off, don't worry. I heard it. Gonna drive you nuts, isn't it? Part of my master plan. Normally, I like to have this tomato sauce on by 9. The reality is, I have to work at a certain speed to keep up, which means I'm not gonna do everything exactly the way you guys see it in cooking school. You know, so, sorry, I know this isn't helping the sound right now, but it's tough to melt the chocolate when you don't put the pot on, eh? Onions, I fried up enough, so I'm just gonna get these tomatoes in. Yeah, they're all done. Tomato sauce is simmering. Well, simmering, sorry. No. We just put her on. She hasn't even started to boil yet. I said simmering. You see? This is what happens. Slip of the tongue. So we'll let this chill over here, and I guess the next move is to get the Grand Marniers in. So all this is in our video we already made, so I'm not really gonna explain too much the process. You can watch.
I think it's time for some branded Vivaldi spoons.
Yeah, we'll get there one day. What's the rush? All right, let's give this chocolate a first stir. Let's get started.
Bucket sugar.
Huh? Yeah, okay, we're good. Let's go get that cream cheese, and we'll start mixing. I just gotta grab a spatula here, sorry. Yeah, I'm making you work, eh? Chocolate is ready. I'm just getting the lumps out. We're not gonna need this. Oh, here we go. Sugar. Eggs. One by one. And I was thinking to myself, you know, when we opened this restaurant, there was no social media. There was no Uber, there was no... We opened in 1998, by the way.
Damn!
I barely had internet at the house. Barely. The iPhone was still like 10 years away, almost.
They've been open more time than I've been alive, bro. It's crazy. That's success right there. I was born in 1999, at the end, October. So yeah. October 16th, though. Is everybody want to send me a gift, bro? It's almost here.
I think the first iPhone came out like 2007 or something. You know, so it was a lot more different back then, opening a business, trying to get the word out. Whereas today, if you have do a decent job on your social media presence, people will know you're there fairly quick, regardless of location.
True.
Then if you have the skill and the whereabouts to keep the customers that try you for the first time, that's the tricky part. Some people get really busy right off the bat, but they don't know what they're doing. People try them once or twice, it goes rough, and people don't go back, you know, so. But I mean, it's changed so much over the years. Startup costs are a lot higher now. Risk is higher.
It is.
But it's easier to get them in your restaurant for the first time, so
right?
Take your pick.
How'd you survive without me?
Everything is much more expensive now than it was back then. And it's just not in America. For you American people watching that, I've seen some people mention that the housing is just insane levels. Portugal as well, man. Like a hole in Lisbon is like $500,000, bro. The prices are just insane, yeah? And in the big cities, but also outside of the big cities, bro. Like my mom rents, yeah, and she found the goodie. She doesn't pay a lot of rent compared to other people. So it's hard out there, man. It's super hard, man.
No comment. 10 to 10. I'm a little behind. I'll blame you. Come on, let me pass. I gotta fill the bain-maries to put the cheesecakes in, so we're doing that now.
Let me show you guys something.
We ordered them. They're ordered, okay? Leave me alone.
I think it's time to spruce up these menus.
Yeah.
They are ordered and paid for. Promise.
And new
All right,
ones.
let's get these in the oven. That's brulee and rosé time. How about that? It's all pretty fast now. Okay, so we need a timer there. A timer before I forget. Okay. Dishwasher's gonna hammer my ass later. Okay, so brulees. We need flat pans so the ramekins don't wobble. I should have just enough here. I gotta warm the cream for the brulees.
Vanilla.
Yeah, we all recognize that Costco vanilla. Yeah, it's a whipping cream. We're gonna multitask a bit, so while we're doing the brulees, for my rosé sauce, I make a bechamel. We're gonna start warming all the dairy I use for the bechamel, so that by the time we get the brulees in the oven, this will be ready to finish off.
You have to make a roux as well.
Let's get this in the garbage. Got the butter in the pot.
For the bechamel.
For the roux.
Yep. Come on.
To thicken the bechamel. All right. We're gonna whip up the egg yolks and the sugar for the brulees. I'm just waiting for the cream to finish heating up for the brulees, that we might cut out for a bit in case the edit looks weird, to do a bit of a YouTube live while I'm icing a cake or putting the brulees in the oven. So if it edits out, that's because we went live, and we'll come back at some point for rosé sauce or when I'm setting up my steam table.
We're back from the live.
Hey, what's up? we're just doing the rosé sauce. So this kind of overheated while we did the live. So now we got the butter melted. We're gonna add some flour for the roux. 1040. Yeah, so we might have a character unlock soon if he shows up and if he wants to be on camera, we'll see. All right. I always make rosé when I make tomato sauce. When that's ready, I'll fill the rest of this container with tomato sauce, stir it in, and we'll have our rosé. Get some water in these pots. Yeah.
That's a lot of dishes.
I normally wash a bit more as I go, but because of your presence here and the fact that the dishwasher is loud.
My presence is a present.
Yeah.
Bars, bro.
Your presence is a present. I like that.
Bars.
All right. So I'm gonna be filling up the steam table. Well, I'm gonna prepare I'm not gonna load it right away, but I'm gonna prepare all the containers. So we do go through a lot of sauce here. This is gonna go on the steam table tonight. Next up, meat sauce or bolognese sauce. I'm gonna go for service. This is gonna go in the back. Now, the one we sell the most
to
of.
see how everything
OG
works.
tomato sauce. We need a lot of this for tonight.
Tomato sauce.
Oh, this is gone tonight. Most of this is gone tonight. Damn. But we could basically go through an entire recipe. Like that pot I got on the stove, we could pass one of those today.
Wow.
You know, so.
That's a lot, you know.
You know what that is, eh? Potatoes are ready. Should be ready. Let's go check them out. We're good. We're just gonna unwrap these, stack them up, and let them chill out back here because we're working in the back. Then go get some more stuff. I'll be right back. Grab whatever. Hey, so it'll be done in a few minutes. When we're done, we can start putting everything away there.
Is that your poutine sauce?
Poutine sauce. Jesus. You've been filming me for 6 months. You haven't learned anything yet. It's cold, you know. So, demi guys, demi glace. Say hi to Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
Shout out Daniel, bro.
You're always the first one here, Daniel.
Daniel's very early all the time. So he warned me about that when I hired him. Said, I hope you don't mind. I'm very early all the time. I said, no, I like all my cooks late. And that's what I said, but he keeps ignoring me. So I'm just trying to give you guys an idea to what it looks like when we start a Friday night with minestrone.
They only do dinners.
Big dogs in the house. Big dogs in the house. Mr. 4 million views.
He just shows up when he wants to.
The guy forgets to put spinach on a spanakopita pizza and still does 1 million views on it.
He did.
But I think we'll be able to wrap it up in a second.
In a short.
On a Friday, Saturday night, I will start the night in front with all of this.
Okay.
Plus 2 containers this size of heavy cream and my chicken stock. Chicken stock's here, we haven't filled it yet. All of these are the backups in the back that once I have more room in the steam table, then we start bringing them out. So there is a very good chance that we go through 80% of all this sauce on a Friday night. The guys are starting to trickle in. So what do we do today? We did the fries, which we're gonna put away. We did the pasta, which we're gonna put away. The roast potatoes we took out of the oven. We got creme brulees in the oven. We got Grand Marnier chocolate cheesecakes in the oven. We iced the cake. We cut fry? Oh, we cut, well, no. Anyways, whatever.
Yeah,
so,
whatever.
See you guys soon. Okay. Let us know if you want another one, guys. You want to check out?
I want, man.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
Wow. There you have it. That was an early morning for the restaurant Vivaldi by Steve, bro. So shout out to him. And it's fascinating to see like the amount of work that goes into preparing a Friday night, especially a Friday, because I've seen Steve talk about they get very busy on Fridays. So yeah, all the processes, like the amount of sauce they go through, yeah, it's insane. And the prep work, and he does phenomenal stuff. So go check it out. If you're in Canada, bro, go there. Book a dinner there. Take your missus, bro, and go there. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Shout out to Steve and the Vivaldi team. All the success to you guys. Big fan here from Portugal. Yeah, across the pond, you get me. But yeah, guys, once again, thank you so much for watching the video. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. All glory to Jesus Christ. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Gonzii Sports Podcast, bro. I'm your host Gonzii, and today we have lots to talk about, man. A lot of stuff happening in the world of soccer/football, a lot of stuff happening in the world of the NFL, bro. But let's start with the NFL because it happened a couple of days ago, man. I put a short on it on the channel as Micah was traded to the Packers in a blockbuster trade that the only rival of it recently is Khalil Mack to the Bears. What did Dallas get for this trade? They got Kenny Clark, a defensive tackle, and 2 first-round picks, which on the surface is not that great because the Packers for the last like 4 years got the 21st, the 20th around there. So, and most likely they have a phenomenal roster, a great head coach. Most likely they'll be there again or thereabout. So I really, it's still a first round pick. I'm not. It's still valuable. It's just if I guess it might. But yeah, let's continue. And Micah got 4 years, $188 million. Of it, I think 136 were fully guaranteed, if I'm not mistaken. So shout out to David Mulligetta for making that deal with the Packers, and shout out to Micah for getting his money and to actually go to a serious franchise, bro. That's actually insane, bro. Your first contract is to a serious franchise. Well done to Micah, bro. Shout out to Micah. Meanwhile, after that, the Cowboys extended Deron Bland for 4 years, 92 million. And yeah, man, Jerry at a press conference after it saying that they want to stop the run, they want to be able to stop the run, basically saying that Micah Parsons is not good at stopping the run. And that he could use these 2 picks to go after somebody still this year, which is not happening. And it's just Jerry being Jerry, man. It's just so annoying. I've only started watching the sport 3 years ago, and I'm already annoyed with Jerry Jones. It's the dude lives for attention, but not the good kind. Has anybody tried telling Jerry that he will get more attention if he wins if he wins the Super Bowl, he gets more attention? Has nobody tried to say that to him? Be like, hey, Jerry, you know how you like to do stuff for the media to talk about the Cowboys, yeah? And yourself. Yeah, I do that still. So, what if? Crazy idea. If you actually win the Super Bowl, wouldn't that bring more attention? I don't know. Maybe. Has anybody tried that? They should. They really should try. But yeah. Week 4 of the NFL season. Green Bay Packers versus Cowboys. Must watch and a must win for Dallas. If Micah just obliterates Dallas on his own, of just going like 5 sacks on Dak, bro, that is such a menace. That would shut Jerry up for a while, I think, because if he just can get to him, bro. But I bet everything that I have that they will let any other pass rusher on the Packers beat them except for Micah. They will double Micah or triple Micah every single play, every single snap. They don't want that. They don't want Micah to get in a touch close to Dak, bro. They're gonna do everything they can to stop him. But that's where Micah needs to work, man, and go after it. But yeah, let's go through the NFL schedule because really nothing much happened besides that blockbuster trade. Let's go through this, shall we? Because the games start Thursday at the first game, Eagles Cowboys at the Eagles, man. Banner day for the Eagles, and the Cowboys are gonna get mollywopped, bro. They are getting destroyed. Yeah, I'm calling it now. It's like 3 scores plus. Yeah, the defense stinks on the Cowboys. Absolutely stinks, bro. It's atrocious. It's awful, awful. And the mental on these players, I know they still have to be professional and go out there and ball, but Micah was a vocal voice on that locker room and on that defensive side. He held guys accountable. And if you're going back to the sidelines, you don't see 11 coming on the field, bro. That has to like rattle you a bit. And again, he's amazing. But I'm with Nick right on this from 464. Shout out to the GOAT, yeah. That they should have traded Dak. They should have traded him, but then they paid Dak, and that's okay. But you can't pay both. You can't pay CD and Parsons. You have to make a choice. And the Cowboys chose to pay CD. So it is what it is, man. I think the Cowboys are in for a rude awakening. And I don't recall. Let me just check my predictions real quick here on my agenda, because I had that written. Okay, here we are. So I had the Cowboys finishing last, and they're going to stay last. But now that brings a problem, because I had the Packers missing the playoffs. And now I have to try to fit them in. Oh my Lord, have mercy. Yeah, the Packers are making the playoffs, man. They might win it all, actually. Yeah, that's how good they are this year. This changes everything for the Packers, bro. Defensively, they're already solid, but now they are incredible. The problem last year was rushing the passer, and now they have Micah Parsons, bro. So I don't know. I don't have them go to the Super Bowl though. I still believe the Rams will make it, but for sure they're in the playoffs. For sure. For sure. I'm going to stick with my predictions, though. I'm not going to change it. They're done. They're done. I choose them. The thing is, I waited to do them on Wednesday. Yeah. Because, I don't know, something happened, a trade, an injury, something like that happens, and I want to be prepared. And then I do my predictions. And 2 days later, he gets traded to the Packers. Oh, man. Yeah, let's keep going. Oh, my God. Then the Eagles are going to roll the Cowboys for sure. Then the Chargers against the Chiefs in Brazil. Chiefs by a landslide. Yeah, I have Arizona Chiefs vibes from this game. I think the Chiefs, that was the week 1 when Mahomes won the MVP that season. He was the first player since Kurt Warner, I believe it was, winning MVP and Super Bowl MVP that season. I think, yeah, 2022, where the Chiefs scored 44 on the Cardinals, bro. So I'm envisioning the same. Yeah, I think it will be like that. I think Mahomes is back with a vengeance, bro. I think the deep ball is back. Rice will miss the first 6 games, but they won't need Rice. They have Thornton. They have 8 receivers on the chart, and bro, they're going to air it out. Kelsey will be better. The run will be better with Pacheco. It will open everything up. And they're just going to coast to a win against the Chargers for sure. Up, it's the Colts Dolphins. The greatest mid-off of all time. Mid versus mid. Jets Steelers. Revenge game. Either the Steelers or Aaron Rodgers. Good game to watch for sure. I mean, good game in terms defensively, because offensively is gonna suck. Both teams offensively stink. So if you want, that game is a defense watch. Then Jags Panthers, the Jags should win comfortably. Saints Cardinals, the Cardinals should win comfortably. Commanders Giants, now that's a game, because that defensive line for the Giants. Let's see what problems they can give Jaden. I still expect the Commanders to win, but that D-line will going to be a problem, man, for the Giants. Then Falcons, Buccaneers. Bucks should win. Browns, Bengals. Keep your eye on this game, because it's Joe Flacco completely healthy. Everybody healthy on the Browns. And the Bengals, the O-line stinks. The defense is atrocious. So I know they got Trey back, but even with Trey last year, they were poor. So they looked awful in the preseason. So let's see what they do. But the Bengals should win, and they must win. But they struggle. They always struggle with the Browns. Then Patriots Raiders, very good game. Very good game. See Genty, Brock Bowers, and everything. See the new offense for the Raiders. See what Pete Carroll can do with that defense. They don't have a very good defense. See what they can do with Crosby around the trenches to get to Drake and everything. Then Seahawks Niners. I expect that it's a tough game, right? Because you have Darnold with the new in a new team, new offense, new scheme, new everything for Darnold, and Purdy is Sky Moore. So it's tough. It's tough. Broncos Titans, sneaky good game. Let's see how Cam Moore does. Then Packers Lions, must watch. That's going to be an incredible game. Micah will be on the pitch count for sure. But I expect the Packers to... Oh, it's tough to predict, you know. Okay, it's in Lambeau. So yeah, Packers to win. In Lambeau Field, sure. Rams Texans. Texans have a lot of questions to answer, man. A lot of questions. Is the O-line good enough? Is the defense going to take that next step? A lot of questions on the Texans, and the Rams is just can Stafford still throw? And if he can, they will win for sure, in my opinion. Bills Ravens, great game to watch, phenomenal clash. I have the Ravens winning that one. I don't know. I just think the Bills offensively. Josh has already talked about that he needs to change his style. So let's see what he does. If he goes out there and just does the same he did last year, I think they could. They are the favorites if they keep the same playing style they did with Josh Allen last year, of him throwing it less. But if he just goes out there and throws 30 plus times, man, or even more for that matter, I think they are in it because he's a turnover. Allen is prone to turnovers, and he just didn't throw the ball over so much last year because he didn't throw that much. So let's see what he does. If he is a mixture of the two, then we can start talking. But I expect the Ravens to win. Then Bears Vikings. Bears must win. They must win. JJ McCarthy is very raw. I think Montez Sweat can get through to him rather not easily because the O-line is good. So, but they must make him uncomfortable as possible. Do not let JJ McCarthy get into a rhythm, get into tempo, and Caleb needs to be on point because Brian Flores has exotic defenses, exotic schemes. He's going to throw everything at Caleb, things he's never seen before even. So it needs to be dialed in. Throw the check down when it's there, and just stay out of his own head. So that's week one, pretty much done. Now let's jump back into the soccer world, bro, because a lot of stuff's been happening, bro. Just now, as before I started recording, here we go, confirmed. Isak to Liverpool, 150 million euros. That is about $150 million, pretty much the same. And it's done. He goes to Liverpool, man. Liverpool that beat today Arsenal for 1-0. We'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, man, I don't know what everybody's going to play. I think this might mean Slot will play with two strikers, with Ekatike and Isak. That's what I would do if I was him. Play a 4-4-2 or a hybrid 4-4-2, something like that. I just think it makes too much sense. You paid 95 million for Ekatike and 150 million for Isak. There's no way they're both on the bench. There's no way one of them is on the bench. There's not. Must play them. So let's see what they do. Isak leaves Newcastle like he wanted to. Newcastle get an amazing fee for him. Liverpool have spent a lot. They spent like 150 on Wirtz, 150 on Isak. They're about to spend 30 on Gahey as well. Especially Kanate got injured in the game against Arsenal. Let's just get to the Arsenal game, yeah? Because Arsenal is pissing me off, bro. They are playing like Stoke. Yeah, for my American viewers, bro. They are a very big team in England, yeah. One of the top six, one of the biggest clubs in England. They spent €1 billion or $1 billion on that team, yeah, and they've won nothing, and they play for corners and set pieces. Oh, you just bought a striker. Why are you not playing to his strength? Gyökeres spent the whole 90 minutes today in between Kanate and Van Dijk. What do you want him to do? You need to play balls in the channels for him. You need to give him game, bro. And you didn't give him anything, and you played like trash the whole game. The game was very cagey. It was not good to watch in the first half. It was boring, it was slow, sluggish. It was terrible to watch. The winner came from a phenomenal free kick from Sloboslai, way out, like 32 yards out of the goal, and he just strikes the ball perfectly over the wall into the top corner, in from the post. Bro, beautiful free kick by Sloboslai. And yeah, man, Arsenal play like trash. They just play like trash. They are rubbish. They play like a lower level team, man. It's how they play. They play like Stoke, bro. They play for quarters and set pieces. That's it. And this way they ain't winning anything again. They're not winning stuff. No chance, bro. No chance. They might finish top 4. They will finish top 4 still. Because this works on the Leeds. They won 4-0 against Leeds. On the big games, they barely scraped Manchester United, bro. They got out of that. They got lucky in that game. Lucky, bro. And against Liverpool, which is a better team, a better side, that luck doesn't work. And you got found out today. So yeah, they played like Stoke City, bro. Then Manchester City lost again. This time to Brighton. Poor game from City, you know. Very poor. The final ball just wasn't entering. Trafford was the best player for City. Like, Brighton could have won like the 3 or 4, bro. Like, it was that lens. It was not a good display for City. And second loss on a bounce. They lost to Tottenham last week, and now they lose to Brighton. And meanwhile, they're not in a crisis, but Manchester United apparently is. They beat Burnley 3-2. Again, it happened the same thing. It happened with Fulham. Man United demolished Burnley in every single aspect of this game, but the ball just wasn't going in. And this is the problem with Man United. The ball just refused to go in. And once that happened, Man United scored first, an own goal. Then Burnley, Manchester United fall asleep again, 1-1. And then immediately, ball in the middle, counter-attack, goal by Man United. Right away. 2-1 by Mbeumo after a good ball in by Ende. Cross by Dalot did very well. And a goal by Brian at the middle. But then Ende, bro, again, flapping his arms around, doing the most, and goal for Burnley once again. A goalkeeper mistake costing Manchester United. And then it got to the 94th minute and they needed a penalty to win. But they controlled the whole game, bro. Burnley, outside of those 2 chances, never posed a threat. Never. It's just that Man United have a tough time scoring. Like, Sesko looked lively. He entered at around 60 minutes, I think it was. He looked lively. He had one cross. He would shine. Fantastic leap. And it just goes over the bar. And he's getting there. He's getting there for sure. And Bruno had to rescue Man United once again. You could see the relief in his face, bro. I was here going crazy. So, yeah, shout out to Man United for the win. They're going to the international break in 9th place in the league with a win, with the 3 points. That was the most needed after Grimsby. And they did it. They did it. They accomplished it. And now it's Man City next, which came in 2 losses on a bounce. I think it's Man City. Yeah, it's Man City. 14th of September. And by then, I fully expect Man United to have a brand new goalkeeper. And that goalkeeper is Emi Martinez from Aston Villa. The Argentinian was left out of the squad today for the Aston Villa game as well. Meaning that's pretty much done. Between the player and Man United, it's all done, according to Fabrizio Romano. Everything's finished, signed, just missing the signature on the contract. And now it's just Villa and United trying to find a deal. I think it will get done because Emi wants to leave. It's the last day of the market tomorrow as I'm recording this video on Monday. I'm recording on a Sunday. So Man United will get it done for sure. And there's a lot of rumors around Sancho. So I can see a loan or like Martinez, not a trade because trades don't work like that. But Man United pays 20 million for Martinez and Villa pays 20 million for Sancho, something like that. I could see that being a way to get this deal done, or just Martinez straight up for like 20-25 million. I think that's more than fair. Watch for City with Donnarumma. Apparently there's been already contacts between Fenerbahce and Ederson, so Donnarumma lurking around that as well. And yeah, let's get into Sporting. My team, Sporting, man. We lost our first big game of the season in the league against Porto. We were dominating the game and we're playing really, really well. And it's 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, Porto scores and lose a dumb challenge. William Gomes catches the ball, scores this worldy the opposite corner, and we are down 2-0, and we were playing so well. Like until the first goal, Porto were getting slaughtered by us, and the ball just wasn't going in, man. And then we score via an own goal, and then we just never could get back in. We should have had a Stonewall penalty in the first half, and there's another one which it's doubtful for sure. But again, Parioli, the coach of Porto, did his job by pressuring the referees in the press conference before the game, and he accomplished his goal, man. So shout out to him. He played the game well, and he got the win. Now, what this means for Sporting, it means you need to go to the market. The market is nearly closed, and we still need. We already have the second striker. Arthur is leaving, going to Leipzig apparently. So we bought Ioannidis from Panathinaikos, and now we are trying to get the Jota Silva from Nottingham Forest over the line, and we're gonna try everything we can for Yaramai from Deportivo de La Coruña, but that deal seems to be pretty impossible. It's Divendal Konstantinos of PAOK. I said his name wrong, but it's a winger from PAOK. He's also on the list, and apparently, if we can't get Yaramai, we're getting the PAOK guy. So yeah, man, that's all for today's pod, bro. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another different type of video. I know it's an animal related video, but it's not casual geographic, no Lindsay Nicole. We do need to check out Lindsay. I've been missing Lindsay's videos, man. But yeah, let's check out Extinct Zoo, one of the best channels out there, and this one is about the most brutal yet bizarre deaths in the fossil record of animals. So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man.
Southwest of Ecuador, there's a fossil site called Tenqueloma that holds one of prehistory's strangest mass graves. Within its layers lie the remains of thousands upon thousands of bones belonging to giant ground sloths, massive herbivores that once roamed the Americas. But what makes this site particularly bizarre isn't just the sheer number of dead animals, or even the fact they all died around the same time, it's rather how they died. Because, as paleontologists would eventually discover, these giants met their end in perhaps the most undignified way imaginable, and also one of the most bizarre. And we'll get to that shortly, but what's important to note right now is that this is just one of the many strange deaths throughout Earth's history. And while I do consider myself a bit of a connoisseur in fossilized deaths, having looked at plenty of grim, brutal, and downright unfair victims of life that have been frozen in time thanks to fossilization, what I found myself wondering as of late is what about the less brutal deaths, and the more so, straight up weird, random, and strange ones. Those that make you wonder, how does something like that even happen? And after researching for a bit, I think I found some that represent just about the most bizarre deaths imaginable. And this time we're going to start with a bang, as this first fossil, or fossils, are pretty out there, and it all begins in Ecuador like I mentioned. Here in the Tenque Loma fossil site, you'll find the remains of thousands and thousands of bones that in life had belonged to giant ground sloths, and more specifically, the Remotherium, a herbivorous genus that was an absolute unit, putting all modern sloths to shame and coming in at around 4.5 tons and measuring about 6 meters or 20 feet long, while standing about 3 times the height of a human, overall making it much more comparable to elephants than its modern relatives. And this extended to its skeleton, which was absurdly robust and dense. And so clearly, this would have been a tough cookie. And yet, within Tenque Loma, researchers discovered nearly 24 of these fallen giants that not only had been killed by something, but were done so at around the exact same time, with the team dating the group's demise to be between 18,000 and 23,000 years ago. And at first, it seemed quite obvious what had killed them. As like the La Brea tar pits in the US, this site had a bunch of asphalt, suggesting that the sloths had been quickly buried in sticky death goo, aka tar, that seeped through the marshland area that they were living in. However, what was strange was that the tar only covered a portion of their bodies, not the entirety, whereas in La Brea, most bones are fully submerged. And therefore, this idea that tar had ended them was thrown out the window. And frankly, compared to what's to come, tar would have been the more tame mode of death, as when they kept digging down, they found something a bit weird. An entire layer that surrounded the sloths, which was composed of varying ground plants that were both chewed and digested. More plainly put, this was a complete layer of feces that was large enough to cover a group which combined would have weighed over 80 tons. So we're talking about an Ian Malcolm level of number 2 here. And you'd think this new find would lead to confusion, but for the team, it wasn't confusing at all. Rather, it was the smoking gun that they'd been looking for, as it led to the hypothesis that these giants' deaths had come from their own hands, or rather stomachs, as originally they would have fed on plants in the area, before depositing their leftovers in the pit, which back then was a shallow pool. But slowly over time, these bathroom breaks accumulated, eventually transforming the pool into a toxic waste bucket of despair, where bacteria, parasites, and everything in between ran rampant, ultimately giving the sloths some nasty ailments as they carelessly wallowed and drank the contaminated water, with the pathogens eventually proving too much. Now, this idea may seem like a stretch, but actually, this hypothesis stemmed from a real-life incident where in the 1970s a herd of 140 hippos in Tanzania were observed taking refuge in a shallow pool during a drought, which within a short period, large amounts of waste transformed that little refuge into their doom. And in just a few weeks, the herd ended up losing over 100 members to disease or poisoning. And actually, the soil around the ground sloth's final resting place suggests they ended up in this predicament the exact same way, with a drought forcing them to shelter into an area with food and water. Which is usually good news, but in this case, the cramped space unknowingly doomed the sloths to a fairly unfun and messy end. No pun intended. Yet, not all bizarre deaths have to be unfun. Just ask frogs. Or more specifically, the 45-million-year-old
Bro, died because of their own poop. Some ways to go, you know.
ones that were found within a mass grave in the Geiseltal region of Germany. As of now, we are not too sure what kind of species they were, but we do think they belong to the Pelobatidae family, which lives even today. And in total, hundreds of fossilized frogs were individually identified inside of this graveyard, which back at the time would have been an expansive swamp and a haven for amphibians, which thus begs the question of why did it seemingly kill so many of them? And for a long time, researchers had no clue, and for decades it was actually considered an unsolvable mystery, seeing that all the frogs were seemingly perfectly healthy at the time of death, having no sign of disease, old age, predation, or even scavenging. And so, the only thing paleontologists could go off of was their positioning and numbers, which is obviously not a lot. At first, only one possibility was thought plausible, being that their home had rapidly dried up. Yet if this was the case, they could have easily made for another, given the formation's abundance of swamps, and thus this idea was crossed out. However, a few years ago, after observing living frogs, paleontologists believe they finally have cracked the code to this unsolved dilemma, with the answer essentially being that these frogs got a little too freaky. More specifically, they noticed that among certain extant frogs and toads, that a large source of mortality was mating, as across intense and short breeding seasons, many would often be overcome by exhaustion after or during the deed, and thus leading to them drowning, especially the females who in some groups are often pushed under the water by the dudes. They also realized these Geiseltal frogs
Nah, man. They went on a Diddy freak off level style. Nah.
likely spent their
else,
lives
bro.
on land, only returning to the swamp to mate, and
Else.
therefore weren't the best swimmers to begin with, making these fatal freak-offs just that much more common and deadly. But mass amphibian die-offs aren't just a fossil era quirk, as even right now, frogs across the world are teetering on the brink of extinction. But unlike our long-gone frisky friends, these frogs can still be helped, which is why I'm excited to be partnering with my friends at Planet Wild again. And in case you missed my last shout out, Planet Wild is basically crowdfunding for conservation. They choose a new partner every month aimed at protecting animals, forests, and oceans, backed by a community of around 13,000 members whose contributions are used to support these conservation projects. And the best part is that the community gets to see how the contributions are used in monthly videos here on YouTube. So they're 100% transparent about where the funds go. And the projects happen all over the world. For example, they teamed up with a research group in Ecuador to find, breed, and release some endangered frog species before they go extinct for good. Which is a very important mission, because in case you didn't know, frogs are being wiped out by a fast-spreading fungal pandemic called chytrid. And in Ecuador alone, over 170 species have been completely dropped off the map. And guess what? The mission worked, as they were even able to find a male frog from a species that was thought to be extinct for decades, and it was only rediscovered in 2012. And so this is the kind of stuff that honestly you'd expect to be reading about in some scientific journal after it happened. But thanks to Planet Wild, you can literally help fund these projects and see the impact they're having in less than 30 days. And I personally have been a member for quite a while, and I think it's a great way for individuals to get involved in conservation. So if you want to protect Mother Nature, I highly recommend signing up. You can give whatever amount, big or small, as every dollar counts. And I will also cover the first month for the first 100 people that sign up. And if after you don't feel like supporting them anymore, well, you can cancel at any time. So if you want to help save the planet, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. And if you do join, let me know which mission you're most hyped about in the comments. I'd love to hear it. And now, back to the video. Now, with all this said, even though they were having fun, drowning is still not the best way to go. But perhaps the only silver lining to it is that it's not as exceedingly drawn out compared to the death of many other animals, of which includes another prehistoric one, a seriously misfortunate pterosaur, who died in such a rare way that we don't know of any other fossil that represents the same thing. And the pterosaur in question was a Ludodactylus, a fairly large early Cretaceous pterosaur from Brazil. That's a bit interesting in general because it looks almost exactly like what the kid's toy for a pteranodon has become. And another interesting thing about it is the holotype fossil, with the reason being quite evident. Now, it shouldn't take a paleontology degree to tell that something is wrong here, but the specifics are a bit more nuanced. That block you see that has seemingly become a part of the Ludodactylus's jaw is a yucca leaf, of all things, which can actually still be found in various countries today. But this begs the question, how does a leaf end up becoming a part of a pterosaur's body? Well, one may think it was trying to eat it, and then like a sharp Dorito, took it straight to the mouth. Yet, look at those teeth. This guy was obviously no vegetarian. Instead, the paleontologist who discovered this pterosaur reckoned that while flying at high speeds, this poor sucker flew straight into a yucca plant. And you know this is terrible news if you've ever encountered this plant before. But for those who haven't, let's just say its leaves aren't nicknamed Adam's needle or the Spanish bayonet for nothing. And actually, some studies have even linked them to an increase in gardening injuries, something that Ludodactylus definitely learned on that fateful day, and the leaf ended up being impaled upon its lower jaw. And this obviously must have been exquisitely painful, and sadly, just the start of its ordeal, as over the next following days, the crippled pterosaur would have slowly withered and died, unable to eat or drink with its disfigured mouth, especially as the wound festered and became infected. And no doubt it tried to dislodge the green spear, yet its efforts proved fruitless, and ended up dying from this injury. And like I said, since its discovery, no other fossil due to death from a leaf is known of, and maybe that isn't too unexpected. However, as it turns out, plants and trees as a whole are much more bloodthirsty than you might have expected, and we are aware of other cases where they viciously ended an animal, and included in this very exclusive club was a Cretaceous turtle of all things. One that had been skewered by a tree. So, not exactly a normal combo. Surprisingly though, this find was really just one part of a larger discovery, as it came from the Tanis fossil site in North Dakota, which is about the only known formation that has preserved animals directly killed by the dinosaur-ending asteroid. And I think that fits the bill for this video perfectly, seeing that actually being ended by an asteroid is pretty rare, bizarre, and at least based off of the fossils, painful. And to drive this point home, you should know that besides the impaled turtle, other notable deaths included a variety of fish, both salt and freshwater based, that were found mangled together miles inland and had gills stuffed full of molten debris. In other words, they had essentially died inhaling lava. And then on top of that, ant nests were found chock full of asteroid debris, a Thescelosaurus was mummified by ejecta, and many groups of non-avian dinosaurs were found smashed to pieces by violent waves. Sadly though, this is just a few of the many fossils that are probably there, as the site is private, and thus a lot of the found fossils have remained hidden from the public. So who knows what else is out there? But that being said, another interesting detail about deaths in these parts is that the victims were often preserved in 3 dimensions, whereas normally fossils are pressed flat. And this is thought to be a result of the violent waves that clumped many of the victims together, turning them basically into canned sardines. And what's really crazy about all of this is that this formation isn't exactly close to ground zero, being located about 3,000 kilometers or 1,900 miles away from the impact site.
Damn.
So think Cairo to Paris approximately. And so, even when being this far, life in the area still endured massive earthquakes, sage waves as tall as 300 feet or 100 meters, a powerful atmospheric blast, and a hail of microtectites, i.e., gravel-sized bodies of natural glass that are formed during meteorite impacts. So this is all to say, this was a very bad day, and one that was ultimately out of the victim's control, which is similar to a situation seen with a very unfortunate rhino, who experienced its own rare and brutal death. But to observe it, we first have to travel to the Turkish region of Cappadocia, a unique place known for its surreal, almost otherworldly landscape, which features a plethora of strange formations. And its construction wasn't the result of visiting aliens, but instead massive volcanic eruptions of 3 ancient volcanoes, which took place millions of years ago, spewing lava all across the lands, and forming its rugged landscape, which has in turn yielded some interesting finds. The most interesting of which, in my opinion at least, was unearthed in 2012, when scientists located a lone Ceratotherium, which is actually the very same genus to which white rhinos belong to. However, this specimen was no creature still on this earth, instead being an extinct species of the genus, who while being a bit smaller than its living counterpart, was by no means a small fry, having weighed over 2 tons in life.
Right, white rhinos are extinct. Yeah, sad man, sad day. Humans are the worst.
So a real chunkster. And yet, despite its robustness and size, it had been seemingly obliterated, as if it was a bug. The team of paleontologists only found the specimen's head, which was actually remarkably well preserved, but riddled with odd features, including a rough and corrugated surface, while the inside of all of its teeth were exceptionally brittle and corroded, which all pointed to the fact that this rhino was fried, dehydrated, and baked to a crisp all in one. In fact, it was baked so severely that they could only really think of one possibility, given the area, which was that this super unlucky rhino had been caught in a Vesuvius-like eruption that fully engulfed it in a surge of lava exceeding 750 degrees Fahrenheit or 400 degrees Celsius. And so obviously, the pain must have been unimaginable. Yet fortunately, or unfortunately depending on how you view it, it seems that this Ceratotherium didn't have to endure the lava for long, as soon after it was bomb-blasted by a pyroclastic flow. In other words, a fast-moving hot avalanche of gas, ash, and volcanic rock, which combined with the lava ended up completely dismembering the entire rhino's body, and explaining why, despite being found in pristine condition, only the skull was found. And crazy enough, it turns out that prehistoric rhinos in general had a knack for becoming lavafied, as we do know of another case, this time coming from America, wherein a similar situation took place, but just with one slightly stranger twist. You see, in Washington state, a peculiar cave was discovered about 100 years ago that held a very strange shape, being shallow and then possessing what seemed to be 2 prongs on the top and a protrusion to the left side. And after investigating it for a while, researchers realized that this odd shape wasn't a coincidence, but rather the result of a mold that formed around an actual animal, a rhino. In this case, likely a Diceratherium, a late Oligocene to Miocene North American genus. Now, it is quite hard to believe that a fossil can be a cave and vice versa, but remnant bones nearby belonging to this beast support the idea, along of course with the aspect that the cave was perfectly shaped like a deceased upside-down rhino. And what's really interesting is that it being upside down was actually a key aspect to figuring out what happened, as this is often what we see in deceased, somewhat large animals that are bloated and floating on water, which is pretty specific. Yet it's this specificity that gave paleontologists their likely story on what occurred to this poor rhino. The presumption is that one day while wallowing in a water source, the rhino was rudely interrupted by a volcanic eruption that sent lava flowing straight towards it. But at the same time, the lava wasn't exactly super fast, and it likely died from the indirect heat and gases before the lava even touched it, which is inarguably even more painful and drawn-out demise. But anyways, now dead, the ancient rhino would have started bloating and floating on top of the water, giving it the classic upside down pose. And then, when the lava finally reached the water, and thus the body, it enveloped the rhino in a hot tomb, while the water outside quickly cooled the lava down, forming a natural mold, which was then buried. And then over millions of years, erosion from wind essentially cut the mold in two, exposing it to the world and completing its formation into a full-fledged cave. And so, this obviously sucks for the rhino, but I, for one, after learning about this specimen, have become a bit hopeful that one day we might discover a dinosaur cave as well. But something tells me the odds of that aren't exactly great. And unfortunately, the odds aren't great either when it comes to figuring out another case of exceedingly rare prehistoric deaths. Ones that this time involve a creature not far from home, so to speak, the Australopithecus. And no, I'm not talking about the specimen Lucy, who likely experienced her own unlucky demise, having fallen from a tree, but rather I am talking about AL333, a vast collection of bones and teeth that have become known as the First Family. Located in the Afar Triangle of Ethiopia, this find was dated all the way back to 3.2 million years ago, and contained the remains of possibly over 17 different Australopithecus specimens, who differed in ages, but all came from apparently the same family. And you cannot even begin to imagine just how rare it is to find a group of early hominins that died in the exact same spot and at the exact same time, leading to, unsurprisingly, mass interest in the discovery, and making it by default one of the rarest fossilized deaths we know of. But it's not just what they've found that makes this site rare, but also the nature around their deaths. Because though we aren't sure what exactly happened, the likeliest possibilities are both rare and unusual. Originally, the hypothesis was that the deaths were because of a flash flood, which is actually quite common as far as mass deaths go. Yet tests on the sediments around the area largely discredit this idea, and therefore a new idea was put forth, one that hypothesized a much more grim and unique possibility, which was that this site was the location of a one-of-a-kind massacre, one that was carried out not by other hominins, but literal man-eaters. The question is, though, which one? And given the sheer amount of hominins that died, we're pretty confident it had to be a pack hunter, leading to giant ancient hyenas being a prime suspect. But the problem with that idea is that they are vicious bone munchers who happen to leave very little in evidence behind. And thus, the focus was shifted to other potential suspects, chiefly large felines, who are known to both hunt in packs and to surplus kill, meaning that they hunt for more food than they can actually eat. And this further checks out when you realize that these guys avoid bones when they can, but will often still get a calcium boost here and there through the odd bone slipping down their throats. And these odd bones are typically bones from the fingers or toes, which coincidentally were missing in mass in AL333, leading to the assumption that if predators were the killers, that it truly was felines, with the prime suspects thought to be saber-toothed cats, such as the Homotherium, Meganterion, or Dinofelis. Of course, though, not everyone is on board with this hypothesis, with questions remaining on just how a predator, or even predators, would have killed over a dozen Australopithecus in one go, especially when we consider the fact that we aren't sure if these saber-toothed cats in particular lived in packs or not. And that's why we also have the second, less bloody, but in some ways equally messy hypothesis, which is that this family just had some really bad dinner, eating something that caused food poisoning so severe that within a short window, they were all dead. And while it's not unheard of for food poisoning to kill large amounts of animals in a short time, some researchers do find it a stretch considering their vegetarian diets, and the fact they all pretty much died in the exact same spot. And so alas, in the end, this strange case remains shrouded in mystery. And it is not the only one, as there is an additional bizarre case that was for a while a complete mystery too, involving fossils that consisted not of one, but two separate animals, the Jurassic fish Tharsis and its contemporary, belemnites, a kind of cephalopod. And they, starting a few years back, began to show up together within the same fossil, in a rather unique pose that looked just like this. And if you've been following, you might notice similarity to the pterosaur leaf incident, so it might be clear what's going on here. But if you need a hint, what you're looking at is two animals fused together, not shoulder to shoulder, with that belemnite being inside of that fish. And it's not just this fossil, because the really strange part here is that multiple fossils almost identical to this one have been found, leading to the understandable confusion and questions of what the heck was going on during the Jurassic. I mean, the Jurassic is already known for being crazy, but to find multiple specimens of animals impaled within one another is still a slightly far out there story, and one without many leads. But the obvious first step to figuring out what happened is to identify which one was impaling the other. But even that proved hard, because the belemnite for one would almost certainly never try to take on a fish that size. and while they did have hard internal shells that could technically pierce things at high speeds, their kind wasn't exactly known to utilize them for ramming. And meanwhile, the fish, the tharsis, was larger in size, but was a known microcarnivore, feasting on decaying soft tissue or overgrowth, and thus definitely not hunting down squids half their length. And so, unsurprisingly, some detective work was needed to get to the bottom of this. And literally only a few weeks ago, a breakthrough was actually made, after paleontologists realized something peculiar with all of the involved cephalopods, which was that they had a bunch of bivalves growing on them, a sign that perhaps they had been dead all along, even prior to the impalement, which in turn led to the hypothesis that the belemnites, deceased and full of little animals, had started to float towards the surface, a result of their internal shells filling with gas. And once at the surface, researchers believe they became deceitful, fatal traps for the tharsis, as it had a tendency to suck on floating objects. Now, normally size difference between fish and objects, or an object's shape, would prevent catastrophe. But in this specific scenario, the unusual size of the fish and the highly aerodynamic design of the belemnites made for a surprisingly common predicament wherein the cephalopod's rostrum would slip straight through the tharsis's mouth and into their gills. Not a pretty sight. And once in, the fish was unable to dislodge the makeshift spear and would slowly suffocate until death finally befell them. So there you have it, a collection of some of the most bizarre deaths preserved in the fossil record. From giant ground sloths literally drowning in their own waste, to frogs dying from doing too much hanky-panky. And what's perhaps the craziest thing about all of this is that these are just the deaths we managed to find and figure out. For every bizarre fossil death we discover, there are millions more that we'll never know about, either because they didn't fossilize well, or because we haven't stumbled upon them yet. And ultimately, these fossils serve as more than just curiosities or morbid entertainment. They're windows into the past that show us that life has always been unpredictable, sometimes cruel, and often just plain weird. It's a reminder that despite all of our technology and knowledge, we're still at the mercy of chance, bad timing, and Mother Nature. And if nothing else, they prove that no matter how tough you think you are, whether you're a 4-ton ground sloth or a flying reptile with a 13-foot wingspan, nature and pure dumb luck will always find a way to humble you. So the next time you're having a bad day, just remember, at least you're not a Jurassic fish with a dead squid stuck in your gills. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
So there you have it, man. Phenomenal video by Extinct Zoo. One of my favorite channels to watch, man. And it's just bizarre. The whole fossil thing, it's incredible. Because it can only fossilize in certain conditions. So there's like tons and tons and tons of animals that they existed that we'll never know existed because they didn't fossilize. And that's insane to think about. But yeah, guys, once again, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Leave a like on this video, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. All glory to Jesus Christ. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to Talking in Raw. I'm your host Gonzii and today we are back with a review for Clash in Paris. Phenomenal show, phenomenal card. We need to talk about the main event. During that main event, the Fatal 4-Way, Punk hits a go to sleep on Seth, collapses to his knees. Seth bounces off the ropes into Punk's shoulders, just like they did on the Monday Night Raw where Punk beat him. I think it was a Monday Night Raw. Punk goes for another go to sleep, but then from behind, somebody low blows him, covered up, hooded up, just like I am, but like with the cords like this, by the way. You can only see this from their face, yeah. And previously, after the Roman Bronson Reed match, both Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed were banned from the arena. So it had to be a new person. Everybody thought it was going to be a new person, but it was Becky Lynch, man. Becky Lynch low blows Punk, allows Seth to get the stomp on the chair for the win. And everybody in the entire internet is having a meltdown in a good reason, because this has to mean AJ Lee will return and everybody is super excited, this guy included. I cannot wait to see where this goes. After the match, Punk is walking up the ramp and he sees a sign that says Punk and AJ Lee. and he holds the sign with one hand, looks at it for a while, and then goes. Meanwhile, in the audio, you have Jackie, the presenter, just going all over the place saying, this has to mean AJ, this has to mean AJ Lee, he needs AJ Lee. Yes! I'm so excited, bro. I am really, really excited. Bro, what a phenomenal show. But shout out to the crowd, by the way. Probably the greatest wrestling crowd I've ever witnessed. They were on for all the matches. Phenomenal stuff, bro. Phenomenal stuff, yeah? Phenomenal, like they were singing for a bit. So yeah, let's talk about the main event, man. I thought the main event was very, very good, man. All four guys just know what they're doing. Very experienced. And Jay was worked over the ribs because of what happened after the Bronson Reed Roman Reigns match. We'll get onto that. After a while, things escalate. Stomp on the ground by Seth on Jay. LA Knight went through a table by himself. He tried to do his elbow drop that he does. He's on the second rope, jumps to the top rope, and then jumps onto the table. Seth roll out of the way, and then he crashed and landed on a table. Seth gets a chair, puts it around CM Punk's head. He's going to stomp the chair, and then the finish that I just described happens. AJ Lee wrench throwing in the works. I cannot wait. That pop. If it is tomorrow, they are still in Paris tomorrow. If it is tomorrow, she might have the loudest pop of all time. In America, I expect the pop will be huge in America still. But if it is in Paris tomorrow, yeah, the crowd will go bananas, bro. It will be insane. Completely insane. Well, let's move on to the rest of the card. Opening the card, we had Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed, man. Very, very good match. Very physical, as expected. The finish was Reed was going for a tsunami. Roman gets up, tries to go for a Samoan drop, but Roman Reigns fights back. Bronson Reed fights back, pushes him off. Roman comes back and then does a Samoan drop off the second rope. Spear for the win. After the match, while he's celebrating on the tables, he sees Paul Heyman checking in on Bronson Reed in the ring. And Heyman is using the Shula Fala made with Roman Reigns' sneakers. So he goes inside. Heyman hands him the sneakers, and then he puts Paul Heyman in a guillotine and puts him to sleep. He goes out again to the table, celebrating like hell, and then he gets speared through a table by Braun Breaker. It was crazy to see. Braun attacks him, spear, then pushed him in the ring, tsunami. Out comes Jay, gets speared, gets tsunamied, and then Roman is stretched out in a stretcher, pretty much. So, and then Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed got banned from the arena. So Roman out for a very long time. I'll imagine because he's filming, actually. Yeah, he is filming the Street Fighter movie in September. So that makes sense why he's been written off. He has movie duties to do, and I understand that. So after that, we had the Wyatt 6 versus Street Profits. The Profits came out with the Borderlands masks, the game, because Borderlands 4 is almost here. Not a big fan of Borderlands, me. But yeah, good game though. It's a good game, just not my type. And then the Wyatt 6 came out, brilliant reception. Everybody had the Fireflies on, bro. It was insane to watch. They were singing the theme song as well. They were chanting for Bray. It was beautiful to see. Great homage paid by the Paris crowd. But before the match started, Montez Ford wants to start the match against Gacy, but Angelo Dawkins puts a hand on his chest and he's like, nah, bro, I got this, yeah? And he starts the match, building the tension, because on SmackDown, if you guys didn't watch it, Bo Dallas, not Uncle Howdy, Bo Dallas goes up to the Profits and he's like, can you be sure, talking to Montez, can you be sure that the blood that runs on your veins runs on his? Is he really your brother? And then somebody on Twitter put the video of Bo talking and just Montez on the picture while Bo is talking. And bro, first of all, he's using a black shirt, Montez is, with two chains, just like Bo Dallas was, in a black hoodie with 2 chains. That Triple H doesn't do stuff like that unless it's there's meaning there. And then you create the deception even more. And his whole demeanor in that exchange with Bo Dallas, he was looking at Dawkins, looking him up and down, like Bo planted the seed in his head. Now let's see where this goes. Very good match, by the way. They were just throwing each other around like crazy. Towards the finish, Angelo Dawkins gets in the face of Eric Rowan outside. Then Loomis, I think it was Loomis, clotheslines Dawkins over the barricade, but Montez does his big dive over the corner. He pushes Loomis or Gacy, I don't remember, into the ring, and he goes around to go. He's in front of the ramp now to go in the ring, but Nikki is holding his foot. Uncle Howdy comes from behind. Sister Abigail. He gets pushed back in. Gacy has him in a suplex, lifts him up, and then Loomis delivers a powerbomb in the neck breaker combo. And for the win, they retain the titles in Paris. Great decision, because it just fits. Them with the titles just fits. And I love that. Next up, we had Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella for the IC title. Very, very good match. I really enjoyed it. They were doing some very fun stuff. The finish was a roll-up, but that protects Nikki, and Becky is a heel, so she looks for any way to win. So that's what happened. Very good match, though. Very, very good match. And then Becky just had the stealer of the night with the main event spot. Then we had the old-fashioned Donnybrook match between Rusev and Sheamus. They just beat the living crap out of each other for like 20 minutes. I think that's how long the match ran. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, 20 minutes. I was bang on. 20 minutes, 8 seconds was the official time for the Sheamus-Rusev match. And just, bro, it was destruction beyond destruction. The finish, though, was they climbed the barrels. They have ringside, and Sheamus picks up Rusev for the white noise through the 4 tables, through 2 tables set up outside. The finish was they fight for a while, and then Rusev gets half of the shillelagh that he broke on Sheamus's back and puts him in the accolade again, but this time just yanks him back for the super duper the accolade for the win, man. Rusev wins his first pay-per-view back in WWE, and it just made sense for Rusev to win. Then we had match of the night, Logan Paul versus John Cena, and I'm not even joking. What a banger they put on. Phenomenal match. If you can only watch one match for the whole show, go watch that one, because it's incredible. Phenomenal match. The callbacks, Cena hits a Styles clash at one point, which makes the crowd sing the AJ Styles song in French. Il est vraiment phénoménal. La, 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 la. The crowd going crazy. Post Malone was there with Jelly Roll front row, going absolutely crazy. So yeah, phenomenal match. Cena gets to win after 2 AAs back to back, wins, and no Brock Lesnar. No Brock Lesnar. But Logan Paul, man, held his own. Overall, great show. If you can go out of the way to watch it, it's so enjoyable from start to finish. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another Linkin Park music video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already, man. It means more than you think, and it's just a click of a button. So do that. So without further ado, okay, slow started. All right. Oh shit! Okay, I was not expecting that. Bro. The way Emily just comes in, bruv. Again, from the start. Again. I love the instrumental. Love it. Three o'clock in the morning, lying dead in the street. Come on. It's almost 3 in the morning here in Portugal right now. 2:49. Love it. I like that. This was supposed to feel different. Why do I feel the same? Bars! Come on. That's bars, bro. Okay. I love this part where they just lower their volume and are singing the same. It's really catchy. Another catchy song, bro. They're doing a lot of catchy songs. Like, damn. Emily is just killing it, man. She just is. The switch as well is mental. Tell him. Okay.
Forget, but I'll remember you.
Ooh.
No matter where our ways may take us to.
Okay.
And even when the memories slip away.
Ooh. I like it. The build up. Come on, don't bite me like that, bro. Shit. Oh my god, man. I complained it, bro. Okay. So there you have it, man. That it's not as good as Up From the Bottom, Emptiness Machine, or the others, but bro, it's a catchy song. It's a catchy song, has a catchy chorus. Like, they do good job again, very good job. It's solid. 7 out of 10 for me anyway. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps more than you think. All glory to God as always, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to a brand new National Geographic video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already, man. Thank you so much for the new subscribers. You guys mean the world to me. I really do appreciate it. And without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go.
100 men versus 1 gorilla is just the newest online debate brought to you by people that have way too much time on their hands. And I'm no better, because here I am making a video about it.
Yeah, no,
because it's quickly gone from
so
silly Twitter talk to what has to be a massive joke that I'm not in on. What's clear is one side is getting drastically overrated, while people obviously aren't taking the other side seriously. Plus, I love animals and arguments, so if you're looking for a video to eat your lunch with, or to be the soundtrack of your commute home, I'm going to break down the question you probably didn't care about in the first place, and by the end, you'll wonder how this was ever even a question. So here's the full truth of whether 100 unarmed men could beat one prime silverback gorilla. But first, we gotta understand what force of nature we're up against. Now, I do have a couple recent videos on gorillas, so to not
on
repeat
the channel,
myself too
check
much,
it out.
I do advise that you check those out for further context. But basically, everything we thought about gorillas back in the day was wrong. They're giant, non-violent, fart-happy pacifists, and the most dangerous thing about them is they can misunderstand regular human actions as an act of war. So while, yeah, if you smile at a silverback enough times, he eventually will put beats on you like a Cherokee drum, most times a gorilla is just worried about the 6,000 calories he eats a day. And thank the stars for that. Gorillas are built like the developer had something to prove. They took the human model and said, drag to resize. The result is an alpha ape with a stronger bite force than a grizzly, allegedly, hands that can crush a crocodile's skull, allegedly, and just strength that we really have no way to truly comprehend.
Look at that, bro.
That man fully didn't plan to get casually ragdolled, but plans are always subject to change when you're around the prime ape. Gorillas might default to peace, but life is multiple choice. The question is, what kind of carnage comes when they choose violence? It's hard to imagine what a fully malice-motivated gorilla can do because it takes a lot for them to get to that point. The first phase of conflict involves using body language and gestures to send a message before hands even have to be thrown. Because for an animal that can spend over 12 hours a day eating, wasting calories on fights is poor resource management. The second phase of escalation usually involves pushing, grappling, and screaming in really short bursts. Gorillas fight the way they fight. What I mean is, the phase they run are like how they're hung. Not long at all. Because again, most times gorillas don't actually want to fight. But what about when they do? Yeah, that would be phase 3, and that usually happens when 2 silverbacks throw down for control of a group. Losing such would mean losing the 3 F's: food, family, and the FCC won't let me finish, but stakes can make these fights to the death, and here's where we can see what gorillas are truly capable of. I found a research paper that detailed the injuries sustained in gorilla-on-gorilla fights, and based on that, you see a pattern. Those teeth are for more than just undressing trees, and losers are often found with lacerations and puncture wounds all over the body. And unlike a leopard, which leaves small puncture wounds, the canines of a gorilla cause large gaping tears in victims. Even if the gorilla's bite strength has been exaggerated, which we will get into, even lowballing them puts them at the level of a hyena. One gorilla named Nshuti had his foot completely crushed with the tips of his fingers and ear bitten off. Gorillas also use their arms, not really to punch but to use as battering rams, and they've also been known to pull chunks of hair out with their hands. So safe to say, a gorilla's stiff arm to the back would crack your constitution like a glow stick and could dislocate or break human bones by accident. And with many victims also recorded with bite wounds to the face, you'd probably be able to unlock your iPhone from 20 feet away after a gorilla puts jaws on you. So what chance would an army of humans have against a 500-pound berserker? Well, hot take. Gorillas have been drastically overrated in many ways. First as fighters.
That's true.
Gorillas aren't efficient fighters. They're more physical brawlers and grapplers. And with everything I've said, most fights last anywhere from a couple seconds to 1 to 2 minutes at the most. Also, as strong as gorillas are, their strength has been overrated. There are some animals that just get more and more OP the more people talk about them. Chimps have been said to have the strength of 8 men when really it's closer to 1.5. It's just that they're stronger in all the ways that can kill you. And grizzly bears are already big enough, but then you got people claiming they can decapitate a full-grown moose with one swipe. Now, what idiot would say that? And this debate has people swearing a gorilla would rip a whole man in half like a phone book with nary a sweat. I knew the gorilla propaganda peaked when this was an actual debate.
Yeah, man,
Dr. Strange can conjure up 14
Bro.
million realities. You won't
Gorillas get packed in by leopard, bro. Can we deep that? So people can stop saying a gorilla would beat a grizzly.
find one where a plus-size
It's not
protein-packing
close
primate can do
between a
anything to
grizzly
a
and a
full-strength
gorilla.
grizzly bear taking him
The
seriously.
grizzly would
Especially
have him
since
for lunch,
there's a much
bro.
smaller predator known to give gorillas problems. Gorillas have been documented getting preyed on by African leopards. Even
Of
with
course.
jungle leopards being bulkier due to less competition, that's still an at most 180-pound cat past tensing Optimus Prime. Now let me be fair, these are rare and leopards usually go for hoofed animals, wild pigs, and monkeys.
Look,
Gorillas
I'm
are
not
actually too
insane.
big and too social to be a regular on the grocery list, so it sounds like my whole point is trash. But that same paper listing gorilla on gorilla violence also showed the aftermath of leopard attacks. In those reports, all leopard victims took bite wounds to the head and most of the arms, with lacerations localized about the neck and claw marks on the trunk. So even though it is rare and a one-on-one between a silverback and a leopard might murk both, if a gorilla can struggle with less than 200 pounds of predator, a 900-pound duratio would give her a bunkmate. Also, against 100 men, there are some very real issues that could be game over for the gorilla. The big one is endurance. Gorillas are dangerously close to being hot girl fit. They're best using explosive bursts of energy, not sustained strain over a long period of time, and a fight against 100 humans would likely last hours. Which is really bad considering compared to us, gorillas have poor temperature control. Gorillas don't have as many sweat glands as humans, and if we're talking about mountain gorillas, the thick fur would make it a 1-on-1 versus 1. The men, and the risk of heat stroke. That is if the ape doesn't just have a heart attack. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in gorillas in zoos, and 70% of male gorillas in zoos suffer from heart disease that'll past tense them prematurely. Now that might just apply to zoo gorillas, but it's still a factor. Another is the very temperament of the gorilla is highly non-confrontational. They're more likely to run away than run a fade. But most importantly, the brawling, grappling build is not a good combat style against multiple enemies. We know that cause there's another African predator that's been giving gorillas hell, and you may not have even realized it. And it's weird because for a while, gorillas and chimpanzees...
Bro, I've been saying this, bro. Yeah? We have this debate here. 100 men versus a gorilla. I think out of 10 fights, the gorilla will win like 2. And I'm being generous. Because like bro said, each stroke, they don't have... Like, it's different. He's a different animal. 100 Donnies, yeah, versus a chimpanzee, bro. Full raged. Bro, he will keep going hunting for more. A chimpanzee, bro, would murk 100 dudes like this. It wouldn't even be close, bro. It's insane, bro, insane.
These seem like
Chimpanzees are
They've been reported
freaks.
foraging together, and they'll even have their version of primate playdates. That all changed when the chimps started chimping. A couple years ago in Luongo National Park, scientists witnessed a gang of 18 chimps jump a gorilla family of 5. That's 3
My
females,
God.
1 baby, and a silverback.
No.
The turf war lasted an hour, and even with the silverback apparently testing ragdoll physics, throwing chimps in the air, and even managing to injure 3, eventually he was surrounded and chased off by 9 chimps. The adults got away, but the chimps managed to snatch the baby gorilla of the group, which was promptly eaten. The second attack involved 27 chimpanzees and 7
Jesus.
gorillas, and this time, the silverback made a business decision and immediately climbed out of the trees and fled the scene. Yes, comparing chimps to humans is comparing durians to jackfruit. The moral here is the one gorilla can not only be overwhelmed, but neutralized by numbers. Because if there's one thing that's being dangerously underrated, it's the power of friendship. Don't laugh, I'm serious. If you remember this picture, then you know this was the 100 Men 1 Gorilla of 2018. It's pretty self-explanatory. Everything here is coming for your life, except the 2 you handpicked to run defense for you. And I'm just gonna kill the suspense. If one of those picks isn't the 10,000 rats, you have no idea how big 10,000 is. Add eagles for aerial support, and the rest of the field would have over 200 rats to deal with each. And it's because the power of plurality is one of the most broken strategies in nature. Mobbing refers to an anti-predator behavior where prey animals approach, harass, and sometimes attack their own predator. It's how one animal can shift an almost impossible matchup in their favor. One hyena to a lion is a chew toy. Add 20 and it's a life lesson. Pilot whales have been on record chasing orcas out of high competition areas and even actively following the sounds of orca hunts. There's plenty of examples of weaponized unity in nature, but probably my favorite case of what's akin to a mob happens off the coast of South Africa, where fur seals have to risk their spot on the census every time they check the fridge. Cause the seals can't go out for groceries without the chance of running into the biggest predatory fish on Earth. Every year, great white sharks will gather around fur seal nurseries and snatch any inexperienced pups. The problem is so many sharks show up that a seal can dodge one great white right into the jaws of another. You've seen this movie before, but there's an alternate ending. Scientists have recorded fur seals squatting up into one giant group and using their numbers to turn on the sharks closing in. And as the mob gets bigger, the seal force gets more confident, leading to them escorting the 20-foot assault submarines back out to sea. So with all this, now it doesn't seem like a stretch to favor 100 men over just one gorilla. You could argue that the CEOs and the other mob merchants aren't actually getting physical with their final boss. That's true, everyone's asking if 100 men could off a gorilla, no one's asking how. Well, that's why I'm here. But first, obligatory, don't try this on a gorilla, or at least don't blame me for the consequences if you do. In a fight against a simian weighing a shack and a half, it's all about attacking the weak points, and a gorilla's weak points are the same as ours. Eyes, throat, mouth, and for measure, the jewels of the South. It's all about delivering damage that actually matters, and to do that, someone would have to perform the Draymond Green special and go for the Draymond, bro. Someone else would have to suffocate the supersized simian, either by bear hugging his windpipe, which only Tarzan backpacking plot armor can do, or by shoving your entire arm down his throat. And since you're already negotiating your arm elbow deep in the esophagus, you'd also have to pull the gorilla's tongue out. I call that the leopard method, because a 73-year-old once soloed an attacking leopard by reaching into its mouth and ripping out the leopard's liquor. And speaking of grab and pull, someone would have to be elected to perform Dragon's smash and go for the gorilla's unmentionables. Hey, don't judge. This is war. The rest would have to use their combined strength to pin the primate down, with the remainder delivering kicks to the gorilla's flank, the most powerful natural attack to the gorilla's most vulnerable area. That would probably be the best way to chip away at a gorilla. One problem though, this is still a gorilla we're talking about. Even with everything I said about their strength being overrated, a gorilla fighting for its life would show you destruction like you've never seen. It doesn't matter how many men, the method, or the facet, for those first few, their only outcome is a closed casket. Even if numbers eventually win, those first dozen or so men would be horrifically maimed, mutilated, or straight up murked. You can argue that if I can mention that 100 men running over the hill would intimidate even a gorilla, witnessing men getting mauled and disfigured would inflict psychological damage. There's an argument that witnessing the sheer carnage would weaken the resolve of the others, destabilizing the army. And you have to remember, if mobbing is natural, doing so in a way that guarantees
That's a very good point, actually. Because if you have 100 men, and you go in sets of 10 at the gorilla, yeah? Bro, those first 10 are getting murked, bro. And what's the human instinct when you see blood? You freeze. Because that's not supposed to happen. When you see blood, yeah, it don't matter what the cause is. You're gonna freeze for a bit, and that freezing time is enough for the gorilla to mark one, go to the other, mark another, and while he's doing that, you're backing off. You're backing off, bro. If you're seeing dudes, yeah, getting their throats ripped out, you're gonna back off. So, unless they all go at once at the gorilla and pin them down and kill them that way, then that might work. If you go in groups, bro, those first 5 are causing a destruction on the entire group just because of how humans are designed in terms of psychological, seeing blood and viscera and all of that, and visceral attacks and all of that stuff, bro. That's how it works.
Portion of your team sees Tupac live isn't. Even animals like hyenas will fall back if they sense they don't have enough of an advantage in a clan fight. But there's a catch. The tweet that started all this said, dedicated to that Surely if men can watch bunkmates get blown to bits in a war, then you can find 100 willing to die about a gorilla. If they can withstand the visceral reaction of seeing jaws getting detached, limbs getting dislocated, and a field of open fractures, 100 men would definitely beat a gorilla. And moral of the story, we have strayed so far from the halo of Harambe. Yeah, this is the part where I do the annoying thing and turn a tweet made by someone who definitely wouldn't pass a P-test into a lecture. But like I said in the other video, gorillas have already been getting the middle finger from humanity, either in the wild or in zoos. Whether it's trophy hunting or bushmeat, habitat loss, or an unsupervised minor, humans have the highest KD ratio against our green machine cousins. Because a gorilla has never been on record life-depriving a person.
Nope.
Even when they may have had a reason. Yet the mountain gorilla is nearly in bed with extinction mostly because of humans. But not all humans. Some dedicate their entire lives to the welfare of this giga ape, which is why I will be donating to Virunga National Park. Not only do they treat and protect the gorillas there as family, they often have to risk their lives regularly going against poachers. That and the fact that I made a video detailing how to murk an endangered species makes my soul itch, so link down below if you'd like to donate as well. I'm not kidding when I say they're family. This man was seen comforting one of his young gorillas after his mother died. And fun fact, Virunga National is where we got this gem. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Fun little video that nobody should take seriously. Nah, but I think I'm gonna start doing the animal versus animal face-off videos again, so let me know what animal matchup you'd like to see me yap about. There's one I've been wanting to get into for a while. Friendly reminder that I have a book, 100 Animals That'll Bleeping End You. I'd say more, but the name's the marketing. Also, I have a Patreon, but reminder that your money's probably just gonna buy me lunch, so don't spend a check unless you've always wanted to indirectly feed me Wendy's. Or you might just fund my next trip. I mean, all this talk about gorillas, who knows? Maybe I'll go see one. Oh shit.
You have to
drink
that.
water, hug your mother. Please don't gang up on a gorilla. They've been through enough. And I'll see y'all
in the next one. There you have it, man. It's like bro said. Leave gorillas alone, bro. Leave them alone. They've suffered enough. Poor things, man. But yeah, guys. Thank you so much for watching another banger video by bro. And yeah, man, like the video, subscribe to the channel. All glory to God as always. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, bro. We are almost at 1,000 subscribers, so please, 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 please subscribe to the channel and share the channel with your family and friends, man. Go to school, yeah, and share the channel with your boys, man. Come on. Go.
These are the dogs that would take the leash off and walk you. Because a lot of y'all have gotten way too confident. I've said it before, but one way to see how a guy's mind works is to ask him, what's the biggest animal you could beat in a fight? And if
what's... Bro, I'm not even joking, yeah? Anything the size of a goat besides dogs, yeah? Like capybaras, like, I could easily take on a capybara, bro. Like, I could take on a goat, I could take on a pig. Not a hog, not a hog, a pig, a farm pig. Now I could do. Goat. A goat I could easily take, and that's how far I go. That's how far I go, bro. These idiots that say they can beat gorillas, grizzlies, like these morons, bro, can beat elephants. Dumb idiots, bro. Dummies.
If you want to see how highly he thinks of himself, ask him, what's the biggest dog he could take down? Or if there's even one alive that he couldn't. TikTok has taught me a majority of y'all are KOing anything canine. Allegedly. Now in their defense, there's over 350 breeds of dogs and the average man is bodying most of them. Dogs are built for friendship, some quite literally. And they're descended from a pack hunter who really isn't about the one-on-ones. Plus, dogs have one real way of delivering damage, and unless they have the size to make up for it, most dogs can't go band for band with the average man. The thing about size.
Some breeds are macho.
Some canines are big enough to take you off the registry. Once dogs hit that 140 to 150 pound range, they go from a loud inconvenience to something whose free will could potentially put you in a dirt motel. Bigger than that, and you got the kind of dog where every breath you take is by his blessing. Real quick, this isn't to demonize any breed or inspire you to test your luck against your dog. And also, don't take this too seriously. I know Fantasy Fight Club loves hills to die on. But first we got the Kangal Shepherd is a Turkish Fido flex bred as a livestock guardian dog against jackals, wolves, and bears. Males on average get from 110 to 150 pounds, but ask around. Someone will tell you about their 180 pound attitude adjustment. An important
if you see a guard dog with a spike collar. Just know, they might get visits from wolves, bro. Way too often, so the owners decided to give the dog a spike collar. Yeah. Bro.
Distinction is that these aren't herding
Nature's
dogs.
tough,
They're guarding dogs. The canine insurance policy pretty much are part of the herd, and any predators that flock around very quickly find out. Kangals will defend theirs in any situation, and while the cellmate of Cerberus prefers intimidation, they'll catch a clean body if it gets there. The catch is, since Kangals are built to defend the defenseless, they're unironically really good with children. But with a temper more trigger-happy than the state of Texas, nothing steps to a member of a Kangal's herd without getting read in an obituary. Apparently, some Kangals have snapped at their owners for getting too close to their own sheep. With Kangals having the strongest bite of any dog at an alleged 743 pounds per square inch, a snap from a helicoptering horsehound hits much different. They're so protective, they even protect some of the predators they were hired against. In Namibia, ranchers and cheetahs share an area code, and in a world where a dead cow can set your entire family back, many cheetahs become chalk outlines in the name of asset protection. But having Kangals and Anatolians on site, which as far as I understand are Americanized Kangals, the cheetahs get run off by canine conflict resolution before the ranchers have to reach for a permanent solution. The Kangal option actually reduced cheetah trappings and killings by 80%, and in some places they're providing the same deterrent service to wolves. So all in all, they're still a good dog, just not for everyone. And not just because they need space, experience, and most importantly a purpose, they need discipline, because gentle parenting means Turkish Tank rips your arm out of the socket the first time he sees a squirrel. This fluffy boulder would send you back to the mountains they spawned from. Forged in the mountains of Caucasus, the Caucasian Shepherd is also called the Russian Bear Dog, even though they're not Russian, and you're liable for a lecture if you call them that in front of the wrong person. They also weren't bred to hunt bears, they're also livestock life insurance. It's just that calorie blocking a bear might just come with a job description. The blow-dry Tasmanian Devil comes in two forms, the longer coated mountain type and the shorter coated steppe version. The mountain brand are the big boys, and usually the ones that can get to over 200 pounds. And I promise you, you are not choking out a Wolverine on creatine with war experience. The dog, also called the ovcharka, was used in World War II as Soviet Union guards that would gatekeep Soviet gulags. So they might not send you there, but they'll keep you in its custody. So even though they didn't originate in Russia, before the Soviet Union developed an atomic bomb, they mobilized a furry nuke in the form of Fido. Also, a good amount would patrol the Berlin Wall, and after the wall came down and the dogs were adopted out, many of the veterans would suddenly remember their orders whenever near the past tense wall and would robotically walk in obedience to a wall that wasn't there. So yeah, folks messed around and created an absolute unit of a sleeper agent, and it isn't until you have about 200 pounds of dog resisting your will that you realize what the amounts of Caucasus were cooking. There's a reason this domesticated bear is used in Russian prisons. Imagine packs of ovcharkas roaming the city of Berlin at the expense of anyone unlucky enough to run into them. Well, you don't need imagination. For one of the dogs next, it's a reality. This is honestly the first place my mind went after hearing about the man versus dog debate. You tell him to sit, he looks at you like this. What is your next move? Daikujo decides to climb on your couch where he knows he's not allowed. What is your vehicle of retribution? I pray it's not a rolled up newspaper. He's gonna make you a small section of the next one. Latin is like a linguistic black light that tells the full story of a word, and when you shine it on cane corso, canis is dog, and corso or cohors refers to guard, specifically a military guard dog. Corsos, or actually corsai, are kind of the guard dog, and they're descended from ancient Roman war dogs known as Canis pugnax. For Corsai, the Italian mastiff would attack enemy lines in battle with buckets of flaming, scalding hot oil strapped to their backs. Fun fact, in my culture, cani is the name of a spice you put on dishes, and to me it's all good, but to someone who's never had it before or doesn't know how to handle it, it can be an overseasoned assault on the senses. Same story with the uber black of dogs. Handle them wrong and they're a one-way trip straight to Valhalla. And with many over 120 pounds, I do believe every conscious breath you take is with their consent. Again, they're guard dogs that protect their pack, and within it, they're docile family dogs that you can trust with the kids. But the same dog that can tear a wild boar in half like a phone book would absolutely turn you into coffin fodder in a fight. This might be the most underrated dog out here. First time I saw one, I genuinely thought it was a customized cane. And while they look similar, at up to and often over 140 pounds, the Bressa Canario somehow tankier than the canine Italian stallion. Don't get it twisted, the Spanish Mastiff off the Canary Islands is 404ing most men. They just might have been brought over by Spanish conquistadors, and they were admired for their intelligence, toughness, and like a fitted sheet they won't fold. But they were also bred specifically to exterminate wild or stray dogs. And that's something I'm gonna touch on later, because LGDs like ovcharkas, they're not meant to murk predators. just discouraged them. They bred the Presa Canario to erase other dogs. That's basically a canine assassin. The hired gun was also a reoccurring character in dogfighting rings, even after it was criminalized. Because of this, the pride of the Canary Islands almost went extinct in the 60s. Luckily, a breed society, Club Español de Presa Canario, was formed, and they came up with a breed standard. The standard was approved in '89, and the Presa Canario was recognized as the official dog of the Canary Islands. The goal was to help the Presa make a comeback, and today they're still going strong. They have a lifespan that can last over a decade, despite all the nerfs that come with being a big dog. Which means we're talking about the dog that has fought its own kind, its own biology, and literal extinction. Not the type I want to start problems with. Now let the record show that the muscle of Canary is the equivalent of a canine wet wipe around family, but any burglar is getting blacklisted from the census.
Tibetan
Once upon a
Mastiff.
time, a zoo in China caught heat for trying to pass off a dog as an African lion. Oh, it didn't last long and they were for sure wrong, but when you squint at a Tibetan Mastiff, you see their inspiration.
Oh, look at
This
that.
wolfy mammoth is one of the
So
oldest dog breeds
cute.
alive, and they were used to protect Buddhist monasteries and Tibetan monks from apex threats like wolves, bears, and snow leopards. Traditionally, the hound of the Himalayas would sleep all day and patrol the villages at night, so if you take in a Tibetan Mastiff, you may find their habits nocturnal. They're built different. I'm talking genetically sequenced abnormally. Back in the day, Tibetan Mastiffs were bred with Tibetan wolves because the dogs have a special protein that helps red blood cells carry oxygen 50% more efficiently. This mutation does not appear in other dogs, but you do see it in the Tibetan subspecies of gray wolf, which is why the sentient hair salon pile can survive such a high altitude. It's not hard to see how a full-grown literal Clifford can send wolves running. And that's what I wanted to mention. These are guardian dogs, not attack dogs. They don't want you dead, necessarily. Just gone. They're not out here looking for smoke, and if you have one, you'll find that the most
They're
dangerous
so
thing about
cool.
them is the constant slaughtering can be a slip hazard. But there's a catch. The Tibetan Mastiff wasn't just insurance, they were a status symbol, especially in China. One named Big Splash sold for $1.5 million, so they can ruin you physically and financially. The problem is, like all fads, the TM hype faded fast, and the outcome was more abandoned Mastiffs than anyone knew what to do with. Except the dogs. The Tibetan persuasion started forming feral packs where they've killed livestock, hunted native Baral sheep, and even attacked ancient enemies like snow leopards, bears, and now even humans. Now we've got thousands of feral uber dogs roaming the Tibetan plateau, making life air-conditioned hell for snow leopards and putting paws and jaws on any people that happen to cross their paths. It's basically what happened to pigeons in America, but I've never seen a pigeon lil bro a wolf. I don't know what's with all the videos of Tibetan Mastiffs and wolves in the same place, but I have not seen one where the dog doesn't completely bully the, albeit smaller, Asian wolves. And speaking of wolves, at least the wild ones are afraid of humans. We genetically engineered a weapon of mass destruction. And it's completely our fault. Mastiffs in general are a canine flex. They'll have you mad stiff. As in rigor mortis, the bull mastiff looks like a sweetheart that could genuinely bench press your family. The Neapolitan mastiff was literally built on honey badger principles. Loose skin so that even when clamped, they can always turn around and face their problems. But it also makes them look like a victimized pizza pie, cheese sliding right off. But we can't forget the English Mastiff, one of the few dogs that could successfully maul a wolf. For reference, the beast from Sandlot was an English Mastiff, and the record for the heaviest dog is held by Ika Mazorba, an English Stiffy weighing 343 pounds. And of course, we can't forget my favorite Mastiff, and honestly dog, the Rottweiler. This Rizzo Fund is an easy attitude adjustment for any man that thinks he can whoop any dog. But one dog you would absolutely get worked by is... The Boer Bull is a massive 200-pound vibe check of a pet. They were bred as a South African farm dog to protect the home against threats like leopards and even baboons. Ironically, it's the baboons I'm impressed by. You see, there's a lot of stories about this farmer dog, Aura, as the kids say. There's one story of a Boer Bull life-depriving 4 leopards in a row before losing to a 5th. Another story goes like this. The king of Albania gifted Alexander the Great a massive Boer Bull, but when Alex tried to get the dog to hunt, the dog seemingly refused, so Mr. Macedon did the sensible thing and murked the dog for insolence. Until the king said the dog wasn't lazy, just bored, and that these dogs were meant to hunt big game, like elephant big. So apparently they sent a replacement, and this Boer Bull won Alexander over after breaking a lion's back and forcing an elephant off a cliff. Do I believe it? Absolutely not, but it helps my narrative if I pretend I do. What is true is the same Boer Bull that squares up with big cats and baboons also has the personality of a weighted blanket, unless you threaten their family, in which case they'll put you in an ashtray. They're basically a guard dog that got promoted and invited out to hunts, which is actually the opposite of The Rhodesian Ridgeback might seem like a token pick, but hear me out. They're the inverse of boar bulls. They were so good at hunting, they eventually got promoted to guards. With a max weight of like 120 pounds, the Ridgeback is the lightest dog in this video. They get the nod because they were used to hunt lions, along with the usual suspects like wild pigs and baboons. Now I should probably explain, when I say hunt lions, I don't mean these dogs are out here giving Simba the belt to butt. There isn't a dog alive that can beat a lion. No dog exists that can 1v1 a bear, and pretty much all would get folded by a full-grown all-American Northwestern wolf. By hunting, really the Rhodesian Ridgebacks would bay the lions, not straight up attack them, but harass them, applying constant pressure until eventually the hunters showed up. The best way I can explain it is these wolves mobbing a black bear and basically escorting him away from their pups hidden in the grass. Rhodesians more so keep the lion in one place, which is arguably just as impressive. It takes a lot of intelligence to pin a predator 5 times your size, and yeah, Ridgebacks are creepily smart. Ask around, some will even say they're human. And that's a level of intelligence I'm not trying to deal with. One thing I do love is a dog that went against literal lions is also mad sensitive. They do not respond well to harshness, and you unironically have to watch how you talk to them because they will take it personally. They're basically gifted teenagers. They're not for the discipline, so you better keep it positive. You know, I almost forgot to mention the Dogo Argentino. A mistake that would have been. Basically, a teenager in the 1920s unlocked free will and decided to create the best possible hunter dog. He took traits like the scent tracking of a pointer, the height of a Great Dane, the Pyrenean Mastiff's calm temperament, and the boxer's overall athleticism, and crossbred them with the now extinct Cordoba fighting dog. Eventually, he created an Argentinian Mastiff, and to prove its strength, he pitted his dog against a wild boar and a mountain lion, gladiator style. Only the dog made it out. And I wouldn't even believe that if it wasn't for the story of Morocho, the Dogo Argentino, allegedly killing a puma to save his 2 human girls. Allegedly, because I'm not entirely sure it's true. I still can't see one soloing a healthy mountain lion, but the narrative has been set. So W Morocho. They might not be the biggest, but it's an explosive cannonball of a canine athlete that could overwhelm a grown man on the right day. They're tough enough to endure hours of trekking through rough terrain and still have enough juice to wrestle an animal 3 times its size. But if I ever saw this in an alley, my soul would auto-connect to the Wi-Fi in the sky. That's real Bluetooth. By now, you've probably recognized the pattern. If a dog was bred as a livestock guardian in the mountains, it's likely the last dog you ever want issues with. And that is everything the Central Asian Shepherd dog is. The CAS, or Alibi, is another LGD spawning from Central Asia, and one of the few dogs that could honestly be confused with a polar bear. And while most of the dogs here are a matter of speculation and my personal bias, with the symbol of canine country strength often weighing over 200 pounds, a full-grown specimen motivated by malicious intent would dismantle an able-bodied man. And as one of the oldest dogs, humans didn't really do that much to breed them. They were honestly bred more by the harsh environment than anything. Just an overall unit of everything a dog can be, and likely the biggest dog most people have never heard of. Again, this isn't to demonize any breed in particular. I just figured the man versus dog thing gave me an excuse to talk about him, and I don't think I ever did make a dog video, so, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone and stuff. And if you're a man who thinks they can solo everything on this list, you got it. Don't take it too serious, although I haven't made an animal versus animal video in a minute. Now there's an idea. Reminder that I have a book rating animals by how likely they are to murk you, and dogs are on there. Their rating might just surprise you, but that's gonna do it. Drink water, hug your mother, always research the breed before you end up with a bear in your backseat. Acknowledge my shirt, please, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
So yeah guys, there you have it, another banger by Casual Geographic. Homie stays the GOAT. And yeah, bro, nobody could solo one of those dogs, bro. Maybe Eddie Hall. Eddie Hall could. Eddie Hall is a legend, by the way. Shout out Eddie Hall, man. Shout out Go, man. Shout out Go. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. All glory to God as always, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already, man. But without further ado, ignore the trim. Let's get into this thing, man.
Remember that time Disney made a kids movie where a man's wife and children get violently ripped off the census and his only remaining son is left physically disabled, only for that same son to get kidnapped by a trafficker, and now the father has to travel hundreds of miles across predator-populated hoods with only the help of a severely mentally handicapped woman. Yeah, Finding Nemo was crazy. I'm gonna destroy your favorite movie with science, and here's a challenge. Take a shot, or a hit, cause 420. Every time a main character should have become a chalk outline. Your grandkids will be an AA at the end. So it starts with a barracuda clapping virtually Nemo's entire bloodline, and here's where we get our first problem. Barracuda don't eat clownfish or their eggs, but you know who do? Clownfish themselves.
Wow.
Clownfish have been known to spawn, kill, and eat their own eggs, so Nemo's mother would have been infinitely more of a threat to him than any barracuda could have been. Now, to be fair, if you ask a clownfish how they like their eggs, they'd probably say unfertilized, because those and damaged ones are the ones they'd usually eat, i.e. the ones that wouldn't make it anyway. But that goes against my narrative, so I'm gonna disregard it. The other elephant to address is how clownfish breed. Clownfish are sequential hermaphrodites, where every clownfish is born a male, and the biggest, most him male will transition into a female when the opportunity arises. Such an opportunity would be if a hypothetical barracuda took the alpha female on a dinner date with Batman's parents. That void would get filled by the biggest male clownfish in the area, and his spot would get filled by the second biggest male, and the two would proceed to mate with each other. And since the only clownfish we see in the entire movie are father and son, I'll let you fill in those dots. Clownfish aren't the only fish that switch teams. The Asian sheep's head wrasse does the same, but in reverse. They go from female to male. Although with a face for radio, you will not see them on a movie poster. If Nemo and Marlin having the worst form of family therapy wasn't bad enough, there's a good chance Nemo wasn't ever even alive. What if I told you Nemo means no one in Latin? Which means the movie title makes the theory that Marlin married Itachi suddenly gained legs. He also could have been named after Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. But that goes against my narrative, so I'm gonna disregard it. It's easy for facts to get lost in favor of a better story, and if you don't know where to look, you'd have no way of knowing. Like, you may have heard that the administration started putting tariffs on penguins. Now, personally, I think it's been time those business chickens ponied up. They've had it too good for too long. But I gotta pretend to be partial. So that's why I'm working with ground.
I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson, this is so... okay. Talking about penguins, bro. And he said... penguins are so clumsy walking, they're always falling and slipping on the ice because they don't have predators going after them in the ice. And that just clicked in my head. I was like, oh yeah, they don't. Like, they get killed by polar bears and seals while they are at sea. When they are on those long, like, sheets of ice, bro, nobody's going to touch them. So they just stand there at the cold, just vibing. So they don't need to be, like, good runners or fly away. They just need to exist, bro, and that's insane.
News. Ground News is an app
hey,
and
get
website
your bag,
developed
my
by a
boy.
former NASA engineer who
Get
did
your
not like
bag,
the way
bro.
she'd seen information be
Get
used
your
as a weapon
bag.
and how news outlets tend
Shout out to
control
Kendra
the narrative
Geographic,
now. Nemo's mom passed tense her progeny, and his father's going Marlin to Marlene as soon as he gets off screen. Alright, so Nemo is going to school, and when we get there, we meet these guys. And I remember, as a kid, I was not sure what Pearl was. Well, she's a young flapjack octopus. They're remarkably adorable in real life.
So cute.
Problem is, if this were real life, she'd be a lot less cute. The flapjack can be found in depths as far down as 1,500 meters, or 100 meters short of a mile, or about 3.5 Empire State Buildings. And since this pink propeller hat can withstand crushing pressure, if she existed where Nemo could see her, she would be turned into disfigured mush. Think about how getting pulled out of their habitat turns a normal-looking blobfish into a deflated, misshapen whale fetus. There's a whole corpse that got memed, and Pearl being where the sun shines would reduce her to flamingo vomit. Also, at one point, Pearl says this about her arm.
It's actually shorter than all my other tentacles.
Well, octopus usually have one shorter arm called the hectocotylus, and its job is to deliver baby batter directly to the female, and in some species, it detaches for the female to swim off with like a Costco coitus card. In fact, the bedroom arm might have a mind of its own, since it can swim to the female, and it's believed it can even sense danger. So two things, Pearl's not a girl, and that is an indecency charge. And that's not the last time we go down that road either. Now we're gonna ignore the fact that flapjacks don't actually have a hectocotylus because that goes against my name. So after Nemo sees his first pink slip, we then meet Mr. Ray. Not to be confused with the op of the Irwins, because Steve wouldn't even want that. but also because Mr. Ray is a manta ray, non-venomous and completely harmless. Now I don't know if they did this on purpose, but they chose arguably the smartest fish in the ocean to be their teacher. Manta rays are considered the most intelligent, with the largest brain-to-body ratio of any fish. The overachieving aquatic placemat is apparently capable of problem solving and advanced communication. They're also self-aware, with more than one occasion of a manta ray checking itself out in a mirror, and they were even caught waving and blowing bubbles at their own reflection. And just for reference, that's not how they'd react to another manta. Some mantas have even been on record asking divers for help removing hooks, so yeah, makes sense this one would have a teaching degree. Anyway, Mr. Ray gives the kids a marine magic carpet ride through the reef. Stop, right there. As a kid, it used to drive me crazy that I didn't know what that was. Years later, I have the answer. Spanish dancer. This Pacific pancake is a nudibranch, aka a type of giant sea slug, and a species known as a Spanish dancer, named after the flowing frills of a flamenco performer. It looks a lot like what SpongeBob got caught watching in 4K, and ironically, sponge is what they eat. They'll actually steal their toxins for their own use. It's essentially cultural appropriation with poison. They also play for both sides, but unlike clownfish, they're born with both equipment. Now for how they use it, well, sometimes two slugs will donate nativity nectar to each other and head on their way. Some sea slugs have two penile appendages, one for delivering baby batter, and the other to stab their partner through the head to release a substance believed to brainwash the receiver into accepting their love juice while internally rejecting that of a rival. How do Spanish dancers do it? I don't know. I honestly stopped looking because I can only read the words traumatic insemination so many times. Also in the movie, that specific dancer has a name. Canonically, it's Maria. Or I guess Mario. I guess both. So anyway, you know how the story goes. Eventually they get to the drop-off, the kids start doing the type of shit that got Harambe packed, and Nemo decides he really wants to live up to his name and gets himself kidnapped. His father tries to save him, but gets flashbanged by a camera. And yeah, that's accurate. A camera flash might not kill a fish, but it's severely disorienting and like a forced factory reset. That's why they say no flash photos in an aquarium. One time a tuna mistook a flash for a fish and proceeded to one-shot itself into the glass in front of several children. So I take it back. I guess it could have murked Marlin if it made him split his skull on a piece of coral. A little while after that, we get to Dory. She's a regal blue tang and a species of surgeonfish that gained a lot of clout from the movie. She's also venomous with a caudal spine that extends whenever the fish is stressed, meaning Dory has a built-in prison shiv. Not only can it cause severe pain and deep cuts, you're also liable to catch a nasty bacterial infection. That's why they're called surgeonfish, because they will cut you. Dory would also conceal carry a toxin called ciguatera, and poisoning can lead to migraines, trouble breathing, and hallucinations. So yeah, the beloved Disney character can be a real headache to deal with in real life, although to be fair, I've heard the same said about her voice actor. Not long after that, we meet Bruce, and considering he expeditiously kidnaps and essentially escorts them to an underwater white van, he might just be a predator in every sense. But when we see all three sharks, they swear by vegetarianism. We also see this guy. Remember him, he's gonna be important. Now there actually are vegetarian sharks. More than half of the bonnethead shark's diet is seagrass. And turns out whale sharks eat a massive amount of green. But considering we're talking about a great white, a hammerhead, and a mako, the only thing saving a clownfish and a blue tang is they're technically too small to even be worth the effort.
Hammerheads are not that aggressive, but a white shark and a mako, bro, they are not vegetarians, boy. Not vegetarians at all.
Head and a mako. The only thing saving a clownfish and a blue tang is they're technically too small to even be worth the effort. Also, when Jaws cries about never knowing his father, it's because many sharks exhibit multiple paternity, where one litter can have several fathers. Shark Mommy's womb is like a baby batter bouillabaisse, where paternity is like a lottery system. That was really gross.
That is gross.
I'm toned it down. But yeah, Bruce has no way of knowing who his father is. But it could be worse. Baby sand tiger sharks will cannibalize their siblings while in utero, and we know that because one time a scientist tried to slide his hand inside a pregnant shark's nookie and almost got his finger bit off. Okay, so later on, Marlin and Dory decide to dive into God's blind spot. Now, ignoring the fact that the pressure should have popped their eyes out and pushed their organs out of their mouths, they nearly get sent to a Tupac concert by anglerfish. Now, fun fact, if you watch the credits, that anglerfish lives a vorophilic wet dream when it gets swallowed by the little anxiety guppy from earlier. Funny thing is, it'd be the other way around. Anglerfish can distend their jaws and stomach and swallow prey physically bigger than they are. They extend so far that it inspired one man to pleasure himself with a dead anglerfish's stomach, which promptly sent him to the hospital. Should have sent him to solitary confinement. That is a hell of a hear me out, the kind that should forfeit your right to human contact. It's not long after that we meet a lot of 90s kids' first introduction to rage bait. If these moonfish were humans in 2025, They'd be kick streamers. In real life,
They
fish will
would.
use this shoaling strategy to intimidate predators using the hive mind method. On a large scale, it's pretty cool. It makes sharks swimming through them look like an Etch-a-Sketch. But when predators like tuna gang up on them, it turns the bait ball into a slaughter. Also, just a callback, the reflection of the sunlight off the prey's scales is exactly why a camera flash can make a tuna crash. Out, that is. Now let's talk about Nemo, because Buddy would have really become a no one before he ever saw his dad. Let me tell you about osmosis. No. So diffusion just means molecules will move from one area of high concentration to low concentration, and osmosis is that, but for water. Stay with me now. As a saltwater fish, Nemo would normally have a higher concentration of water inside him than outside, so high to low, water would leave him like his mother left the mortal plane. To avoid meeting her, Nemo would have to take in water while his kidneys work to pump the salt out. But put him in fresh water and the opposite happens. Now the concentration of water would be higher outside Nemo than inside, so high to low, Nemo would get internally waterboarded. So Nemo being flushed in a freshwater sewage plant means he would not make the sequel, as his cells would swell and rupture, and he'd get packed up by water poison.
I did not
Also,
know
fun
that.
fact, one line in this movie led to the deaths of thousands. You want to guess what it was?
All drains lead to the ocean, kid.
Just like that, Disney sent countless amounts of pet fish to the gulag at the hands of dumbass little kids, and if I had fish at the time, I would have been one of them. It also inspired children to set their goldfish free in the wild. Giant Goliath goldfish is
that's
why
a
you do
problem.
not do that. It's a bug-eyed invasive that's basically a nuke to the natural habitat. Now, I'm not blaming the movie for this, but their hands aren't clean. The irony is, a movie about letting fish be turned a lot of wild fish into pets and a lot of pet fish into the wild. Anyway, back to the father. Eventually, they both get taken by a whale. And oh boy, there is a lot to unpack here. Stay with me now, that was a blue whale. Not only are they the biggest things alive ever, it takes so much energy for them to open their mouths, they only do it when they're guaranteed enough krill calories. Not only that, blue whales taking so much water in the process, we're talking 10,000 gallons or like 200 bathtubs. The effort it takes to carry all that means the blue whale can barely move. So yeah, Bluey would have been physically incapable of carrying them to Sydney. But even if they could, Nemo still would have come out of it an orphan. When blue whales hold all that water, they squeeze that water out with their tongue. Anything not water gets trapped in their baleen. It's how they filter feed, which means our fish friends would have been crushed to death by an 8,000-pound tongue.
Bro.
That's the weight of an elephant. Also, it would have been physically impossible for the whale to shoot them off at Sydney, since the blue whale's mouth does not connect to its blowhole. Also, whales don't shoot water out of their blowholes. It's really just warm whale lung air meeting cool outside sea air with some mucus, and it smells like a tire factory married the final boss of tonsil stones.
Damn.
So if smell kills, they would have got a guess pass to fish hell. But ignoring all that, eventually they trade one live Uber for another when a friendly pelican saves them from a flock of hungry seagulls. Seagulls are a feathery antichrist and the spawn of Satan. And they should be afraid of pelicans, since pelicans are documented literally swallowing birds alive. In fact, one of the most
Pelicans
traumatizing
are
documentaries
diffy,
I
bro.
watched was where Cape Gannets were nesting on Malgus Island by the thousands, but because of overfishing, great white pelicans started pulling up to the nursery. What followed was a bunch of Today pterosaurs strolling across the island like a grocery aisle and swallowing any unsupervised chicks alive. Like, you could hear the—
Bro, I remember watching this doc, bro. It was mad. It looked like a scene that we would have seen in dinosaur time, bro. Like, it was just these so much bigger birds going around, just going through the flock of birds nesting, and being like, that has a parent. Oh, that one doesn't. Let's go there. Let's go there. There, bro. It was mad, and they just swallow them whole and alive still.
The chicks as they were sliding down their throats,
you get
only
me?
for the pelicans to fly home, just to regurgitate the recently devoured baby birds for their own pelican chicks to eat. So yeah, Nigel might be the real
Pelicans
villain
are
here.
macho.
Now that didn't really have to do with the plot, but I just sat here and overanalyzed a kids movie from 2003 because I have nothing better to do. And if this video
And
gets
I watched
150,000 likes, I'll do it to another one. You can probably guess which one. Friendly reminder that I do have a Patreon if you'd like to support me beyond subscribing, but as always, in this economy, don't spend a check on a creator that, let's be honest, really doesn't need it. Only if you want to like buy me lunch or something. Also, I have a book. You should read it. Link also in description. But that's gonna do it. Drink water.
Great
like your
video.
mother. Don't dump goldfish. That's for real a problem.
No,
My condolences to
don't do
your
that.
childhood. I will be doing it again. But until then, I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there we have it, man. Great video by bro again. And listen, Disney movies, once you take them apart, and you really get into it, it's like they make no sense whatsoever. That's why they are kids movies. But with The Lion King, I already know one of the things he's gonna say. like that Simba would have died like that after his father did. It would have been the first thing Scar did. And it would not take, he wouldn't send hyenas to do it. He would do it himself. He would kill Simba and reproduce again with Simba's mother. That's just how nature works, bro. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Don't forget, glory to God as always. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another FNAF theory video. This time from FNAF, shout out John, called the ultimate midnight motorist theory. But before we start, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel already, man. We are so close to 1k subs and that will mean the world to me if you guys could subscribe to the channel. So please just scroll down a bit, hit subscribe and go! Let's 2 years ago, yes? Scott was in on his live stream. That's cool.
I got your message.
That's actually really cool.
Scott Cawthon? I have things to say. Stay for a second. Scott Cawthon. Midnight Motorist? We need to talk. Uh-oh, God. No, Scott. Wait.
2 years later,
I've spent the last 2 years of my life dedicated to figuring out the biggest mystery in all of Five Nights at Freddy's. Midnight Motorist. And in this video, I'm gonna share everything that I found. This is by far the most comprehensive FNAF breakdown I've ever made. Let's get started. Midnight Motorist is one of 3 lore-heavy minigames in FNAF 6, with the other 2 being Fruity Maze and Charlie's Death minigame. FNAF 6 is the most lore-heavy game in the franchise, and that's on purpose. In the interview Dawko did with Scott Cawthon, Scott stated that FNAF 6 was made explicitly to answer questions regarding the story.
That was a game that was born out of necessity because I needed to kind of bring a conclusion to several events from the series.
This means that the most vague and mysterious minigame in all of FNAF came from a game that was supposed to tie up loose ends. And as ironic as that is, it's also fascinating. It makes me wonder what Scott was thinking when he made this minigame. Did he intend for it to be this big mystery, or is he genuinely shocked that the community is still trying to figure it out? In a game that does answer a ton of questions regarding the story and gives a satisfying and epic conclusion to everything, Midnight Motorist is virtually the only thing in the game that feels unsolvable, and it's because of how random it is. The minigame takes place directly after Charlie's death. Afton pulls up to the pizzeria, kills Charlie, and speeds off. Midnight Motorist is showing us where he sped off to. We know this because the minigame is labeled later that night in the game files. The minigame shows Afton driving back home, but before he gets there, he passes a clearing in the woods containing a mound of dirt and a bar called Junior's that he was apparently kicked out of. You can even see the bouncer standing at the entrance who promptly tells Afton, "Come on, you know you can't be here, don't make this more difficult than it has to be." This is the part of the minigame that makes the most sense. Scott was giving us important context to Charlie's death by showing that Afton was under the influence when he killed her, possibly explaining why her death was so sloppy and spontaneous. Afton then eventually finds his way home, walks in the door, and is met with someone watching TV. The person says to Afton, "Leave him alone tonight, he had a rough day." Afton then goes to the bedroom only to find that it's locked. Quote, "I told you not to close your door. This is my house, he can't ignore me like that. I'll find a way in from the outside." He then goes outside to find that he escaped through the window, along with some animatronic footprints next to the bushes. Afton then says, "Ran off to that place again. He will be sorry when he gets back." Then the minigame ends. Even with the full context of the minigame, there's a whopping 5 big big questions left unanswered. Who is the person watching TV? Who is the runaway? What was buried in the middle of the woods? Where did the runaway run off to? And why are there animatronic footprints by the bushes? In order to answer these questions, we're gonna do something a little bit different. Let's look at this minigame from the perspective of the developer, starting with the person watching TV. When Scott made this part of the minigame, he likely started with this, a blank room with nothing in it. He then knew he wanted to add a specific character to the room, likely a member of the Afton family. Scott then decided to add 3 details to help us better understand who this is. He had the person sit and watch TV, wear a gray shirt, and talk with gray text. These are all traits that belong to Michael Afton. In FNAF 4, Michael wears a gray shirt, uses gray text, and in Sister Location is known for going home, sitting on a chair, and watching TV. The only 3 details we get about this character perfectly line up with Michael. But if this is Michael Afton, who is the boy who escaped out his bedroom window? Well, by process of elimination, it has to be the only boy left in the Afton family, the crying child. Need more proof? In FNAF 4, we learned that Michael Afton is in charge of babysitting the crying child, and in that game, we constantly see them home alone together, just like we see in Midnight Motorist. Also, one of the main things we learn about the crying child comes from one of the very first lines we get in FNAF 4. Quote, "What did he do this time? He locked you in your room again." Whenever Michael wasn't terrorizing his younger brother, he would constantly lock him in his room. And what do we see in Midnight Motorist? Michael and the crying child home alone with Michael watching TV while the crying child is locked in his room, matching perfectly with everything we learned from FNAF 4. So far, we've answered 2 questions with some pretty solid evidence to back them up, but we still have 3 questions left, with the next one being a big one. What is the pile of dirt in the clearing? This random pile of dirt has driven me nuts for over 7 years now, and in my opinion, it is the biggest mystery in all of FNAF. Here's why. Unlike other parts of Midnight Motorist, there's literally nothing to connect this pile of dirt back to. The person sitting in the living room had specific traits that connected directly back to Michael Afton. The runaway has specific traits that connect it right to the crying child. This pile of dirt has nothing. Every time the pile of dirt is mentioned in official FNAF media, it's referred to as a secret grave. And I think the community has collectively agreed that that's what it is. Someone or something was buried here. And since we have basically nothing to go off of, let's once again look at this from the perspective of the developer. When Scott was making Midnight Motorist, he knew he wanted to add this grave. But instead of putting it in a cemetery or a hill by a tree like we see at the end of the game, he put it in the middle of the woods, clearly intending it to be hidden. The fact that the grave is so hidden and quote secret implies that whatever was buried here is part of some sort of crime, or at least something that someone wants to cover up. So in order to figure out whose grave this is, let's go through the list of crimes in this franchise. First, we have Charlie. Maybe after her death, Afton decided to cover it all up by burying her body in the middle of the woods. But we know that's not the case because we literally see Afton drive away after the murder, leaving her body outside in the rain. So we know it's not Charlie. Another popular theory in the community is that this is where the crying child was buried. But like we established earlier, the crying child is likely the runaway, so he would still be alive at this point. So the crying child is also off the table. I've heard some people say that this could be the grave of Mrs. Afton, but that feels a little too random. Not only is there no mention of Mrs. Afton dying in this franchise, there's only one vague mention of her existence at all. In the TV show Immortal and the Restless from Sister Location, we do seem to get a parallel to Mr. and Mrs. Afton in Vlad and Clara, but that's literally it. Mrs. Afton isn't very satisfying and doesn't have much to back it up, so she's out of the running. Next up, we have Elizabeth. I actually really like the idea of it being Elizabeth's grave, because her death was a freak accident entirely caused by William. Not only that, we know that Afton actively tried covering it up. When Elizabeth died and Circus Babies closed, Afton hid the truth from the public by saying that the restaurant closed down due to gas leaks. So it would totally make sense that Afton would want to hide her body. But in order for this to work, Elizabeth would had to have died before Charlie and the crying child. And I just don't see Afton creating animatronics specifically built to capture feature kids that early in the timeline. So although I do like it and it could make sense if we get more information, I don't think this grave belongs to Elizabeth. So if you haven't noticed yet, we are quickly running out of dead people. And at this point, I was about to give up. Every answer I could come up with felt unsatisfying because there was no evidence to back it up. So before I gave up, I decided to try one last thing. Actually play the game. But this time, I would really analyze it from the developer's point of view, like we've been doing this whole video. And it was during this one playthrough that I discovered the theory that I'm gonna share with you today. In FNAF 6, there are 3 lore-heavy minigames: Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and Charlie's Death minigame. The first thing I noticed was in order to get the Lore Keeper ending of the game, you need to complete all 3 of these minigames. This is interesting because there are other things you can buy in FNAF 6 that feature lore, such as Candy Cadet and Egg Baby, but those ones aren't required to get the Lore Keeper ending. Scott purposely paired these 3 minigames together. Why? Well, we know that the Security Puppet minigame and Midnight Motorist are directly connected. Midnight Motorist literally takes place directly after Charlie's Death minigame. The minigames are so connected, in fact, that I started asking myself the question, why does Fruity Maze even exist? That may sound odd, but really think about it. The Security Puppet minigame revealed that Charlie possesses the puppet and gave us more info on how that happened. Midnight Motorist revealed important context behind Charlie's death, showcasing that Afton was under the influence when it happened. It also showed us exactly where he sped off to. Candy Cadet told us the story of 5 things becoming one thing, explaining how all of the spirits ended up in Molten Freddy. Egg Baby gave us Henry's insanity ending speech, which is arguably the biggest lore drop in the entire franchise. All of this stuff is super important to understanding the lore of these games and the franchise as a whole. And then there's Fruity Maze. Fruity Maze tells us the story of how Susie, the kid who goes on to possess Chica, was lured into the back room by Afton. And that's it. This minigame feels odd because it's not required to understand anything. We already knew that Afton lured the kids into the back room, and Scott even reveals Susie's name at the end of the game. The only purpose of the minigame is to show the specifics of how Afton lured Susie into the back room. So that again begs the question, what is the purpose of this minigame? Well, like I said earlier, Scott purposely paired this minigame with Midnight Motorist and Charlie's Death. And just like how Midnight Motorist gives added context to Charlie's Death minigame, I think Fruity Maze gives added context to Midnight Motorist. I actually think all 3 of the minigames are connected to each other. In Fruity Maze, we learn exactly how Afton lured Susie into the back room. It's revealed that Susie's dog had died, and Afton told her, quote, "He's not really dead. He's over here. Follow me." What if I told you that it's not a human buried in the woods in Midnight Motorist, it's Susie's dog? Let me explain. The more you play the Fruity Maze minigame, the more it starts to break. First, you see a bunch of fruit scattered throughout the maze. Then you start to see Susie's dog alongside the fruit. And in the final phase of the minigame, the fruit is gone and we see 3 things: Susie's dog, a mini coffin, and flowers. The music in the minigame then cuts out and you start hearing a car alarm. After the car alarm, you then see Afton show up behind her. The car alarm indicates that Susie's dog was hit by a car, and the coffin and flowers indicate that the dog was buried somewhere. The fact that Afton knows that her dog died match with the eerie car alarm playing before Afton shows up tells me that Afton had something to do with her dog's death. The absolute nail in the coffin for this comes from the final detail we see in this minigame. Randomly scattered throughout the final phase of the minigame among the dead dog, coffin, and flowers is a yellow rabbit digging a hole in the dirt. Scott added a sprite of a yellow rabbit, aka William Afton, that dug a hole in the ground. And in Midnight Motorist, we see something down the road from Afton's house buried in the dirt in a clearing right next to the road. Why did Scott show us the story of how Afton lured this one specific kid? Well, it's because it gives us important context for Midnight Motorist, therefore connecting all 3 of these minigames as part of the Lore Keeper ending. In all of the FNAF games, this is the only time we've seen anything relating to Afton burying something in the dirt, and it comes from a minigame that was intentionally paired with Midnight Motorist. So now now the question becomes, why? Why create this storyline about Susie's dog and then immediately show us where it was buried in the very next minigame? Well, the answer is he did it to establish a timeline. By showing us what happens directly after Charlie gets killed, we're able to see which characters are still alive. In Midnight Motorist, we see that Michael and the crying child are still alive directly after Charlie was killed, which means that the crying child must die after Charlie. The inclusion of the dirt mound, though, throws a whole new wrench into the timeline. If this mound of dirt was put there to imply that Susie's dog was already dead and buried before Charlie died, that would mean that the missing children's incident likely happened before Charlie and the crying child's deaths, effectively making it the first major event in the timeline. This goes against pretty much every interpretation of the timeline I've ever seen. But for fun, I decided to keep going and see if there's actually evidence to back it up. Could the missing children's incident really be the first event in the timeline? Well, the first thing I thought of was the FNAF 4 minigames. In those minigames, we see the crying child walk up to a little girl who says, quote, "You'd better watch out, I hear they come to life at night. And if you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone." This is odd because the commonly believed year of the missing children's incident is 1985, and we know that this minigame takes place in 1983. That means that the rumors of kids being stuffed into animatronics existed in 1983, before the crying child was even dead yet, which would line up with the missing children's incident being the first event in the timeline. While replaying FNAF 6, I also noticed a weird detail about the Charlie death minigame. One thing about Scott's 8-bit minigames is that they have little to no details, so much so that we don't even know which pizzeria this minigame takes place in. Scott really only adds details that are required to understand the basics of what's going on. So when we get to the part of the minigame where we go outside, you can see that Scott added rain and garbage cans to show that we're on the side of the building. But one other thing he decided to add were posters taped to the walls. This is a common thing you'd see on the side of a building, but what's interesting is the type of poster it is. Scattered on the walls outside of the pizzeria are wanted posters. In a minigame that has little to no detail, Scott took the time to make a wanted poster featuring the outline of a man wearing a hat. Not only that, he scattered the same poster all over the walls. A popular trope in movies and TV shows is to hang a comical amount of wanted posters of the same person all over the place. It's a way to emphasize how important it is for this person to be caught. And it seems that Scott did the same thing here. By putting a bunch of wanted posters outside of a Freddy's restaurant, it's almost like Scott was trying to show us that a criminal having something to do with Freddy's was on the loose when Charlie was killed. And I think that criminal could be William Afton. If Midnight Motorist really is showing us that the MCI happened first, these wanted posters would be a great way to show us through environmental storytelling that William Afton already was a wanted criminal before Charlie got killed. And one of the strongest pieces of evidence for this actually comes from one voice line in Ultimate Custom Night.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
Chica says, "I was the first. I have seen everything." This voice line blows my mind because in a series where Scott has stated that he likes to clear up misconceptions from past games in future games, he decided to add a voice line in the very last FNAF game he ever made that says, "I was the first. I have seen everything." This heavily implies that Susie was the first murder in the franchise, which would make sense if the MCI happened first. Another piece of evidence comes from Help Wanted 2, where we see 6 graves for Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. But there's a specific order that we need to light them in. That order has Chica first, Foxy, Bonnie, Freddy, Golden Freddy, and then the puppet. This matches perfectly with everything we've discussed so far. Chica was the first, she's seen everything, followed by the rest of the MCI, and then Charlie. All of this stuff shows that there is evidence to back up this timeline of events, which means that this very well could be where Susie's dog was buried.
He's spitting, yeah, like he's presenting hard facts for everything, but then if the missing children incident 1 happens first, yeah, before Charlie gets killed, then there's a massive issue. Why does Henry say a wounded first done to me or something like that? That would mean he killed his daughter first before everything happened. So weird. This game, this franchise, bro, is so weird. He literally says at the end of this game, he says, a wounded first, I don't recall the exact verb uses there. A wound first done on me or something like that. Which would mean his daughter died first and then everything happened and he feels guilty because he let everything happen. I don't know. It's so weird.
So that's
So
3 of the 5
convoluted.
questions with a pretty satisfying answer to back it up. But now we get to the actual hardest questions to answer in this minigame. Where did the crying child run off to? And why are there animatronic footprints by the bushes? Unlike the pile of dirt in the clearing, we actually have dialogue we can analyze
Why
that's
would he
related
want
to the
to go
scene.
there?
When William Afton comes home to see
Why
that
would
his
the
son
crying child want
escaped
to go
out
to
his
the
bedroom
grave
window,
if
he
he doesn't
says,
go?
quote, ran off to that place again. He will be sorry when he gets back. The most important part of this dialogue is the word again. Ran off to that place again implies that this is a pattern of behavior. Afton also immediately knows where he ran off to. This isn't the first time the crying child has done this. That then begs the question, where is he running off to? One possible option comes from the Twisted Ones, which released 6 months before FNAF 6. In the book, Charlie gets kidnapped by one of the Twisted animatronics, and her friends are desperately trying to find her. While her friends are looking for her, Shadow Freddy appears in the woods, and her friend says, quote, I don't know what it is, but I think it wants us to follow. Shadow Freddy then lures them directly to Charlie. What Shadow Freddy is and why it did this is never explained in the book, but what if it helps explain Midnight Motorist? What if, just like in the book, Shadow Freddy appeared outside of the crying child's window and lured him to Charlie? In FNAF 4, we're told repeatedly that the reason the crying child is scared of the pizzeria is because he saw something. So what if the thing that he saw was Charlie getting killed outside of the pizzeria? This theory is pretty popular in the community and is similar to ID's Fantasy's take on Midnight Motorist. Every time we see the crying child in FNAF 4, he is terrified of Fredbears. But Midnight Motorist showed us that that wasn't always the case. It turns out that the crying child used to run off to that place all the time. He loved going there until he saw Charlie get killed outside of the pizzeria. I really like this explanation, and it's because it gives a solid reason for why Scott set Midnight Motorist on the same night as Charlie's death. The reason he showed us that the crying child ran off to the pizzeria the same night Charlie was killed was to connect those two events. Midnight Motorist showed us that the crying child wasn't always scared of the pizzeria, while also showing us the night that all changed. Also, Shadow Freddy luring the crying child to Charlie not only matches up with the Twisted Ones, but also FNAF 3, where we see Shadow Freddy luring the animatronics in the Follow Me minigames. This is a great explanation and is super satisfying, but I do have a few problems with it. In FNAF 4, when the crying child is left alone at Fredbear's, he's told to run towards the exit. But if you try to go further into the pizzeria, you hear, quote, no, don't you remember what you saw? The exit is the other way. Hurry and leave. This implies that what the crying child saw was further inside of the pizzeria. The crying child wouldn't want to go outside if what he saw was Charlie being killed outside. Also, 2 months after FNAF 4 came out, Scott gave us 3 clues to help figure out the game, with one of them being what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. This is Scott outright telling us that the crying child didn't actually see anything bad happen, he misunderstood what he saw. There's a reason that after we get the line, don't you remember what you saw, we see this Easter egg. An employee in the shadows of the back room putting on a Bonnie suit. The crying child saw this and thought someone was being stuffed into a suit. This is why he wants to leave the pizzeria and is scared of the animatronics. When confronted with one, he's told, quote, it's too late. Hurry the other way and find someone who will help. You know what will happen if he catches you. That he is clearly referring to the Fredbear mascot that just appeared in front of him. So although I love the theory of crying child being lured by Shadow Freddy and witnessing Charlie's death, it's not perfect. Speaking of things not being perfect, this whole theory isn't perfect. Susie's dog being buried in the clearing and the MCI being the first event in the franchise has evidence to back it up. But time and time again, in the Silver Eyes trilogy, Fazbear Frights, and the Into the Pit game, Scott has established that the MCI happened in 1985, making it impossible for it to be the first event in the timeline. You could argue that those books and the Into the Pit game take place in a different continuity, but with how many times Scott Scott has stuck with that year, I doubt he would change it for the main games. And with that, the entire theory falls apart. But that's kind of the point of this video. I wanted to show you the process of what it's like to theorize about this minigame. From getting excited about finally finding some solid answers with solid evidence to back them up, to finding the one or two things that make it all fall apart. The theory I shared with you today does contain my best guesses for what this minigame was trying to show us, but at the same time, I don't believe all of it. I love the idea of Susie's dog being buried in the clearing. I even decided to look this up to see if anyone's thought of this before, and it turns out a couple people have. But in order for this to work, the MCI can't happen in 1985, and I believe it does. I also don't think the graves in Help Wanted 2 are showing us a death order. I think they're probably showing us the order the spirits moved on. In the Happiest Day minigame, you can see the MCI victims' masks drop first, with Charlie's then dropping last, matching with the grave order. The thing is, it feels like Scott's been trying to give us answers for this minigame for years now. There's multiple stories in Fazbear Frights about a kid being lured out of their house by an animatronic and taken to Freddy's. We also recently got the Midnight Motorist level in 5 Laps at Freddy's, which confirmed Afton is the Orange Man. And finally, we have the FNAF movie, where Scott literally showed us a version of Midnight Motorist playing out in real time. During the night, Golden Freddy shows up to Abby's house, where we see someone sitting in a chair watching TV and Abby in her room. Golden Freddy then sneaks Abby out of her house and takes her to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And the funny thing is that this could also work in the games. Just like Abby, the crying child is also being taken care of by his older brother Mike. The crying child also has a close relationship with his plushies, just like Abby. Abby calls the animatronics her friends in the movie. The crying child calls his Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy plushies his friends in the games. The crying child could easily be friends with the animatronics. And Midnight Motorist could be Golden Freddy sneaking the crying child out of his house at night to go hang out at the pizzeria, just like in the movie. But like we established earlier, this would only make sense if the MCI happened first, which seems unlikely. Midnight Motorist is one of the biggest mysteries in all of FNAF because of its extreme lack of detail and lack of things to connect it back to. And this could very well be on purpose. In the recent interview Dawko did with Scott, he talked about how he makes his games.
You know, whenever I'm making these games, there are a lot of things that are in my head that are just flowing ideas. And when I have them and put them there, it's the first half of something. It's like a string or a rope just like reaching out, and I know that what's there on the other end is there. I trust that it's there. I know that it's there. And then whenever I progress forward, the rest of that just reappears. The rest of it appears and just fits into place perfectly. That's how all my games have been made. I feel that there is something there, and I make the roads to get there for that to be revealed.
Scott loves foreshadowing and laying the groundwork for something to be explained later. So Midnight Motorist could be Scott giving us the first half of something, with the rest being revealed later on. Who knows? This minigame is a great representation of FNAF as a whole. There are so many ways you can make everything work, but you can't achieve that without filling in some big gaps in the story yourself. At least for now. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and thanks for watching.
Subscribe to John. So yeah, shout out to John, man. It's really tough. Like, before I started doing this, I had a God of War channel where I would do theories and everything. I since deleted that channel because with the spacing of the games, you just run out of things to say, and the games don't have that much theorizing going on. That many games specifically is really the big mystery right now in the FNAF community. I feel like, for what I see, John went to the work of trying to make this theory work, but it doesn't, because the MCI needs to happen earlier, and by all indications of everything Scott has released, it just doesn't happen until 85. Let's see what happens with Secret of the Mimic. Like, I think that game might change the timeline a bit. But yeah, gotta wait out and see, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. All glory to God as always, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we have another Kami banger, bro. Something in the water. Before we start though, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, bro. Just scroll down a click of a button. That's it, bro. You guys know how much I love Kami, man. She's one of my favorite artists ever. So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go. Kami, something in the water. Wait, she's flexing. Let me flex as well. The power of the Lord, you get me? Love that. She's so talented. It's insane. It's insane. Thanks. Bro! Listen, I've already listened to this song because of course, but like, damn. Damn. For those who don't know, you hear the drums in the background? That's her. That's how great she is. She plays the drums, she sings. The camera, by the way, loves her. Whatever it is, she has it. When I see her in videos and I saw the podcast she did a couple of days ago, the camera loves her. Loves her, bro. She has that charisma, man. And she is incredible. Incredible, bro. Come on, man. Again. The charisma is just aura for days. Just enjoy it, bro. Come on, man. Would you swing or would you swim? Come on, man. That's all life is. That's what life is. You are sinking. Will you just go? Will you just let that happen, or will you give everything that you have to come up to the surface again? Come on, man. To those of you in the bottoms, bro, I've been there. The bottom, man. Like my sister told me, there's only up to go. You reach the bottom, you only have to go up, man. You got this, bro. You got it. Fight. Come on. You have to every single day. Come on. Put your faith in the Lord. It's gonna help you. Come on. Come on. The video is so good as well. So well shot. Her voice, man. so good, bro. Like, come on, man. Just look at her. Look at this frame. Star, bro. She screams superstar, bro. She just does. She's insane. She has so much aura. Is actually ridiculous. It's ridiculous, bro. Again, come on, Kami. Let's go. Sheesh! Lord have mercy. What a star, man. What a star she is. The fact that she's getting more and more recognition, man, it warms my heart because she deserves it. She works her ass off developing and perfecting her craft, man. She's super talented. Seems like a very cool person. Like, come on. Go follow Kami on Instagram, man. Go stream her songs if you enjoy them. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. All glory to God as always. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel already. It helps tremendously, man. And if you subscribe, we are one step closer to the goal. So thank you so much for everybody that's watching. Share the video as well and let's get into this thing. Just another boring video about birds. Because we all know bird is the word, bro. Okay? If you know, you know.
Don't let the baby face and lack of facial hair fool you. Us 90s kids are getting old.
Facts,
One thing
my
they don't
boy.
tell you about getting old.
Getting up there, man.
That birdwatcher phase really comes out of nowhere. You'll just be minding your own affairs,
Sure.
and then one day, unprovoked, you'll be like, huh, that is an immaculate looking grackle. We laughed, but the whole time he was right. The bird is the word. And is he
Bird's the
wrong? Just
word.
look at Buddy go. I could watch that
Oi,
for a
a
couple
little
of minutes
dance, bro.
without getting bored. This is an American woodcock, and I know what you're thinking.
Pause,
They
bro.
go by a lot of names, such as the timberdoodle, the bogsucker, and the hokum poke. As
No,
for the partridge
timberdoodle.
plugwalk, woodcocks eat worms, and it's believed
That
that a
face
cute
is
little woodcock
weird.
waltz to
The
us
eyes
is a
are
category
really
7
up there.
disaster to any earthworms below, and the confusion
They are not
makes it easier
centered,
for a
which is
hokum poke
pissing
to
me
poke 'em
off.
folks. They do their dancey dance in the name of murder. And clearly it takes
That's
some
cute.
time for a woodcock to get the rhythm right. As you can see for this baby bogsucker, the beat is chasing them. They're just faster, but they're trying, and one day they'll get the motion, and that's all you really can do when you're a little woodcock. Now, if I've gotten older, there's one bird I've really grown to appreciate.
Look at that.
This is a blue.
It's not centered, bro.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Let's address
Booby,
it.
yep.
Why blue? We'll get to that, but the blue-footed booby is a seabird of the Sula genus, along with the masked booby, the Nazca booby, Peruvian booby, brown booby, and the red-footed booby. Because don't let poor media representation fool you. Boobies come in
they're
a
like
lot
flamingos.
of colors, but to be fair, you might have
Well,
only ever
because
seen
of what
blue.
they eat,
Well,
they
the
get their
blue
feet
comes from
blue.
the carotenoid pigments in the fish they eat. It's really
Do
no
that,
different from the
do
shrimp
that.
that turns
I'm
flamingos
on.
pink. And if you
Yep,
identify
true.
as Bugs Bunny, the carrot consumption can tint you tangerine.
True.
For bluefoots, the color actually correlates to their health, and by extension, how attractive they are to a partner. And there's no stolen valor in the system. Scientists did an experiment where the boobies starved for 48 hours saw an immediate decrease in the brightness brightness of their blue. They took it a step further by taking a male booby, we'll call him a moobie, that already had a
Not
female
a
laying egg in his
moobie,
nest
bro.
and dulled his
Come
feet with
on.
makeup. His mate responded to the nerf by laying a smaller egg days later, one with less yolk concentration and therefore less of a chance of living. So yeah, the brightness of a booby means everything and is a literal blue check that verifies their immunological health. Funny thing, you see the same thing with mandrills. Male mandrills look like they got rear-ended by a snow cone machine because it's a sign of social
it's so
status.
weird,
The higher
man.
the status, the higher the saturation. But a mandrill that gets regularly bullied and beaten will lose its cheek color, so that's why alpha mandrills look like they're constantly cotton candy constipated. The brighter the butt, the more he procreates, and
How's
brighter
that
boobies
happen,
get more groupies, which is why their courtship display involves birds flaunting their colorway. It's like red bombs, but for crip. It honestly looks like they're on a mission not to crease their sneaks, and the final act of this dance involves the movie presenting his partner with nest material. Even though blue-footed boobies don't even make nests. Nah, instead they thug it out on the ground, while defecating 360 until the dried product forms a ring around the nest. Why?
Damn.
Well, as it turns out, boobies have a poor sense of smell, but great visual memory, and in a flock of up to 10,000, they
That's
recognize
true.
their nest by the specific ring of guano, and guano stands for gonna wanna stay in that ring, because somehow that visual memory doesn't apply to their children, and only chicks inside
Bet
the
this
septic center
smells
get fed.
disgusting.
Baby boobies that leave the center not only don't get recognized and don't get fed, they might get massacred by their own mother.
Did I just get you? What?
Leaving the poop ring.
Oh,
That's
hell
not the only
no.
way a baby booby
Get
can
the
get
beats,
deflated.
bro.
This seabird practices siblicide, because again, don't let the internet's unrealistic booby
lot of
standards
birds
tell
do.
you otherwise. No pair of boobies are exactly the same. One's always a little bit bigger. And that's okay, it's totally normal, but it does mean the bustier bosom
okay.
will bludgeon and bully the weaker chick, often while the parents watch the booby get murked like mastectomy. It usually happens when parents are low on groceries, but sometimes the booby newbie will catch a body just because. The Nazca booby will
Just
yeet
cause.
its sibling out of the nest, even though studies have proven that boobies working together could easily feed both children.
Did I just catch you on the beach?
Alive.
Bang.
Yeah, it ain't all beauty being a booby. Like I said, unrealistic booby standards aside, they come in many colors like the red-footed variety. Also from their diet, and they also use their feet game to secure a mate. Evidently, it might work too well, as not even a predatory coconut crab can resist getting grabby with an unsuspecting booby bird. But there's more than just crip walking unmentionables in the world. There's also
Those eyes are
tits.
freaky.
I've definitely grown to appreciate these fleet of flying popcorn chicken. Really nothing like waking up and opening your blinds to a nice pair resting outside your window. Tits are a large family of passerine birds seasoned all across the world. Alright, let me stop waffling. Let's address the elephant in the room. In Eurasia and Africa, they're known as tit birds, but come to America and you'll find they're called
Chickadees! Chickadees!
So I get why you're confused. You got an Italian plumber with a Japanese creator using their American name. Understandable, that would trip up anyone. Now with the birds with the tit variety, how they got their name is actually pretty interesting. Back in the day, tit was more like teat, and teat was an old English word for little or small, or even the suggestion of something small. Matter of fact, there was a time where it was used to reference a small horse or pony in the very derogatory.
cute,
For
bro.
example, no storing of pasture with baggly tit, with ragged with age, and evil at hit. Thomas Tasser. Translation? Tommy had a problem with them horses. But yeah,
Damn.
petit means little, and if you don't believe me, pardonnez mon français, mais petite means little.
Yep,
So
it
that
does.
is un petit peu.
When you go to the shops,
Also
yeah,
an
and you see a
old-timer
petit
language,
gâteau,
mus referred
that
to
means a
bird.
little
And they gave
cake,
a telephone
bro, a
turning
small
mus
cake.
into mouse.
I
It's
think
how
it's
there's
little
now a
cake.
group of birds known as titmouse. English lesson aside, when it comes to
Little
birds,
tit.
there's a lot of tits in the world, and they come in all shapes and sizes. My favorite is the long-tailed tit. Look at him. He's like my final boss of bird
That's so
bias.
cute,
It's one of
man.
Europe's smallest birds, cause you know, they tend to keep it pretty putsy, except in Sweden. They got big ones over there. In fact, it's home to the great tit. At about 5.5
Damn, bro.
inches as far as tits go, they sure are. Can't leave the Americans out, so of course we gotta shout out Sultry Parus minimus, or the bush tit. And representing the aforementioned titmouse is the tufted titmouse of Texas. Obviously they're found in more than just Texas, but ain't no stops in alliteration station. But back to my preference, the long-tailed
so
tit.
tiny.
And not just because of shape, although I do like them round. I don't really have a preference.
Bro,
They're all beautiful.
come
He's
on.
just built like a perfect snowball. And something about
He
watching
is.
them hang in the air is just satisfying. But also because they have a daycare system. Nature just couldn't let a long-tailed tit
They're
walk,
really
so they have
round,
a
bro.
lot of predators like owls,
Who doesn't like
weasels,
that?
and even unnatural ones like domestic cats they can thank us for. The war on tits means their airborne cotton ball has a high nest failure rate.
Such
but
dumb
the thing
names,
is, if
bro.
their family becomes compromised in the middle of their nesting season in May, because tits usually pop out in the spring. Instead of trying again, usually what they'll do is help out a nearby nest. Now the helpers are usually related, but in a study, half of all the long-tailed nests had at least one and usually more recruits helping the cause. As you can And guess the chicks raised with helpers have a better chance of surviving a trip around the sun, and the experience means the helpers' future children have better luck at life. So basically, these birds are the embodiment of it takes a village, and it's always a pleasant sight to see tits sticking together for the greater good. And I gotta say,
For the greater good.
I really like the of this one. Also pronounced giz, is a term used by bird watchers to describe the overall appearance or impression of said bird, typically garnered from attributes such as size, shape, flying pattern, posture, coloration. It's all about aura, the vibes. For example, some favor the J work of a booby. Me, I prefer the vibe of a long-tailed tit. Everyone has a preference. Woosah.
That's true.
I hope you didn't think we were done, because we also have the tit babbler of the family Timalidae. Now you know where the TIT part spawned from, but the babble of it all referenced the constant babbling sounds they make. And obviously the naming guy wasn't into it. There's a lot of types of old world tit babblers, but probably the most famous one is the fluffy-backed tit babbler of Southeast Asia. And honestly, they're pretty, and I wasn't a believer at first, but I do see the fluffy part come into play, so having a name with babble, it's kind of disrespectful. Surely someone cares for what a talking tit bird has to say, but hey, they could have been done way, way worse. This is a dick sizzle. It's basically a cardinal you can find in the American Midwest and Central America. As in, they have all their hanky-spanky fun times in the US Midwest during their breeding season from about early June to mid-August. Then, before fall, the symphony of sizzle dicks migrate en masse to Central and South America. They nest on the ground, and they're highly territorial and will run fades in the name of property development. So if you walk outside to a hyper-pigmented popcorn kernel running the ones, you sir have a case of aggressive dick sizzles. But considering they're only 5 inches long, you'd much rather hear those words on your front lawn than from a doctor in a clinic. And the same way the morning dove brings you back to waking up in your childhood bedroom, dick sizzle might have been your summer anthem and you didn't even realize it. In fact, that's how they got their name. Apparently after what the naming guy thought their song sounded like in words. And somehow that was enough to get named like an STD. If that's onomatopoeia, I wouldn't want to be ya. Speaking of which, this is the go-away bird of Africa. Same timing as Richard Sizzle. Their lore said their call sounds like
is good, you know.
Apparently it was in the neighborhood
Bros
of
Barber
Galway.
was on
At first I wasn't feeling it, but if I try really hard, I can make myself hear it. Or I could just be getting Barbied again.
Oh, Barbie, those were vintage!
Did he not just curse? The fun thing about them is,
No,
it's
he said, "Oh,
believed that is an
Barbie."
alarm call to warn other go-aways and actually even other animals of predators. Conceptually, if that's true, that's really cool. And that's it for the onomatopoeia portion. Let's talk about the rough-faced shag. It sounds like a euphemism for the cultural appropriation of canine coitus. Really, it's a rare seabird endemic to New Zealand. Shout out New Zealand. A cormorant.
Shout out to the
You know what else is
Kiwis,
a
bud.
cormorant? I believe you've met. This aquatic attack on Titan is also called a king shag, and the rough-faced thing comes from the
King
patch
shag,
of dry
yeah.
yellow skin called the caruncle. Lots of birds have this, like the king vulture. By the way, do not Google caruncles on a pigeon. I'm serious, that ruined my whole vibe. For big shaggy, the caruncles really swell up and brighten during breeding season. Also, that ring around their eye turns an even bolder blue. It's really no different from the blue of a booby bird. Consider it amorous eczema. And
That
it's not the
blue
weirdest
is
thing a bird will
wild.
do for attention. This is a sage grouse.
I
And
knew this one.
is the part of the video that might actually get me got. Two things. One, that's a guy. And two, those implants are inflatable guller sacs that they pop out for female validation. What they'll do is gangs of grouses will gather in groups called leks, that's L-E-K, and they'll display their headlights in a courtship dance that you can actually hear from 3 miles away. It's very
Damn.
competitive, and they'll spend hours a day doing it. And in the center of the lek is the biggest bosom bird, the dominant male that gets to mate with pretty much 80% of the girl grouses there. Now let's be
Whoa,
honest, you and I
80,
probably had
wow.
the same thought when we saw this. How do they avoid predators when they're built like an uppercase cry
True.
for attention? Yeah, see, that's the
True.
thing though. Grouses have the peacock problem, where their biggest flex often gets them flatlined by predators. Those chesticles mean guy grouses get griefed by eagles so bad that the ratio of girls to guys can be 2 to
Bro,
1.
eagles
But there's
see
another
that
bird that gets
from
their
a
legs.
mile away,
This
bro.
is an Andean cock of the rock, and shout out to
Whoa.
Peru, that is their national
Bro,
bird.
it's the
and
same
that is who you
color
can
as my
blame for
drink.
this. They have one of the biggest glow-ups in nature because that's how they look fresh out the shell. The cock of the rock will
Ugh.
also gather in
The
leks
glow-up
and
is
also
mad.
put on a show for female attention. I wish I had more videos I could show you,
Wow.
but apparently cock of the rocks are difficult to witness because apparently they're shy
Difficult
and
to
easy to
witness.
disturb because even a rock cock can get performance anxiety. Again, it happens, it's totally normal. I mean, not to
Totally
this
normal,
guy,
bro.
but with a name like Superb Bird of Paradise, thinking otherwise would be a failure of your expectations. But
Bro,
whether
that
you
bird
see
is
it or not,
freaky.
the bird of Peru really knows how to rock out with his cock. Okay, that's gonna do it for this video. I feel like
Bro.
with all the chest jokes I made, it's only right that I donate to the breast cancer organization. So link down
Come
below
on.
if you'd like to do so as well. Also, did you know 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer? Stop playing with y'all health. Go get screened. A dead
Go
booby
get
is a
screened,
terrible
man.
thing. Also, I feel like I keep forgetting to plug the fact that I have a Patreon, so if you'd like to support this nonsense
Great
beyond just
video.
subscribing, the link will
The
also
jokes,
be in the
man.
description. But as always, honestly, I'm not really hurting right now. Like, don't give something you need, not in this economy.
That's
like, it's
true,
cool
man.
if you do, but
Yep. Same.
I don't really need it. I would appreciate if you liked the video. Y'all know I usually don't ask that without offering something, but
That's all I
you
ask
both know
as well.
YouTube's
Like the video and subscribe.
not gonna be kind to this one. But yeah, drink water, hug your mother. I'm telling y'all, birds really
Good
do
luck.
be birding. Take time to appreciate. And I'ma see y'all
in the
next
next one. So there we have it, guys. Another banger by Casual Geographic, man. Bro stays the GOAT. And yeah, a lot of stuff we had learned. Bro, the tit bird, yeah, the booby bird, mad names. But yeah, shout out to Casual Geographic, man. And like bro said, in this economy, bro, in the way things are going, all we can ask and all we should ask of you guys is for you guys to subscribe and like the video. That's all I ask. I don't ask for money. I don't ask for none of that stuff. All I ask for is you subscribe and like the video. And I hope you do. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. All glory to God as always. And I see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another song, man. This time by Ali Gatti, one of my favorite artists in the world right now. And we are reacting to a 5-year-old song from him called Moonlight. Now, I love Ali's work, man. He is phenomenal. If you want a love song, bro, it's with this brother. He does phenomenal work, man. It's You, Can't Let You Go, Therapy. The brother does bangers. But before we start, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel, man. It tells the algorithm that you enjoy my content. I don't have water, which is an L by me. It's an L, it's an L. I'll take that one right here, bro. I'll take that one. Man, let's go.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hope you guys are doing well, man. Shout out to all of you.
I bought you things that I didn't even have the money for.
Ooh.
If I can make you feel so rich, I don't mind feeling poor.
Ooh, that's a bar. That's a bar. Ooh, that's a bar. If I could make you feel so rich, I don't mind feeling poor. Come on. Come on. That's called love, that is. That's called love, boy.
I bought you things that I didn't even have the money for. If I can make you feel so rich, I don't mind feeling poor.
Yep.
There's something about you so addictive, had me needing more.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just wanna hold you, baby, you the one I want. I know I've said this all before, but I'll say it again. You the only one I want, and girl, I can't pretend.
You're the only one I want, and girl, I can't pretend. Fuck! You knew this was about to happen, so don't complain. Just keep going. Stop being a sissy, bro. Come on. It's up.
I know I've said this all before, but I'll say it
Oh,
again.
still a bit sick. Still,
You the only one I want, and girl, I can't pretend. I remember cloudy days we cuddled in my bed. The thought of losing you just makes no sense inside my head. You the reason I believe that love is real.
Oh, come on, man.
Ain't nobody make me feel the way you make me feel. Darling, tell me, is it real?
Ain't nobody make me feel the way you make me feel. Darling, tell me if it's real. Is it real? Oh, man. You always think you're over it, don't you? We always do, right? We always think we are over it. And then something like this happens and you realize that you're not. You're not. Man,
the way you make me feel, darling, tell me, is it real? Or was I lying to myself just to make it feel so real?
Bro, Ali, dude. Darling, tell me, is it real? Or was I lying to myself to make it seem so real? Oh man, it does feel like that, you know?
Reason I believe that love is real. Ain't nobody make me feel the way you make me feel. Darling, tell me, is it real? Or was I lying to myself just to make it feel so real? Ain't nobody gonna love you like I love you. Ain't nobody gonna want you like I want you. Ain't nobody gonna trust you like I trust you. Ain't nobody gonna, ain't nobody gonna, ain't nobody gonna love you like I love you. Ain't nobody gonna trust you like I trust you. Ain't nobody gonna want you like I want you. Ain't nobody gonna want, I can't love nobody anymore. You the only one that I ever want. I'll compare her to you. She has never won. Now I wanna just be all alone. Nobody love me like you, and I can't love nobody back. You remind me of the moon, cause every night you coming back.
Holy shit! You remind me of the moon because every night you're coming back. Bro, if I need to explain, you're lucky, bro. Like, come on. That's such a bar and so real as well.
I compare her to you. She has never won. Now I wanna just be all alone. Nobody love me like you. I can't love nobody back. You remind me of the moon, cause every night you're coming back. What am I supposed to do if I'm so in love with you? I cannot get over you. I cannot get over you.
You can.
Since you left me, every night I go stare at the moon, wishing it was you and I. That's something we would do. Every Sunday morning I go watch the flowers bloom. I do things we used to do, hoping
Oh my
I'll run
God.
into you.
What the fuck, Ali? Bro, are you speaking my life or something? Let's take this by parts.
Love me like you, and I can't love nobody back. You remind me of the moon, cause every night you coming back. What am I supposed to do if I'm so in love with you? I cannot get over you. I cannot get over you. Since you left me, every night I go stare at the moon, wishing it was you and I. That's something we would do.
Every night since you left, I go stare at the moon. Fuck.
Every Sunday morning I go watch the flowers bloom. I do things we used to do.
I do things we used to do.
Hoping I'll run into you. What's the lie?
Come on, man. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Forget it, man. I'm not even gonna say anything. Just play the music.
That I ever want. I compare her to you. She has never won. Now I wanna just be all alone. Nobody love me like you, and I can't love nobody back. You remind me of the moon, cause every night you coming back. What am I supposed to do if I'm so in love with you? I cannot get over you. I cannot get over you. Since you left me, every night I go stare at the moon, wishing it was you and I. That's something we would do. Every Sunday morning I go watch the flowers bloom. I do things we used to do, hoping I'll run into you. What's the lie and what's the truth? I cannot get over you. Doesn't matter what I do, everyone just looks like you. Girl, I smell you everywhere. Smell your perfume and your hair. I try to act like I don't care. Everyone knows that I care. You're the reason
I smell you everywhere. Your perfume, your hair. Again, that whole sequence is fucking incredible.
If I'm so in love with you, I cannot get over you. I cannot get over you. Since you left me, every night I go stare at the moon, wishing it was you and I. That's something we would do. Every Sunday morning I go watch the flowers bloom. I do things we used to do, hoping I'll run into you. What's a lie and what's the truth? I cannot get over you. Doesn't matter what I do. Everyone just looks like you, girl. I smell you everywhere. Smell your perfume and your hair. I try to act like I don't care. Everyone knows that I care. You're the reason I believe that love is real. Ain't nobody make me feel the way you make me feel. Darling, tell me, is it real? Or was I lying to myself just to make it feel so real? Ain't nobody gon' love you like I love you. Ain't nobody gon' want you like I want you. Ain't nobody gon' trust you like I trust you. Ain't nobody gon' no. Ain't nobody gon' love you like I love you. Ain't nobody gon' trust like I trust you. Ain't nobody gon' want you like I want you. Ain't nobody gon' trust you like I trust you. Ain't nobody gon' love like I love you. Ain't nobody gon' no. Ain't nobody gon'.
Oh my god, that was rough. Yeah. Love, right? It's like Homer said, right? You realize that somebody loved you, and that means somebody will love you again, and that will make you smile. Yeah, man, just spend a lot of time building walls that you think nobody can ever climb again, and then appears someone that it just fits in every aspect that you think of. Fits, tastes, personality, like every life goals, everything just fits and still doesn't work. And it's tough. It really is. So then when it doesn't work, you build all the way up again. But one day there will be that one that just works. All glory to God. I'll see you guys in the next. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Linkin Park song, man. This time up from the bottom. But before we start, don't forget, like the video, subscribe to the channel, man, so the algorithm knows that you love my content, so everybody else can watch my videos, man. Boom! Up from the bottom. Emily. The voice. She's so gorgeous, man. Alright. I see it.
Inside it feels like I'm barely breathing.
Okay.
Feels like air is running out. Inside I'm stuck here staring at a ceiling. You put up to keep me down.
Waking up without a name, opening my eyes, knowing nothing is
Come on, Mike.
Circling around a drain as I realize that there's no one else to blame.
You keep me waiting down here, so far below, staring up from the bottom, from the bottom.
Her voice is so cool, man.
But there's nowhere to go, staring up from the bottom, from the bottom. Each time I hold my fist
Bro.
inside my pocket,
Love her voice, man.
until I'm blue. Feels like a knife pushed deep inside a socket. Bristling, listening to you.
Eyes are gorgeous.
Waking up without a name, opening my eyes, knowing nothing's gonna change. Circling around a drain as I realize that there's no one else to blame.
You keep me waiting down here,
a minute, boss man. Wait a freaking minute, boss. Hey, yo. This shit fire, boy. Are you mad, cuz? Hey, yo, this shit fire. Shit fire. It is fire, bro. What do you want me to say? Straight to the playlist. Let's go. Again, from the beginning. Because her voice is incredible. Let's vibe, bro. Come on.
Inside it feels like I'm barely breathing.
Talk to him.
Feels like air is running out. Inside I'm stuck here staring at a ceiling. You put up to keep me down, 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 down.
Waking up without. You put up to keep me down. Yes, let's go.
Put up to keep me down, 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 down.
Waking up without a name, opening my eyes, knowing nothing is the same. Circling around a drain, as I realize that there's no one else to blame.
You keep me waiting down here.
Circling around the drain when there's no one else to blame. Bars. Bars.
Each time I hold my fist inside my pocket, hold my breath until I'm blue. Feels like a knife pushed deep inside a socket. Bristling, listening to you.
Waking up without a name, opening my eyes, knowing nothing's gonna change. Circling around a drain.
Opening my eyes, noticing there's nothing's gonna change. Yep, that hits right here. Let's go. Bars. Bars. Bars, 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 bars,
Waking
bars.
up without a name, opening my eyes, knowing nothing's gonna change. Circling around a drain, as I realize that there's no one else to blame.
You keep me waiting down here, so far below, staring up from the bottom, from the bottom. Escaping, but there's nowhere to go. Staring up from the bottom, from the bottom.
Everybody out there, devil is coming. Poison on his lips and his words mean nothing. Cold like a mountaintop, father never loved him. Mama said he's bad enough times that it's sunk in. Everybody out there, devil is coming. Promise you the world, but he's always bluffing. Before you even know it's...
Promise you the world, but it's always bluffing. Come on, brother. Follow the Lord, man. Fuck the devil. Always follow the Lord, man. Jesus is Lord.
Mama said he's bad enough times that it's sunk in. Everybody out there, devil is coming. Promise you the world, but he's always bluffing. Before you even know it's a trap you're stuck in. He's gone like a ghost, already off running.
Shush. Boy. Fucking hell. Come on, man. Another banger.
Down here, so far below, staring up from the bottom, up from the bottom. I try to escape it, but there's nowhere to go. Staring up from the bottom, gotta get out of here. Up from the bottom, gotta get out of here.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So there you have it, guys. That was Up from the Bottom by Linkin Park. And once again, man, it's just, her voice is ridiculous. Ridiculous. She's incredible, man. She is. And I'm really happy with the addition. And man, brilliant. Once again, please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed it. All glory to God as always, man. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. Before we start the video, man, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It helps more than you think. While you're at it, like the video already, man. It helps tell the algorithm that you actually enjoy my content.
If you want to inflict emotional damage on a millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid either is or is about to be a teenager. In a couple of months, it'll be a year short of a decade since the gorilla was prematurely perp walked off the census.
Wow.
And despite being named after a Swahili term for coming together, Harambe's death has been no less divisive. But the closer you get to the full story, with crucial context, the question becomes less of whether the zoo was right for turning the legacy of Bob Marley into a hashtag, and more of everything that went wrong to force the zoo to pull the trigger. Because Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Now hear me out, I'm not blaming the gorilla, in fact quite the opposite. Literally everyone involved but the gorilla ultimately failed him, and in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna show you just how horrendous Harambe got done. The same 10 minutes it took for them to end him. Flashback to 2016. Eggs were $1.68, a light skin in Under Armours was no-scoping entire teams, and Kanye was still Kanye. But he may graduate, all was good, until a 3-year-old canon event changed the course of mankind. On May 28, 2016, a mother took 4 children to the Cincinnati Zoo and got to the gorilla world habitat when the youngest boy said he wanted to go swimming with the gorillas. She went back and forth with him and then turned around to start putting kids in strollers when she heard a splash, followed by immediate screaming. Like any other human, she went to the railing, and that's when her mind took an indelible screenshot when she realized,
Cincinnati 911. Hi, my son fell in the zoo exhibit at the gorillas. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please. He's dragging my son. I can't watch this.
In an unfortunate case of free will, the 3-year-old climbed the 3-foot fence, army crawled through 4 feet of bush, and before anyone could grab him and save the timeline, he fell 15 feet straight into the gorilla moat, where he was confronted by 450 pounds of adult primate. Harambe didn't seem especially aggressive, but watching him ragdoll the toddler likely took years off his mother's life. No one could say what was going through the gorilla's mind at the time, but we know what went last, because at about 4:10 p.m., about 10 minutes after the boy fell in, a member of the Cincinnati Zoo Dangerous Animal Response Team life-retired Harambe with a bullet to the head. And life as we knew it was never the same. The slain simian was mourned by millions and memed by even more, to the point where there are people who use their right to vote on the corpse of a Kennedy gorilla, and that is the most political statement that will ever come out of this channel. But before we can judge what had to be an impossible decision, it's only fair to look at every angle, starting with the nature of gorillas. Gorillas aren't the menaces to society and skyscrapers we thought they were. Male gorillas are way more child-friendly than the average O-ring and chimpanzee. It's been said that the males that babysit more are considered more attractive to a tribe of hairy women. That's how they got their name. And being good with kids is more of a turn-on than size, strength, or status. It's proven that guy gorillas on daycare duty will have 5 times as many children as those that avoid it, which is probably why they fight so hard for custody. You've never seen a gorilla hit the burners like that. But gorillas don't need Maury, they'll even step up for children that aren't theirs. A couple years back, the alpha gorilla of a group in Rwanda got sick, and since in sickness and in health is a human construct, the 4 gorillas of the group left, abandoning not just their baby daddy, but their progeny as well. With the infants barely old enough to feed themselves, it should have been curtains. But this story had a plot twist. The sick male had a brother, Kubaha, and Unc stepped up and looked after them. They'd sleep in his nest, treat him like a literal jungle gym, and he single-handedly kept the next generation up. And Kubaha wasn't an anomaly. In 53 years of gorilla research, it's proven that orphan mountain gorillas that lose their mothers early on don't have a greater risk of becoming a statistic because the males will often step in. Not only did a different study show the exact opposite happens to baby chimps, monkeys, and baboons that get the Bambi treatment, even if they do survive, they inherit 0 social rank and virtually no chance at having children. It's the same story for animals like elephants, orcas, and hyenas. Being motherless is social cyanide, but not gorillas. Having one mom short of a full house, oof, has 0 effect on their social status, and it's believed that since mama gorillas often dip out before their babies mature, the males have evolved to cushion the blow. Plus with chimpanzees murking monkeys, bush babies, that's a bush baby, and even doikers for food, and even the good vibes tree hippie known to turn lorises into lunch meat, gorillas pretty much being knuckle-walking lawnmowers probably doesn't hurt Harambe's case. Gorillas go out of their way to avoid conflict, and you really won't see them beating on something weaker than they are, unless it is something to deserve it. But there's always a but. The rules of nature often change when you're talking about captivity. A wild orca has apparently never depulsed a person, but those confined to a glorified fishbowl have a body count. Pandas normally mate, date, and procreate no less than the average black bear, but those in captivity often get less play than Helen Keller's Spotify. In captivity, mother gorillas will often reject their own babies, and it happens a lot more than you would think, so maybe the parental instinct doesn't apply as much to a gorilla behind the glass. Yeah, no, because if I had a nickel for every time someone's son ended up in a gorilla enclosure, I'd already have 2 nickels by the time player number 3 decided to keep the tradition alive and airdrop himself to the gorilla grotto. On August 16th, 1996, another 3-year-old fell nearly 24 feet into the Brookfield Zoo gorilla exhibit. In a scene you've definitely seen before, 8-year-old Binti Draw climbed down to the boy, cradled him in her gorilla arms for nearly 60 feet, and gently placed him at the employee entrance where officials could get him. But what you might not know was that Binti was one of those gorillas rejected by her mother and was hand-raised by humans. Part of this raising meant her caretakers had to train her to be a mother once she became pregnant with the same baby riding shotgun while she rescued the boy. Part of this training included handing off her baby to staff for checkups, so there was low-key an argument as to whether this was an actual gorilla guardian angel or just an animal doing what it had been trained. Well, almost a